Chapter 32 of Peter Simple. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Sylviamb in Washington State. Peter Simple by Frederick MARRYAT. Chapter 32. I am claimed by Captain Kearney as a relation. Trial of skill between First Lieutenant and Captain with a longbow. The shark, the pug dog, and the will. A quarterdeck picture. As the Admiral was not one who would permit the ships under his command to lie idle in port, in a very few days after the dignity ball which I have described, all the squadron sailed on their various destinations. I was not sorry to leave the bay, for one soon becomes tired of profusion, and I cared nothing for either oranges, bananas, or shaddocks, nor even for the good dinners and claret at the tables of the army mess and the gentlemen of the island. The sea breeze soon became more precious to us than anything else, and if we could have bathed without fear of a shark, we should have equally appreciated that most refreshing of all luxuries under the torrid zone. It was therefore with pleasure that we received the information that we were to sail the next day to cruise off the French island of Martinique. Captain Kearney had been so much on shore that we saw but little of him, and the ship was entirely under the control of the first lieutenant, of whom I have hitherto not spoken. He was a very short, pock-marked man with red hair and whiskers, a good sailor, and not a bad officer. That is, he was a practical sailor, and could show any foremast man his duty in any department, and this seamen very much appreciate, as it is not very common. But I never yet knew an officer who prided himself upon his practical knowledge, who was at the same time a good navigator, and too often, by assuming the jack tar, they lower the respect due to them, and become coarse and vulgar in their manners and language. This was the case with Mr. Phillott, who prided himself upon his slang, and who was at one time hail fellow well met with the seamen, talking to them and being answered as familiarly as if they were equals, and at another, knocking the very same men down with a handspike if he were displeased. He was not bad-tempered, but very hasty, and his language to the officers was occasionally very incorrect, to the midshipmen invariably so. However, on the whole, he was not disliked, although he was certainly not respected as a first lieutenant should have been. It is but fair to say that he was the same to his superiors as he was to his inferiors, and the bluntness with which he used to contradict and assert his disbelief of Captain Kearney's narratives often produced a coolness between them for some days. The day after we sailed from Carlisle Bay, I was asked to dine in the cabin. The dinner was served upon plated dishes, which looked very grand, but there was not much in them. "This plate," observed the captain, "was presented to me by some merchants for my exertions in saving their property from the Danes, when I was cruising off Heligoland." "Why, that lying steward of yours told me that you bought it at Portsmouth," replied the first lieutenant. "I asked him in the galley this morning." "How came you to assert such a confounded falsehood, sir?" said the captain to the man who stood behind his chair. "I only said that I thought so," replied the steward. "Why, didn't you say the bill had been sent in through you 7 or 8 times, and that the captain had paid it with a flowing sheet?" "Did you dare say that, sir?" interrogated the captain very angrily. "Mr. Phillott mistook me, sir," replied the steward. "He was so busy damning the sweepers that he did not hear me right. I said the midshipmen had paid their crockery bill with a foretopsail." "Ay, ay," replied the captain, "that's much more likely." "Well, Mr. Steward," replied Mr. Phillott, "I'll be damned if you aren't as big a liar as your master." He was going to plump out, but fortunately the first lieutenant checked himself and added, "as your father was before you." The captain changed the conversation by asking me whether I would take a slice of ham. "It's real Westphalia, Mr. Simple. I have them sent me direct by Count Troninsken, an intimate friend of mine, who kills his own wild boars in the Hartz Mountains." "How the devil do you get them over, Captain Kearney?" "There are ways and means of doing everything, Mr. Phillott, and the first consul is not quite so bad as he is represented. The first batch was sent over with a very handsome letter to me written in his own hand, which I will show you some of these days. I wrote to him in return and sent him 2 Cheshire cheeses by a smuggler, and since that they came regularly. Do you ever eat Westphalia ham, Mr. Simple?" "Yes, sir," replied I. "I once partook of one at Lord Privilege's." "Lord Privilege! Why, he's a distant relation of mine, a sort of 5th cousin," replied Captain Kearney. "Indeed, sir," replied I. "Then you must allow me to introduce you to a relation, Captain Kearney," said the first lieutenant, "for Mr. Simple is his grandson." "Is it possible? I can only say, Mr. Simple, that I shall be most happy to show you every attention, and am very glad that I have you as one of my officers." Now, although this was all false, for Captain Kearney was not in the remotest manner connected with my family, yet having once asserted it, he could not retract, and the consequence was that I was much the gainer by his falsehood, as he treated me very kindly afterwards, always calling me cousin. The first lieutenant smiled and gave me a wink when the captain had finished his speech to me, as much to say, "You're in luck," and then the conversation changed. Captain Kearney certainly dealt in the marvellous to admiration, and really told his stories with such earnestness that I actually believe that he thought he was telling the truth. Never was there such an instance of confirmed habit. Telling a story of a cutting out expedition, he said, "The French captain would have fallen by my hand, but just as I levelled my musket, a ball came and cut off the cock of the lock, as clean as if it was done with a knife. A very remarkable instance," observed he. "Not equal to what occurred in a ship I was in," replied the first lieutenant, when the second lieutenant was grazed by a grape shot, which cut off one of his whiskers, and turning round his head to ascertain what was the matter, another grape shot came and took off the other. Now that's what I call a close shave. "Yes," replied Captain Kearney, "very close indeed, if it were true. But you'll excuse me, Mr Phillott, but you sometimes tell strange stories. I do not mind it myself, but the example is not good to my young relation here, Mr Simple." "Captain Kearney," replied the first lieutenant, laughing very immoderately, "do you know what the pot called the kettle?" "No, sir, I do not," retorted the captain with offended dignity. "Mr Simple, will you take a glass of wine?" I thought that this little brouillerie would have checked the captain. It did so, but only for a few minutes, when he again commenced. The first lieutenant observed that it would be necessary to let water into the ship every morning and pump it out, to avoid the smell of the bilge water. "There are worse smells than bilge water," replied the captain. "What do you think of a whole ship's company being nearly poisoned with otto of roses? Yet that occurred to me when in the Mediterranean. I was off Smyrna, cruising for a French ship that was to sail to France with a pasha on board, as an ambassador. I knew she would be a good prize, and was looking sharp out, when one morning we discovered her on the lee bow. We made all sail, but she walked away from us, bearing away gradually till we were both before the wind, and at night we lost sight of her. As I knew that she was bound to Marseilles, I made all sail to fall in with her again. The wind was light and variable, but 5 days afterwards, as I lay in my cot just before daylight, I smelt a very strong smell blowing in at the weather port, and coming down the skylight, which was open, and after sniffing at it 2 or 3 times, I knew it to be otto of roses. I sent for the officer of the watch, and asked him if there were anything in sight. He replied that there was not, and I ordered him to sweep the horizon with his glass, and look well out to windward. As the wind freshened, the smell became more powerful. I ordered him to get the royal yards across, and all ready to make sail, for I knew that the Turk must be near us. At daylight there he was, just 3 miles ahead in the wind's eye. But although he beat us going free, he was no match for us on a wind, and before noon we had possession of him and all his harem. By the by, I could tell you a good story about the ladies. She was a very valuable prize, and among other things she had a puncheon of otto of roses on board. "Whew!" cried the first lieutenant. "What? A whole puncheon?" "Yes," replied the captain, "a Turkish puncheon, not quite so large perhaps as ours on board. Their weights and measures are different. I took out most of the valuables into the brig I commanded, about 20,000 sequins, carpets, and among the rest this cask of otto of roses, which we had smelt 3 miles off. We had it safe on board, when the mate of the hold, not slinging it properly, it fell into the spirit room with a run, and was stove to pieces. Never was such a scene. My first lieutenant and several men on deck fainted, and the men in the hold were brought up lifeless. It was some time before they were recovered. We let the water into the brig and pumped it out, but nothing would take away the smell, which was so overpowering that before I could get to Malta I had 40 men on the sick list. When I arrived there, I turned the mate out of the service for his carelessness. It was not until after having smoked the brig, and finding that of little use, after having sunk her for 3 weeks, that the smell was at all bearable. But even then it could never be eradicated, and the admiral sent the brig home, and she was sold out of the service. They could do nothing with her at the dockyards. She was broken up, and bought by the people at Brighton and Tunbridge Wells, who used her timbers for turning fancy articles, which, smelling as they did so strongly of otto of roses, proved very profitable. Were you ever at Brighton, Mr Simple? Never, sir. Just at this moment the officer of the watch came down to say that there was a very large shark under the counter, and wished to know if the captain had any objection to the officers attempting to catch it. "By no means," replied Captain Kearney. "I hate sharks as I do the devil. I nearly lost £14,000 by one, when I was in the Mediterranean." "May I inquire how, Captain Kearney?" said the first lieutenant with a demure face. "I'm very anxious to know." "Why, the story is simply this," replied the captain. "I had an old relation at Malta, whom I found out by accident, an old maid of 60, who had lived all her life on the island. It was by mere accident that I knew of her existence. I was walking upon Strada Real, when I saw a large baboon that was kept there, who had a little fat pug dog by the tail, which he was pulling away with him, while an old lady was screaming out for help, for whenever she ran to assist her dog, the baboon made at her as if he would have ravished her, and caught her by the petticoats with one hand, while he had the pug dog fast by the other. I owed that brute a spite for having attacked me one night when I passed him, and perceiving what was going on, I drew my sword and gave Mr Jacko such a clip as sent him away howling and bleeding like a pig, leaving me in possession of the little pug, which I took up and handed to his mistress. The old lady trembled very much and begged me to see her safe home. She had a very fine house, and after she was seated on the sofa, thanked me very much for my gallant assistance, as she termed it, and told me her name was Kearney. Upon this I very soon proved my relationship with her, at which she was much delighted, requesting me to consider her house as my home. I was for 2 years afterwards on that station, and played my cards very well. The old lady gave me a hint that I should be her heir, as she had no other relations that she knew anything of. At last I was ordered home, and not wishing to leave her, I begged her to accompany me, offering her my cabin. She was taken very ill a fortnight before we sailed, and made a will, leaving me her sole heir, but she recovered, and got as fat as ever. Mr Simple, the wine stands with you. I doubt if Lord Privilege gave you better claret than there is in that bottle. I imported it myself 10 years ago, when I commanded the Coquette." "Very odd," observed the first lieutenant. "We bought some at Barbados with the same mark on the bottles and cork." "That may be," replied the captain. "Old established houses all keep up the same marks, but I doubt if your wine can be compared to this. You have never tasted older wine, I think, Mr Phillott." "I beg your pardon, sir, but I can prove to you that I have, for when Noah paid off the ark, my ancestor bought his sea stock, and it's been handed down to my father. There may be 3 dozen left." "Really, Mr Phillott, you are almost too facetious. Will you take some macaroni? It is one of the best things we can have at sea. I wish you had seen my kitchen at Walcot Abbey." "I have no doubt but it was excellent," replied Mr Phillott, "but I should have preferred eating what came from it. I wish that I had a knowledge of the art which a friend of mine has, a new science, I may say." "Pray, what may that be?" "They call it fumography." "Fumography? Never heard of it." "It is the art of knowing precisely, by examination of the smoke which comes out of the chimney, what your neighbour has for dinner." "Upon my soul, if one could send an excuse at a late hour, that might be useful." "My friend is quite an adept. He can tell first and second course entremets, and even if the different articles to be put on the table are done to a turn or not." "Now, Mr Simple, what do you think of that?" inquired the captain. "I think, sir, that it's all smoke." "Bravo, Mr Simple, you've said a very good thing." "I thought so too, but as I wasn't quite sure, I would not laugh till all the rest of the company did." As Mr Phillott wished to hear the end of the captain's story, he would not contradict him about the wine, by stating what he knew to be the case, that the captain had sent it on board at Barbados. And the captain proceeded. "Well, I gave up my cabin to the old lady, and hung up my cot in the gun room during the passage home. We were becalmed abreast of Ceuta for 2 days. The old lady was very particular about her pug dog, and I superintended the washing of the little brute twice a week. But at last I was tired of it, and gave him to my coxswain to bathe. My coxswain, who was a lazy fellow, without my knowledge, used to put the little beast into the bight of a rope, and tow him overboard for a minute or so. It was during this calm that he had him overboard in this way, when a confounded shark rose from under the counter and took in the pug dog at one mouthful. The coxswain reported the loss as a thing of no consequence, but I knew better, and put the fellow in irons. I then went down and broke the melancholy fact to Miss Kearney, stating that I had put the man in irons and would flog him well. The old lady broke out into a most violent passion at the intelligence, declared that it was my fault, that I was jealous of the dog, and had done it on purpose. The more I protested, the more she raved, and at last I was obliged to go off deck to avoid her abuse and keep my temper. I had not been on deck 5 minutes before she came up, that is, was shoved up, for she was so heavy that she could not get up without assistance. You know how elephants in India push the cannon through a morass with their heads from behind. Well, my steward used to shove her up the companion ladder just in the same way, and with his head completely buried in her petticoats. As soon as she was up, she used to pull his head out, looking as red and hot as a fresh boiled lobster. Well, up she came, with her will in her hand, and looking at me very fiercely, she said, "Since the shark has taken my dear dog, he may have my will also." And throwing it overboard, she plunged down on the carronade slide. "It's very well, madame," said I, "but you'll be cool by and by, and then you'll make another will." "I swear by all the hopes that I have of going to heaven that I never will," replied she. "Yes, you will, madam," replied I. "Never, so help me God. Captain Curdie, my money may now go to my next heir, and that, you know, will not be you." Now, as I knew very well that the old lady was very positive, and as good as her word, my object was to recover the will, which was floating about 50 yards astern, without her knowledge. I thought a moment, and then I called the boatswain's mate to pipe all hands to bathe. "You'll excuse me, Miss Kearney," said I, "but the men are going to bathe, and I do not think you would like to see them all naked. If you would, you can stay on deck." She looked daggers at me, and rising from the carronade slide, hobbled to the ladder, saying that the insult was another proof of how little I deserved any kindness from her. As soon as she was below, the quarter boats were lowered down, and I went in one of them and picked up the will, which still floated. Briggs, having no stern windows, of course she could not see my manoeuvre, but thought that the will was lost for ever. We had very bad weather after that, owing to which, with the loss of her favourite pug and constant quarrelling with me, for I did all I could to annoy her afterwards, she fell ill, and was buried a fortnight after she was landed at Plymouth. The old lady kept her word. She never made another will. I proved the one I had recovered at Doctors' Commons, and touched the whole of her money. As neither the first lieutenant nor I could prove whether the story was true or not, of course we expressed our congratulations at his good fortune, and soon afterwards left the cabin to report the marvellous story to our messmates. I went on deck. I found that the shark had just been hooked and was being hauled on board. Mr. Fullet had also come on deck. The officers were all eager about the shark. We were looking over the side, calling to each other, and giving directions to the men. Now, although certainly there was a want of decorum on the quarter-deck, still the captain having given permission, it was to be excused. But Mr. Fullet thought otherwise, and commenced in his usual style, beginning with the marine officer. "Mr. Wesley, I'll trouble you not to be getting upon the hammocks. You'll get off directly, sir. If one of your fellows were to do so, I'd stop his grog for a month. And I don't see why you are to set a bad example. You've been too long in barracks, sir, by half. Who is that? Mr. Williams and Mr. Moore, both on the hammocks too. Up to the foretopmast head, both of you, directly. Mr. Thomas, up to the main. And I say, you youngsters stealing off, perch yourself upon the spanker boom, and let me know when you've rowed to London. By God, the service is going to hell. I don't know what officers are made of nowadays. I'll marry some of you young gentlemen to the gunner's daughter before long. Quarter-deck's no better than a bear garden. No wonder, when lieutenants set the example." This latter remark could only be applied to O'Brien, who stood in the quarter-boat giving directions, before the tirade of Mr. Fullet stopped the amusement of the party. O'Brien immediately stepped out of the boat, and going up to Mr. Fullet, touched his hat, and said, "Mr. Fullet, we had the captain's permission to catch the shark, and a shark is not to be got on board by walking up and down on the quarter-deck. As regards myself, as long as the captain is on board, I hold myself responsible to him alone for my conduct, and if you think I have done wrong, forward your complaint. But if you pretend to use such language to me as you have to the others, I shall hold you responsible. I am here, sir, as an officer and a gentleman, and will be treated as such, and allow me to observe that I consider the quarter-deck more disgraced by foul and ungentlemanly language than I do by an officer accidentally standing upon the hammocks. However, as you have thought proper to interfere, you may now get the shark on board yourself." Mr. Fullet turned very red, for he never had come in contact in this way with O'Brien. All the other officers had submitted quietly to his unpleasant manner of speaking to them. "Very well, Mr. O'Brien, I shall hold you answerable for this language," replied he, "and shall most certainly report your conduct to the captain." "I will save you the trouble. Captain Kearney is now coming up, and I will report it myself." This O'Brien did, upon the captain's putting his foot on the quarter-deck. "Well," observed the captain to Mr. Fullet, "what is it you complain of?" "Mr. O'Brien's language, sir. Am I to be addressed on the quarter-deck in that manner?" "I really must say, Mr. Fullet," replied Captain Kearney, that I do not perceive anything in what Mr O'Brien said but what is correct, and I command here, and if an officer so nearly equal in rank to yourself has committed himself, you are not to take the law into your own hands. The fact is, Mr Phillott, your language is not quite so correct as I could wish it. I overheard every word that passed, and I consider that you have treated your superior officer with disrespect, that is, me. I gave permission that the shark should be caught, and with that permission I consequently allowed those little deviations from the discipline of the service which must inevitably take place. Yet you have thought proper to interfere with my permission, which is tantamount to an order, and have made use of harsh language, and punished the young gentleman for obeying my injunctions. You will oblige me, sir, by calling them all down, and in restraining your petulance for the future. I will always support your authority when you are correct, but I regret that, in this instance, you have necessitated me to weaken it." This was a most severe check to Mr Phillott, who immediately went below, after hailing the mastheads and calling down the midshipmen. As soon as he was gone, we were all on the hammocks again. The shark was hauled forward, hoisted on board, and every frying pan in the ship was in requisition. We were all much pleased with Captain Kearney's conduct on this occasion, and, as O'Brien observed to me, he really is a good fellow and a clever officer. What a thousand pities it is that he is such a confounded liar. I must do Mr Phillott the justice to say that he bore no malice on this occasion, but treated us as before, which is saying a great deal in his favour, when it is considered what power a first lieutenant has of annoying and punishing his inferiors. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Peter Simple. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Sylviamb in Washington State. Peter Simple by Frederick MARRYAT. Chapter 33. Another set to between the captain and first lieutenant. Cutting out expedition. Mr Chuck's mistaken. He dies like a gentleman. Swinburne begins his account of the Battle of St. Vincent. We had not been more than a week under the Danish island of St. Thomas, when we discovered a brig close in shore. We made all sail in chase, and soon came within a mile and a half of the shore, when she anchored under a battery, which opened its fire upon us. Their elevation was too great, and several shots passed over us and between our masts. "I once met with a very remarkable circumstance," observed Captain Kearney. "3 guns were fired at a frigate I was on board of, from a battery, all at the same time. The 3 shots cut away the 3 topsail ties, and down came all our topsail yards upon the cap at the same time. That the Frenchmen might not suppose that they had taken such good aim, we turned up our hands to reef topsails, and by the time that the men were off the yards, the ties were spliced and the topsails run up again." Mr Phillott could not stand this most enormous fib, and replied, "Very odd indeed, Captain Kearney, but I have known a stranger circumstance. We had put in the powder to the 4 guns on the main deck, when we were fighting the Danish gunboats, in a frigate I was in, and as the men withdrew the rammer, a shot from the enemy entered the muzzle, and completed the loading of each gun. We fired their own shot back upon them, and this occurred 3 times running." "Upon my word," replied Captain Kearney, who had his glass upon the battery, "I think you must have dreamt that circumstance, Mr Phillott." "Not more than you did about the topsail ties, Captain Kearney." Captain Kearney at that time had the long glass in his hand, holding it up over his shoulder. A shot from the battery whizzed over his head, and took the glass out of his hand, shivering it to pieces. "That's once," said Captain Kearney very coolly, "but will you pretend that that could ever happen 3 times running? They might take my head off, or my arm next time, but not another glass. Whereas the topsail ties might be cut by 3 different shot. But give me another glass, Mr Simple. I am certain that this vessel is a privateer. What think you, Mr O'Brien?" "I am every bit of your opinion, Captain Kearney," replied O'Brien, "and I think it would be a very pretty bit of practice to the ship's company to take her out from under that footy battery. Starboard the helm, Mr Phillott. Keep away 4 points, and then we will think of it to-night." The frigate was now kept away, and ran out of the fire of the battery. It was then about an hour before sunset, and in the West Indies the sun does not set as it does in the northern latitudes. There is no twilight. He descends in glory, surrounded with clouds of gold and rubies in their gorgeous tints, and once below the horizon, all is dark. As soon as it was dark, we hauled our wind off shore, and a consultation being held between the captain, Mr Phillott, and O'Brien, the captain at last decided that the attempt should be made. Indeed, although cutting out is a very serious affair, as you combat under every disadvantage, still the mischief done to our trade by the fast-sailing privateers was so great in the West Indies, that almost every sacrifice was warrantable for the interests of the country. Still, Captain Kearney, although a brave and prudent officer, one who calculated chances and who would not risk his men without he deemed that necessity imperiously demanded that such should be done, was averse to this attack. From his knowledge of the hay in which the brig was anchored, and although Mr Phillott and O'Brien both were of the opinion that it should be a night attack, Captain Kearney decided otherwise. He considered that although the risk might be greater, yet the force employed would be more consolidated, and that those who would hold back in the night dare not do so during the day. Moreover, that the people on shore in the battery, as well as those in the privateer, would be on the alert all night, and not expecting an attack during the day, would be taken off their guard. It was therefore directed that everything should be in preparation during the night, and that the boats should shove off before daylight, and row inshore, concealing themselves behind some rocks under the cliffs which formed the cape upon one side of the harbour, and if not discovered, remain there till noon, at which time it was probable that the privateer's men would be on shore, and the vessel might be captured without difficulty. It is always a scene of much interest on board a man of war when preparations are made for an expedition of this description, and as the reader may not have been witness to them, it may perhaps be interesting to describe them. The boats of men of war have generally two crews, the common boat's crew, which are selected so as not to take away the most useful men from the ship, and the service or fighting boat's crew, which are selected from the very best men on board. The coxswains of the boats are the most trustworthy men in the ship, and on this occasion have to see that their boats are properly equipped. The launch, yawl, first and second cutters were the boats appointed for the expedition. They all carried guns mounted upon slides, which ran fore and aft between the men. After the boats were hoisted out, the guns were lowered down into them and shipped in the bows of the boats. The arm chests were next handed in, which contained the cartridges and ammunition. The shut were put into the bottom of the boats, and so far they were all ready. The oars of the boats were fitted to pull with grummets upon iron thole pins, that they might make little noise, and might swing fore and aft without falling overboard, when the boats pulled alongside the privateer. A breaker or two, that is, small casks holding about 7 gallons each of water, was put into each boat, and also the men's allowance of spirits, in case they should be detained by any unforeseen circumstances. The men belonging to the boats were fully employed in looking after their arms, some fitting their flints to their pistols, others, and the major part of them, sharpening their cutlasses at the grindstone, or with a file borrowed from the armourer. All were busy, and all merry. The very idea of going into action is a source of joy to an English sailor, and more jokes are made, more merriment excited at that time than any other. Then, as it often happens that one or two of the service boat's crew may be on the sick list, urgent solicitations are made by others that they may supply their places. The only parties who appear at all grave are those who are to remain in the frigate, and not share in the expedition. There is no occasion to order the boats to be manned, for the men are generally in long before they are piped away. Indeed, one would think that it was a party of pleasure, instead of danger and of death, upon which they were about to proceed. Captain Kearney selected the officers who were to have the charge of the boats. He would not trust any of the midshipmen on so dangerous a service. He said that he had known so many occasions in which their rashness and foolhardiness had spoilt an expedition. He therefore appointed Mr Phillott, the first lieutenant, to the launch, O'Brien to the yawl, the master to the first, and Mr Chucks, the boatswain, to the second cutter. Mr Chucks was much pleased with the idea of having the command of a boat, and asked me to come with him, to which I consented, although I had intended, as usual, to have gone with O'Brien. About an hour before daylight we ran the frigate to within 1.5 miles of the shore, and the boats shoved off. The frigate then wore round and stood out in the offing, that she might at daylight be at such a distance as not to excite any suspicion that our boats were sent away, while we in the boats pulled quietly inshore. We were not a quarter of an hour before we arrived at the cape forming one side of the bay, and were well secreted among the cluster of rocks which was underneath. Our oars were laid in, the boat's painters made fast, and orders given for the strictest silence. The rocks were very high, and the boats were not to be seen without any one should come to the edge of the precipice, and even then they would, in all probability, have been supposed to have been rocks. The water was as smooth as glass, and when it was broad daylight the men hung listlessly over the sides of the boats, looking at the corals below, and watching the fish as they glided between. "I can't say, Mr Simple," said Mr Chucks to me in an undertone, "that I will think well of this expedition, and I have an idea that some of us will lose the number of our mess. After a calm comes a storm, and how quiet is everything now! But I'll take off my greatcoat, for the sun is hot already. Coxswain, give me my jacket." Mr Chucks had put on his greatcoat, but not his jacket underneath, which he had left on one of the guns on the main deck, all ready to change as soon as the heavy dew had gone off. The coxswain handed him the jacket, and Mr Chucks threw off his greatcoat to put it on. But when it was opened, it proved that by mistake he had taken away the jacket, surmounted by two small epaulets belonging to Captain Kearney, which the captain's steward, who had taken it out to brush, had also laid upon the same gun. "By all the nobility of England," cried Mr Chucks, "I have taken away the captain's jacket by mistake. Here's a pretty mess. If I put on my greatcoat I shall be dead with sweating. If I put on no jacket I shall be roasted brown. But if I put on the captain's jacket I shall be considered disrespectful." The men in the boats tittered, and Mr Phillott, who was in the launch next to us, turned round to see what was the matter. O'Brien was sitting in the stern sheets of the launch with the first lieutenant, and I leaned over and told them. "By the powers, I don't see why the captain's jacket will be at all hurt by Mr Chucks putting it on," replied O'Brien, "unless indeed a bullet were to go through it, and then it won't be any fault of Mr Chucks." "No," replied the first lieutenant, "and if one did, the captain might keep the jacket, and swear that the bullet went round his body without wounding him. You'll have a good yarn to spin, so put it on, Mr Chucks. You'll make a good mark for the enemy." "That I will stand the risk of with pleasure," observed the boatswain to me, "for the sake of being considered a gentleman, so here's on with it." There was a general laugh when Mr Chucks pulled on the captain's jacket, and sank down in the stern sheets of the cutter, with great complacency of countenance. One of the men in the boat that we were in thought proper, however, to continue his laugh a little longer than Mr Chucks considered necessary, who, leaning forward, thus addressed him. "I say, Mr Webber, I beg leave to observe to you in the most delicate manner in the world, just to hint to you that it is not the custom to laugh at your superior officer. I mean just to insinuate that you are a damned impudent son of a sea cook, and if we both live and do well, I will prove to you that if I am to be laughed at in a boat with the captain's jacket on, that I am not to be laughed at on board the frigate with the boatswain's rattan in my fist. So look out, my hearty, for squalls when you come on the forecastle, for I'll be damned if I don't make you see more stars than God Almighty ever made, cut more capers than all the dancing masters in France. Mark my words, you burgoo eating, pea soup swilling, trousers scrubbing son of a bitch." Mr Chucks, having at the end of this oration raised his voice above the pitch required by the exigency of the service, was called to order by the first lieutenant, and again sank back into the stern sheets with all the importance and authoritative show peculiarly appertaining to a pair of epaulets. We waited behind the rocks until noonday, without being discovered by the enemy, so well were we concealed. We had already sent an officer, who, carefully hiding himself by lying down on the rocks, had several times reconnoitred the enemy. Boats were passing and repassing continually from the privateer to the shore, and it appeared that they went on shore full of men, and returned with only one or two, so that we were in great hopes that we should find but few men to defend the vessel. Mr Phillott looked at his watch, held it up to O'Brien to prove that he had complied exactly with the orders he had received from the captain, and then gave the word to get the boats under way. The painters were cast off by the bowmen, the guns were loaded and primed, the men seized their oars, and in 2 minutes we were clear of the rocks and drawn up in a line within 1/4 of a mile from the harbour's mouth, and not half a mile from the privateer brig. We rowed as quickly as possible, but we did not cheer until the enemy fired the first gun, which he did from a quarter unexpected, as we entered the mouth of the harbour, with our Union Jack trailing in the water over our stern, for it was a dead calm. It appeared that at the low point under the cliffs, at each side of the little bay, they had raised a water battery of 2 guns each. One of these guns, laden with grape shot, was now fired at the boats. but the elevation was too low, and although the water was ploughed up to within 5 yards of the launch, no injury was received. We were equally fortunate in the discharge of the other 3 guns, 2 of which we passed so quickly that they were not aimed sufficiently forward, so that their shot fell astern, and the other, although the shot fell among us, did no further injury than cutting in half 2 of the oars of the first cutter. In the meantime, we had observed that the boats had shoved off from the privateer as soon as they had perceived us, and had returned to her laden with men. The boats had been dispatched a second time, but had not yet returned. They were now about the same distance from the privateer as were our boats, and it was quite undecided which of us would be first on board. O'Brien, perceiving this, pointed out to Mr Phillip that we should first attack the boats, and afterwards board on the side to which they pulled, as in all probability there would be an opening left in the boarding nettings, which were tied up in the yard arms, and presented a formidable obstacle to our success. Mr Phillip agreed with O'Brien. He ordered the bowmen to lay in their oars and keep the guns pointed ready to fire at the word given, and desiring the other men to pull their best. Every nerve, every muscle was brought into play by our anxious and intrepid seamen. When within about 20 yards of the vessel, and also of the boats, the orders were given to fire. The carronade of the launch poured out round and grape so well directed, that one of the French boats sank immediately, and the musket balls with which our smaller guns were loaded did great execution among their men. In 1 more minute, with 3 cheers from our sailors, we were all alongside together, English and French boats pell-mell, and a most determined close conflict took place. The French fought desperately, and as they were overpowered, they were reinforced by those from the privateer, who could not look on and behold their companions requiring their assistance without coming to their aid. Some jumped down into our boats from the chains, into the midst of our men. Others darted cold shot at us, either to kill us or to sink our boats, and thus did one of the most desperate hand-to-hand conflicts take place that ever was witnessed. But it was soon decided in our favour, for we were the stronger party and the better armed, and when all opposition was over, we jumped into the privateer and found not a man left on board, only a large dog, who flew at O'Brien's throat as he entered the port. "Don't kill him," said O'Brien, as the sailors hastened to his assistance, "only take away his gripe." The sailors disengaged the dog, and O'Brien led him up to a gun, saying, "By Jesus, my boy, you are my prisoner." But although we had possession of the privateer, our difficulties, as it will prove, were by no means over. We were now exposed not only to the fire of the 2 batteries at the harbour mouth, which we had to pass, but also to that of the battery at the bottom of the bay, which had fired at the frigate. In the meantime, we were very busy in cutting the cable, lowering the topsails, and taking the wounded men on board the privateer from out of the boats. All this was, however, but the work of a few minutes. Most of the Frenchmen were killed. Our own wounded amounted to only 9 seamen, and Mr Chucks, the boatswain, who was shot through the body, apparently with little chance of surviving. As Mr Phillip observed, the captain's epaulets had made him a mark for the enemy, and he had fallen in his borrowed plumes. As soon as they were all on board and laid on the deck, for there were, as near as I can recollect, about 14 wounded Frenchmen, as well as our own, 2 ropes were got out forwards. The boats were manned, and we proceeded to tow the brig out of the harbour. It was a dead calm, and we made but little way, but our boat's crew, flushed with victory, cheered and rallied and pulled with all their strength. The enemy, perceiving that the privateer was taken, and the French boats drifting empty upon the harbour, now opened their fire upon us, and with great effect. Before we had towed abreast of the 2 water batteries, we had received 3 shots between wind and water from the other batteries, and the sea was pouring fast into the vessel. I had been attending to poor Mr Chucks, who lay on the starboard side near the wheel, the blood flowing from his wound, and tracing its course down the planks of the deck to a distance of some feet from where he lay. He appeared very faint, and I tied my handkerchief round his body, so as to stop the effusion of blood, and brought him some water, with which I bathed his face, and poured some into his mouth. He opened his eyes wide, and looked at me. "Ah, Mr Simple," said he, faintly, "is it you? Is it all over with me? But it could not be better, could it?" "How do you mean?" inquired I. "Why, have I not fallen dressed like an officer and a gentleman?" said he, referring to the captain's jacket and epaulets. "I'd sooner die now with this dress on, than to recover to put on the boatswain's uniform. I feel quite happy." He pressed my hand, and then closed his eyes again from weakness. We were now nearly abreast of the 2 batteries on the points, the guns of which had been trained so as to bear upon our boats that were towing out the brig. The first shot went through the bottom of the launch and sank her. Fortunately, all the men were saved, but as she was the boat that towed next to the brig, great delay occurred in getting the others clear of her, and taking the brig again in tow. The shot now poured in thick, and the grape became very annoying. Still our men gave way, cheering at every shot fired, and we had nearly passed the batteries with trifling loss, when we perceived that the brig was so full of water that she could not swim many minutes longer, and that it would be impossible to tow her alongside of the frigate. Mr. Phillott, under these circumstances, decided that it would be useless to risk more lives, and that the wounded should be taken out of the brig, and the boat should pull away from the ship. He desired me to get the wounded men into the cutter, which he sent along, and then to follow the other boats. I made all the haste I could, not wishing to be left behind, and as soon as all our wounded men were in the boats, I went to Mr. Chucks to remove him. He appeared somewhat revived, but would not allow us to remove him. "My dear Mr. Simple," said he, "it is of no use. I can never recover it, and I prefer dying here. I entreat you not to move me. If the enemy take possession of the brig before she sinks, I shall be buried with military honours. If they do not, I shall at least die in the dress of a gentleman. Hasten away as fast as you can, before you lose more men. Here I stay, that's decided." I expostulated with him, but at that time 2 boats full of men appeared, pulling out of the harbour to the brig. The enemy had perceived that our boats had deserted her, and were coming to take possession. I had therefore no time to urge Mr. Chucks to change his resolution, and not wishing to force a dying man, I shook his hand and left him. It was with some difficulty I escaped, for the boats had come up close to the brig. They chased me a little while, but the yawl and the cutter turning back to my assistance, they gave up the pursuit. On the whole, this was a very well arranged and well conducted expedition. The only man lost was Mr. Chucks, for the wounds of the others were none of them mortal. Captain Kearney was quite satisfied with our conduct, and so was the admiral when it was reported to him. Captain Kearney did indeed grumble a little about his jacket, and sent for me to inquire why I had not taken it off Mr. Chucks and brought it on board. As I did not choose to tell him the exact truth, I replied that I could not disturb a dying man, and that the jacket was so saturated with blood that he never could have worn it again, which was the case. "At all events you might have brought away my epaulets," replied he, "but you youngsters think of nothing but gormandizing." I had the first watch that night, when Swinburne, the quartermaster, came up to me and asked me all the particulars of the affair, for he was not in the boats. "Well," said he, "that Mr. Chucks appeared to be a very good boatswain in his way, if he could only have kept his rattan a little quiet. He was a smart fellow, and knew his duty. We had just such another killed in our ship, in the action off Cape St. Vincent." "What! Were you in that action?" replied I. "Yes, I was, and belonged to the captain, Lord Nelson's ship." "Well then, suppose you tell me all about it." "Why, Mr. Simple, do you see, I've no objection to spin you a yarn now and then," replied Swinburne; "but as Mr. Chucks used to say, allow me to observe, in the most delicate manner in the world, that I perceive that the man who has charge of your hammock, and slings you a clean one now and then, has very often a good glass of grog for his yarns, and I did not see but that mine are as well worth a glass of grog as his." "So they are, Swinburne, and better too, and I promise you a good stiff one to morrow evening." "That will do, sir. Now then, I'll tell you all about it, and more about it too than most can, for I know how the action was brought about." I hove the log, marked the board, and sat down abaft on the signal chest with Swinburne, who commenced his narrative as follows. "You must know, Mr. Simple, that when the English fleet came down the Mediterranean, after the vaciation of Corsica, they did not muster more than 17 sail of the line, while the Spanish fleet from Ferrol and Cartagena had joined company at Cadiz, and mounted to near 30. Sir John Jervis had the command of our fleet at the time, but as the Dons did not seem at all inclined to come out and have a brush with us, almost 2 to 1, Sir John left Sir W. Parker with 6 sail of the line to watch the Spanish beggars, while he went into Lisbon with the remainder of the fleet to water and refit. Now you see, Mr. Simple, Portugal was at that time what they calls neutral, that is to say, she didn't meddle at all in the affair, being friends with both parties, and just as willing to supply fresh beef and water to the Spaniards as to the English. if so be the Spaniards had come out to ax for it, which they darn't. The Portuguese and the English have always been the best of friends, because we can't get no port wine anywhere else, and they can't get nobody else to buy it off of them. So the Portuguese gave up their arsenal at Lisbon for the use of the English, and there we kept all our stores under the charge of that old daredevil Sir Isaac Coffin. Now it so happened that one of the clerks in old Sir Isaac's office, a Portuguese chap, had been some time before that in the office of the Spanish ambassador. He was a very smart sort of chap, and served as interpreter, and the commissioner put great faith in him. But how did you learn all this, Swinburne? Why, I tell you, Mr Simple, I steered the yawl as coxswain, and when admirals and captains talk in the stern sheets, they very often forget that the coxswain is close behind them. I only learnt half of it that way. The rest I put together when I compared logs with the admiral's steward, who of course heard a great deal now and then. The first I heard of it was when old Sir John called out to Sir Isaac after the second bottle, "I say, Sir Isaac, who killed the Spanish messenger?" "Not I, by God," replied Sir Isaac. "I only left him for dead." And then they both laughed, and so did Nelson, who was sitting with them. Well, Mr Simple, it was reported to Sir Isaac that his clerk was often seen taking memorandums of the different orders given to the fleet, particularly those as to there being no wasteful expenditure of His Majesty's stores. Upon which Sir Isaac goes to the admiral and requests that the man might be discharged. Now old Sir John was a sly old fox, and he answered, "Not so, Commissioner. Perhaps we may catch them in their own trap." So the admiral sits down and calls for pen and ink, and he flourishes out a long letter to the commissioner, stating that all the stores of the fleet were expended, representing as how it would be impossible to go to sea without a supply, and wishing to know when the commissioner expected more transports from England. He also said that if the Spanish fleet were now to come out from Cadiz, it would be impossible for him to protect Sir W. Parker with his 6 sail of the line, who was watching the Spanish fleet, as he could not quit the port in his present condition. To this letter the commissioner answered, that from the last accounts he thought that in the course of 6 weeks or 2 months they might receive supplies from England, but that sooner than that was impossible. These letters were put in the way of the damned Portuguese spy clerk, who copied them, and was seen that evening to go into the house of the Spanish ambassador. Sir John then sent a message to Faro, that's a small town on the Portuguese coast to the southward, with a dispatch to Sir William Parker, desiring him to run away to Cape St. Vincent and decoy the Spanish fleet there, in case they should come out after him. Well, Mr Simple, so far do you see the train was well laid? The next thing to do was to watch the Spanish ambassador's house, and see if he sent away any dispatches. 2 days after the letters had been taken to him by this rascal of a clerk, the Spanish ambassador sent away 2 messengers, one for Cadiz and the other for Madrid, which is the town where the King of Spain lives. The one to Cadiz was permitted to go, but the one to Madrid was stopped by the directions of the admiral, and this job was confided to the commissioner, Sir Isaac, who settled it somehow or another. And this was the reason why the admiral called out to him, "I say, Sir Isaac, who killed the messenger?" They brought back his dispatches, by which they found out that advice had been sent to the Spanish admiral, I forget his name, something like Magazine, informing him of the supposed crippled state of our squadron. Sir John, taking it for granted that the Spaniards would not lose an opportunity of taking 6 sail of the line, more English ships than they had ever taken in their lives, waited a few days to give them time, and then sailed from Lisbon for Cape St. Vincent, where he joined Sir W. Parker, and fell in with the Spaniards sure enough, and a pretty drubbing we gave them. Now it's not everybody that could tell you all that, Mr Simple. Well, but now for the action, Swinburne. Lord bless you, Mr Simple, it's now past 7 bells, and I can't fight the battle of St. Vincent in half an hour. Besides which, it's well worth another glass of grog to hear all about the battle. Well, you should have one, Swinburne, only don't forget to tell it to me. Swinburne and I then separated, and in less than an hour afterwards I was dreaming of dispatches, Sir John Jervis, Sir Isaac Coffin, and Spanish messengers. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Peter Simple. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. recorded by Sylviamb in Washington State. Peter Simple by Frederick MARRYAT. Chapter 34. O'Brien's good advice. Captain Kearney again deals in the marvellous. I do not remember any circumstance in my life which, at that time, lay so heavily on my mind as the loss of poor Mr Chucks, the boatswain, whom, of course, I took it for granted I should never see again. I believe that the chief cause was, that at the time I entered the service, and every one considered me to be the fool of the family, Mr Chucks and O'Brien were the only two who thought of and treated me differently, and it was their conduct which induced me to apply myself and encouraged me to exertion. I believe that many a boy who, if properly patronised, would turn out well, is, by the injudicious system of browbeating and ridicule, forced into the wrong path, and in his despair throws away all self-confidence, and allows himself to be carried away by the stream into perdition. O'Brien was not very partial to reading himself. He played the German flute remarkably well, and had a very good voice. His chief amusement was practising, or rather playing, which is a very different thing. But although he did not study himself, he always made me come into his cabin for an hour or two every day, and after I had read, repeat to him the contents of the book. By this method he not only instructed me, but gained a great deal of information himself, for he made so many remarks upon what I had read, that it was impressed upon both our memories. "Well, Peter," he would say, as I came into the cabin, "what have you to tell me this morning? Sure it's you that's the schoolmaster, and not me, for I learn from you every day." "I have not read much, O'Brien, to day, for I have been thinking of poor Mr Chucks." "Very right for you to do so, Peter. Never forget your friends in a hurry. You'll not find too many of them as you trot along the highway of life." "I wonder whether he is dead?" "Why, that's a question I cannot answer. A bullet through the chest don't lengthen a man's days, that's certain. But this I know, that he'll not die if he can help it, now that he's got a captain's jacket on." Yes, he always aspired to be a gentleman, which was absurd enough in a boatswain. "Not at all absurd, Peter, but very absurd of you to talk without thinking. When did any one of his shipmates ever know Mr Chucks to do an unhandsome or mean action? Never. And why? Because he aspired to be a gentleman, and that feeling kept him above it. Vanity's a confounded donkey, very apt to put his head between his legs and chuck us over, but pride's a fine horse, who will carry us over the ground, and enable us to distance our fellow travellers. Mr Chucks had pride, and that's always commendable, even in a boatswain. How often have you read of people rising from nothing and becoming great men? This was from talent, sure enough, but it was a talent with pride to force it onward, not talent with vanity to cheek it." "You were very right, O'Brien. I spoke foolishly." "Never mind, Peter. Nobody heard you but me, so it's of no consequence. Don't you dine in the cabin to day?" "Yes, so do I. The captain is in a most marvellous humour this morning. He told me one or two yarns that quite staggered my politeness and my respect for him on the quarter deck. What a pity it is that a man should have gained such a bad habit." "He's quite incurable, I'm afraid," replied I, "but certainly his fibs do no harm. They are what they call white lies. I do not think he would really tell a lie, that is, a lie which would be considered to disgrace a gentleman." "Peter, all lies disgrace a gentleman, white or black, although I grant there is a difference. To say the least of it, it is a dangerous habit, for white lies are but the gentlemen ushers to black ones. I know but of one point on which a lie is excusable, and that is when you wish to deceive the enemy. Then your duty to your country warrants your lying till you're block in the face, and for the very reason that it goes against your grain, it becomes, as it were, a sort of virtue." "What was the difference between the marine officer and Mr Phillott that occurred this morning?" "Nothing at all in itself. The marine officer is a bit of a gaby, and takes offence where none is meant. Mr Phillott has a foul tongue, but he has a good heart." "What a pity it is." "It is a pity, for he's a smart officer. But the fact is, Peter, that junior officers are too apt to copy their superiors, and that makes it very important that a young gentleman should sail with a captain who is a gentleman. Now Phillott served the best of his time with Captain Ballover, who is notorious in the service for foul and abusive language. What is the consequence? That Phillott and many others who have served under him have learnt his bad habit." "I should think, O'Brien, that the very circumstance of having had your feelings so often wounded by such language when you were a junior officer would make you doubly careful not to make use of it to others, when you had advanced in the service. Peter, that's just the first feeling, which wears away after a time, but at last your own sense of indignation becomes blunted, and becoming indifferent to it, you forget also that you wound the feelings of others, and carry the habit with you, to the great injury and disgrace of the service. But it's time to dress for dinner, so you'd better make yourself scarce, Peter, while I titivate myself off a little, according to the rules and regulations of His Majesty's service, when you are asked to dine with the skipper. We met at the captain's table, where we found, as usual, a great display of plate, but very little else, except the ship's allowance. We certainly had now been cruising some time, and there was some excuse for it, but still few captains would have been so unprovided. "I'm afraid, gentlemen, you will not have a very grand dinner," observed the captain, as the steward removed the plated covers off the dishes, "but when on service we must rough it out how we can. Mr O'Brien, pea soup? I recollect faring harder than this through one cruise in a flush vessel. We were 13 weeks up to our knees in water, and living the whole time upon raw pork, not being able to light a fire during the cruise. Pray, Captain Kearney, may I ask where this happened?" "To be sure, it was off Bermudas. We cruised for 7 weeks before we could find the islands, and began verily to think that the Bermudas were themselves on a cruise. I presume, sir, you were not sorry to have a fire to cook your provisions when you came to an anchor," said O'Brien. "I beg your pardon," replied Captain Kearney. "We had become so accustomed to raw provisions and wet feet, that we could not eat our meals cooked, or help dipping our legs over the side, for a long while afterwards. I saw one of the boat keepers astern catch a large barracuda, and eat it alive. Indeed, if I had not given the strictest orders, and flogged half a dozen of them, I doubt whether they would not have eaten their victuals raw to this day. The force of habit is tremendous." "It is indeed," observed Mr Phillip dryly, and winking to us, referring to the captain's incredible stories. "It is indeed," repeated O'Brien. "We see the ditch in our neighbour's eye, and cannot observe a log of wood in our own," and O'Brien winked at me, referring to Philip's habit of bad language. "I once knew a married man," observed the captain, "who had been always accustomed to go to sleep with his hand upon his wife's head, and would not allow her to wear a nightcap in consequence. Well, she caught cold and died, and he never could sleep at night until he took a clothes brush to bed with him, and laid his hand upon that, which answered the purpose. Such was the force of habit." "Once I saw a dead body galvanized," observed Mr Phillip. "It was the body of a man who had taken a great deal of snuff during his lifetime, and as soon as the battery was applied to his spine, the body very gently raised its arm and put its fingers to its nose, as if it were taking a pinch." "You saw that yourself, Mr Phillip?" observed the captain, looking the first lieutenant earnestly in the face. "Yes, sir," replied Mr Phillip coolly. "Have you told that story often?" "Very often, sir, because I know that some people, by constantly telling a story, at last believe it to be true. Not that I refer to you, Mr Phillip, but still I should recommend you not to tell that story where you are not well known, or people may doubt your credibility." "I make it a rule to believe everything myself," observed Mr Phillip, "out of politeness, and I expect the same courtesy from others." "Then, upon my soul, when you tell that story, you trespass very much upon our good manners. Talking of courtesy, you might meet a friend of mine who has been a courtier all his life. He cannot help bowing. I have seen him bow to his horse, and thank him after he had dismounted, beg pardon of a puppy for treading on his tail, and one day when he fell over a scraper, he took off his hat and made it 1,000 apologies for his inattention." "Force of habit again," said O'Brien. "Exactly so. Mr Simple, will you take a slice of pork, and perhaps you'll do me the honour to take a glass of wine? Lord Privilege would not much admire your dinner to day, would he, Mr Simple?" "As a variety he might, sir, but not for a continuance." "Very truly said. Variety is charming. The negroes here get so tired of salt fish and okra broth, that they eat dirt by way of a relish. Mr O'Brien, how remarkably well you played that sonata of Pleydel's this morning." "I am happy that I did not annoy you, Captain Kearney, at all events," replied O'Brien. "On the contrary, I am very partial to good music. My mother was a great performer. I recollect once she was performing a piece on the piano, in which she had to imitate a thunderstorm. So admirably did she hit it off, that when we went to tea all the cream was turned sour, as well as 3 casks of beer in the cellar." In this assertion Mr Phillip could contain himself no longer, He burst out into a loud laugh, and having a glass of wine to his lips, spattered it all over the table, and over me, who unfortunately was opposite to him. I really beg pardon, Captain Kearney, but the idea of such an expensive talent was too amusing. Will you permit me to ask you a question? As there could not have been thunder without lightning, were any people killed at the same time by the electric fluid of the piano? No, sir, replied Captain Kearney very angrily, but her performance electrified us, which was something like it. Perhaps, Mr. Phillott, as you lost your last glass of wine, you will allow me to take another with you. With great pleasure, replied the first lieutenant, who perceived that he had gone far enough. Well, gentlemen, said the captain, we shall soon be in the land of plenty. I shall cruise a fortnight more, and then join the admiral at Jamaica. We must make out our dispatch relative to the cutting out of the Sylviamb. That was the name of the privateer brig, and I am happy to say that I shall feel it my duty to make honourable mention of all the party present. Steward, coffee. The first lieutenant, O'Brien, and I bowed to this flattering avowal on the part of the captain. As for myself, I felt delighted. The idea of my name being mentioned in the Gazette, and the pleasure that it would give to my father and mother, mantled the blood in my cheeks till I was as red as a turkey cock. Cousin Simple, said the captain good-naturedly, you have no occasion to blush. Your conduct deserves it, and you are indebted to Mr. Phillott for having made me acquainted with your gallantry. Coffee was soon over, and I was glad to leave the cabin and be alone, that I might compose my perturbed mind. I felt too happy. I did not, however, say a word to my messmates, as it might have created feelings of envy or ill will. O'Brien gave me a caution not to do so, when I met him afterwards, so that I was very glad that I had been so circumspect. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Peter Simple. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Sylviamb in Washington State. Peter Simple by Frederick MARRYAT. Chapter 35. Swinburne continues his narrative of the battle off Cape St. Vincent. The second night after this we had the middle watch, and I claimed Swinburne's promise that he would spin his yarn relative to the battle of St. Vincent. Well, Mr. Simple, so I will, but I require a little priming, or I shall never go off. Will you have your glass of grog before or after? Before, by all means, if you please, sir. Run down and get it, and I'll heave a log for you in the meantime, when we shall have a good hour without interruption, for the sea breeze will be steady, and we are under easy sail. I brought up a stiff glass of grog, which Swinburne tossed off, and as he finished it, sighed deeply, as if in sorrow that there was no more. Having stowed away the tumbler in one of the capstern holes for the present, we sat down upon a coil of ropes, under the weather bulwarks, and Swinburne, replacing his quid of tobacco, commenced as follows. Well, Mr. Simple, as I told you before, old Jervis started with all his fleet for Cape St. Vincent. We lost one of our fleet, and a 3-decker too, the St. George. She took the ground and was obliged to go back to Lisbon, but we soon afterwards were joined by 5 sail of the line, sent out from England, so that we mustered 15 sail in all. We had like to lose another of our mess, for do you see the old Culloden and Colossus fell foul of each other, and the Culloden had the worst on it. But Trowbridge, who commanded her, was not a man to shy his work, and axed to go in to refit, when there was a chance of meeting the enemy. So he patched her up somehow or another, and reported himself ready for action the very next day. Ready for action he always was, that's sure enough, but whether his ship was in a fit state to go into action is quite another story. But as the sailors used to say in joking, he was a true bridge, and you might trust to him, which meant as much as to say that he knew how to take his ship into action, and how to fight her when he was fairly in it. I think it was the next day that the Coburn joined us in the Minerva, and he brought Nelson along with him, with the intelligence that the Dons had chased him, and that the whole Spanish fleet was out in pursuit of us. Well, Mr. Simple, you may guess we were not a little happy in the captain, when Nelson joined us, as we knew that if we fell in with the Spaniards, our ship would cut a figure, and so she did, sure enough. That was on the morning of the 13th, and old Jervis made the signal to prepare for action and keep close order, which means to have your flying jib boom in at the starn windows of the ship ahead of you, and we did keep close order, for a man might have walked right round from one ship to the other, either lee or weather line of the fleet. I shan't forget that night, Mr Simple, as long as I live and breathe. Every now and then we heard the signal guns from the Spanish fleet booming at a distance to windward of us, and you may guess how our hearts leapt at the sound, and how we watched with all our ears for the next gun that was fired, trying to make out their bearings and distance, as we assembled in little knots upon the booms and weather gangway. It was my middle watch, and I was signalman at the time, so of course I had no time to take a cock if I was inclined. When my watch was over, I could not go down to my hammock, so I kept the morning watch too, as did most of the men on board. As for Nelson, he walked the deck the whole night, quite in a fever. At daylight it was thick and hazy weather, and we could not make them out, but about 5 bells the old Culloden, who, if she had broken her nose, had not lost the use of her eyes, made the signal for a part of the Spanish fleet in sight. Old Jervis repeated the signal to prepare for action, but he might have saved the wear and tear of the bunting, for we were all ready, bulkheads down, screens up, guns shotted, tackles rove, yards slung, powder filled, shot on the deck, and fire out. And what's more, Mr Simple, I'll be damned if we weren't all willing too. About 6 bells in the forenoon the fog and haze all cleared away at once, just like the rising of the foresail that they lowered down at the Portsmouth theatre, and discovered the whole of the Spanish fleet. I counted them all. "How many, Swinburne?" cries Nelson. 26 sail, sir," answered I. Nelson walked the quarterdeck backwards and forwards, rubbing his hands, and laughing to himself, and then he called for his glass, and went to the gangway with Captain Miller. "Swinburne, keep a good look upon the admiral," says he. "Aye, aye, sir," says I. Now you see, Mr Simple, 26 sail against 15 were great odds upon paper, but we didn't think so, because we knowed the difference between the two fleets. There was our 15 sail of the line, all in apple pie order, packed up as close as dominoes, and every man on board of them longing to come to the scratch, while there was their 26, all somehow nohow, 2 lines here, no line there, with a great gap of water in the middle of them. For this gap between the ships we all steered, with all the sail we could carry, because, do you see, Mr Simple, by getting them on both sides of us, we had the advantage of fighting both broadsides, which is just as easy as fighting one, and makes shorter work of it. Just as it struck 7 bells, Trowbridge opened the ball, setting to 6 of the Spaniards, and making them reel, Tom Collins, whether or no. Bang, 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 bang! Oh, Mr Simple, it's a beautiful sight to see the first guns fired that are to bring on a general action. "He's the luckiest dog, that Trowbridge," said Nelson, stamping with impatience. Our ships were soon hard at it, hammer and tongs. My eyes, how they did pelt it in! And old Sir John, in the Victory, smashed the cabin windows of the Spanish admiral with such a hell of a raking broadside, that the fellow bore up as if the devil kicked him. Lord of mercy, you might have drove a Portsmouth waggon into his starn. The broadside of the Victory had made room enough. However, they were soon all smothered up in smoke, and we could not make out how things were going on, but we made a pretty good guess. Well, Mr Simple, as they say at the play, that was act the first, scene the first, and now we had to make our appearance, and I'll leave you to judge, after I've told my tale, whether the old captain wasn't principal performer and top sawyer over them all. But stop a moment, I'll just look a bit at the binnacle, for that young topman's nodding at the wheel. I say, Mr Smith, are you shutting your eyes to keep them warm, and letting the ship run half a point out of her course? Take care I don't send for another helmsman, that's all, and give the reason why. You'll make a wry face upon 6 water grog tomorrow at 7 bells. Damn your eyes, keep them open, can't you?" Swinburne, after this genteel admonition to the man at the wheel, reseated himself and continued his narrative. All this while, Mr Simple, we and the captain had not fired a gun, but were ranging up as fast as we could to where the enemy lay in a heap. There were plenty to pick and choose from, and Nelson looked out sharp for a big one, as little boys do when they have to choose an apple, and by the piper that played before Moses, it was a big one that he ordered the master to put him alongside of. She was a 4-decker, called the Santissima Trinidad. We had to pass some whoppers, which would have satisfied any reasonable man, for there was the San Josef, and the Salvador del Mundo, and San Nicolas, but nothing would suit Nelson but this 4-decked ship, so we crossed the hawse of about 6 of them, and as soon as we were abreast of her, and at the word fire, every gun went off at once, slap into her, and the old captain reeled at the discharge as if she was drunk. I wish you'd only seen how we pitched it into this Holy Trinity. She was holy enough before we had done with her, riddled like a sieve, several of her ports knocked into one, and every scupper of her running blood and water. Not but what she stood to it as bold as brass, and gave us nearly gun for gun, and made a very pretty general average in our ship's company. Many of the old captains went to kingdom come in that business, and many more were obliged to bear up for Greenwich Hospital. "Fire away, my lads, steady aim," cries Nelson. "Jump down there, Mr. Thomas, pass the word to reduce the cartridges, the shot go clean through her. Double shot the guns there, fore and aft." So we were at it for about half an hour, when our guns became so hot from quick firing that they bounced out to the beams overhead, tearing away their ring bolts and snapping the breechings like rope yarns. By this time we were almost as much unrigged as if we had been 2 days paying off in Portsmouth harbour. The 4-decker forged ahead, and Troubridge in the jolly old Culloden came between us and 2 other Spanish ships who were playing into us. She was as fresh as a daisy, and gave them a dose which quite astonished them. They shook their ears and fell astern, when the Blenheim laid hold of them and mauled them so that they went astern again. But it was out of the frying pan and into the fire, for the Orion, Prince George, and 1 or 2 others were coming up and knocked the very guts out of them. I'll be damned if they forgot the 14th of April, and sarve them right too. Wasn't a 4-decker enough for any 2-decker, without any more coming on us, and couldn't the beggars have matched themselves like gentlemen? Well, Mr Simple, this gave us a minute or 2 to fetch our breath, let the guns cool and repair damages, and swab the blood from the decks, but we lost our 4-decker, for we could not get near her again. What odd names the Spaniards give to their ships, Swinburne! Why, yes, they do. It would almost appear wicked to belabour the Holy Trinity as we did, but why they should call a 4-decked ship the Holy Trinity I can't tell. Bill Saunders said that the 4th deck was for the Pope, who was as great a parsonage as the others, but I can't understand how that can be. Well, Mr Simple, as I was head signalman, I was perched on the poop, and didn't serve at a gun. I had to report all I could see, which was not much. The smoke was so thick, but now and then I could get a peep, as it were, through the holes in the blanket. Of course I was obliged to keep my eye as much as possible upon the admiral, not to make out his signals, for Commodore Nelson wouldn't thank me for that. I knew he hated a signal when in action, so I never took notice of the bunting, just watched to see what he was about. So while we are repairing damages, I just tell you what I saw of the rest of the fleet. As soon as old Jervis had done for the Spanish admiral, he hauled his wind on the larboard tack, and followed by 4 or 5 other ships, weathered the Spanish line and joined Collingwood in the Excellent. Then they all dashed through the line. The Excellent was leading ship, and she first took the shine out of the Salvador del Mundo, and then left her to be picked up by the other ships, while she attacked a 2-decker, who hauled down her colours. I forget her name just now. As soon as the Victory ran alongside of the Salvador del Mundo, down went her colours, and excellent reasons had she for striking her flag. And now, Mr Simple, the old captain comes into play again. Having parted company with the 4-decker, we had recommenced action with the San Nicolas, a Spanish 80, and while we were hard at it, old Collingwood comes up in the Excellent. The San Nicolas, knowing that the Excellent's broadside would send her to Old Nick, put her helm up to avoid being raked. In so doing, she fell foul of the San Josef, a Spanish 3-decker, and we being all cut to pieces and unmanageable, all of us, indeed, reeling about like drunken men, Nelson ordered his helm a starboard, and in a jiffy there we were, all 3 hugging each other, running in one another's guns, smashing our chain plates, and poking our yard arms through each other's canvas. "All hands to board!" roared Nelson, leaping on the hammocks and waving his sword. "Hurrah! Hurrah!" echoed through the decks, and up flew the men like as many angry bees out of a beehive. In a moment, pikes, tomahawks, cutlasses, and pistols were seized, for it was quite unexpected, Mr Simple, and our men poured into the 80-gun ship, and in 2 minutes the decks were cleared, and all the Dons pitched below. I joined the boarders, and was on the main deck when Captain Miller came down, and cried out, "On deck again, immediately!" Up we went, and what do you think it was for, Mr Simple? Why, to board a second time, for Nelson, having taken the 2-decker, swore that he'd have the 3-decker as well. So away we went again, clambering up her lofty sides, how we could, and dropping down on her decks like hailstones. We all made for the quarter-deck, beat down every Spanish beggar that showed fight, and in 5 minutes more we had hauled down the colours of 2 of the finest ships in the Spanish navy. If that wasn't taking the shine out of the Dons, I should like to know what is. And didn't the old captains cheer and shake hands as Commodore Nelson stood on the deck of the San Josef and received the swords of the Spanish officers? There was enough of them to go around the capstern, and plenty to spare. Now, Mr Simple, what do you think of that for a spree? Why, Swinburne, I can only say that I wish I had been there. So did every man in the fleet, Mr Simple, I can tell you. But what became of the Santissima Trinidad? Upon my word, she behaved 1 deck better than all the others. She held out against 4 of our ships for a long while, and then hauled down her colours, and no disgrace to her, considering what a precious hammering she had taken first. But the lee division of the Spanish weather fleet, if I may so call it, consisting of 11 sail of the line, came up to her assistance, and surrounded her so that they got her off. Our ships were too much cut up to commence a new action, and the admiral made the signal to secure the prizes. The Spanish fleet then did what they should have done before, got into line, and we lost no time in doing the same, but we both had fighting enough. But do you think, Swinburne, that the Spaniards fought well? They'd have fought better if they'd only have known how. There's no want of courage in the Dons, Mr Simple, but they did not support each other. Only observe how Trowbridge supported us. By God, Mr Simple, he was the real fellow, and Nelson knew it well. He was Nelson's right-hand man. But you know there wasn't room for 2 Nelsons. Their ships engaged held out well, it must be acknowledged, but why weren't they all in their proper berths? Had they kept close order of sailing, and had all fought as well as those who were captured, it would not have been a very easy matter for 15 ships to gain a victory over 26. That's long odds, even when backed by British seamen. Well, how did you separate? Why, the next morning the Spaniards had the weather gauge, so they had the option whether to fight or not. At one time they had half a mind, for they bore down to us, upon which we hauled our wind, to show them we were all ready to meet them, and then they thought better of it, and rounded to again. So as they wouldn't fight, and we didn't wish it, we parted company in the night, and 2 days afterwards we anchored with our 4 prizes in Lagos Bay. So now you have the whole of it, Mr Simple, and I've talked till I'm quite hoarse. You haven't by chance another drop of the stuff left to clear my throat? It would be quite a charity. I think I have, Swinburne, and as you deserve it, I will go and fetch it. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Peter Simple. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Sylviamb in Washington State. Peter Simple by Frederick MARRYAT. Chapter 36. A letter from Father McGrath, who diplomatizes. When priest meets priest, then comes the tug of war. Father O'Toole not to be made a tool of. We continued our cruise for a fortnight, and then made sail for Jamaica, where we found the Admiral at anchor at Port Royal. But our signal was made to keep under way, and Captain Kearney, having paid his respects to the Admiral, received orders to carry dispatches to Halifax. Water and provisions were sent on board by the boats of the Admiral's ships, and to our great disappointment, as the evening closed in, we were again standing out to sea, instead of, as we had anticipated, enjoying ourselves on shore. But the fact was that orders had arrived from England to send a frigate immediately up to the Admiral at Halifax, to be at his disposal. I had, however, the satisfaction to know that Captain Kearney had been true to his word in making mention of my name in the dispatch, for the clerk showed me a copy of it. Nothing occurred worth mentioning during our passage, except that Captain Kearney was very unwell nearly the whole time, and seldom quitted his cabin. It was in October that we anchored in Halifax harbour, and the Admiralty, expecting our arrival there, had forwarded our letters. There were none for me, but there was one for O'Brien, from Father McGrath, the contents of which were as follows. My dear son, and a good son you are, and that's the truth on it, or devil a bit should you be a son of mine. You've made your family quite contented and peaceable, and they never fight for the praties now. Good reason why they shouldn't, seeing that there's a plenty for all of them, and the pig crotters into the bargain. Your father and your mother, and your brother and your 3 sisters send their duty to you, and their blessings too. And you may add my blessing, Terence, which is worth them all, for won't I get you out of purgatory in the twinkling of a bedpost? Make yourself quite easy on that score, and lave it all to me. Only just say, Pater, now and then, that when St. Peter lets you in, he mayn't throw it in your teeth that you've saved your soul by contract, which is the only way by which emperors and kings ever get to heaven. Your letter from Plymouth came safe to hand, Barney, the post-boy, having dropped it underfoot close to our door. The big pig took it into his mouth and ran away with it, but I caught sight of him, and speaking to him, he let it go, knowing, the cute cratur, that I could read it better than him. As soon as I had digested the contents, which it was lucky the pig did not instead of me, I just took my meal on my big stick, and then set off for Ballyclook. Now you know, Terence, if you haven't forgot, and if you have, I'll just remind you, that there's a flaunty sort of young woman at the poteen shop there, who calls herself Mrs. O'Rourke, wife to Corporal O'Rourke, who was kilt or died one day, I don't know which, but that's not of much consequence. The devil a bit do I think the priest ever gave the marriage blessing to that same, although she swears that she was married on the rock of Gibraltar. It may be a strong rock, for I know, but it's not the rock of salvation, like the 7 sacraments of which married is one. Benedicite. Mrs. O'Rourke is a little too apt to fleer and jeer at the priests, and if it were not that she softens down her pertinent remarks with a glass or 2 of the real poteen, which proves some respect for the church, I'd excommunicate her body and soul, and everybody and every soul that put their lips to the crater at her door. But she must leave that off, as I tell her, when she gets old and ugly, for then all the whiskey in the world shan't save her. But she's a fine woman now, and it goes again my conscience to help the devil to a fine woman. Now, this Mrs. O'Rourke knows everybody and everything that's going on in the country about, and she has a tongue which has never had a holy day since it was let loose. Good morning to you, Mrs. O'Rourke, says I. At the top of the morning to you, Father McGrath, says she, with a smile. What brings you here? Is it a journey that you're taking to buy the true wood of the cross? Or is it a pretty girl that you wish to confess, Father McGrath? Or is it only that you're come for a drop of poteen and a little bit of chat with Mrs. O'Rourke? Sure, it's I who would be glad to find the same true wood of the cross, Mrs. O'Rourke, but it's not grown, I suspect, at your town of Ballyclough. And it's no objection I'd have to confess a pretty girl like yourself, Mrs. O'Rourke, who'll only tell me half her sins, and give me no trouble. But it's the truth that I'm here for nothing else but to have a bit of a chat with yourself, dainty dear, and taste your poteen, just by way of keeping my mouth nate and clean. So Mrs. O'Rourke poured out the real stuff, which I drank to her health, and then says, putting down a bit of a glass, So you've a stranger come, I find, in your parts, Mrs. O'Rourke. I've heard the same, replied she. So you observe, Terence, I came to the fact all at once, by guess. I'm told, says I, that he's a Scotchman and speaks what nobody can understand. Devil a bit, says she. He's an Englishman and speaks plain enough. But what can a man mean to come here and sit down all alone, says I. All alone, Father McGrath, replied she. Is a man all alone when he's got his wife and childer, and more coming with the blessing of God? Those boys are not his childer, I believe, says I. There again you're all in a mistake, Father McGrath, rejoined she. The childer are all his own, and all girls to boot. It appears that it's just as well that you come down now and then for information to our town of Ballyclough. Very true, Mrs. O'Rourke, says I. And who is it that knows everything so well as yourself? You observe, Terence, that I just said everything contrary and vice versa, as they call it, to the contents of your letter. For always recollect, my son, that if you would worm a secret out of a woman, you'll do more by contradiction than you ever will by coaxing. So I went on. Anyhow, I think it's a burning shame, Mrs. O'Rourke, for a gentleman to bring over with him here from England a parcel of lazy English servants, when there's so many nice boys and girls here to attend upon 'em. Now there you're all wrong again, Father McGrath, says she. Divil a soul has he brought from the other country, but has hired them all here. Ain't there Ella Flanagan for one maid, and Terence Driscoll for a footman? And it's well that he looks in his new uniform when he comes down for the newspapers. And aren't Moggy Calla there to cook the dinner, and pretty Mary Sullivan for a nurse for the babby as soon as it comes into the world? Is it Mary Sullivan, you mean? Says I. She that was married about 3 months back, and is so quick in child-getting that she's all but ready to fall to pieces in this same time? It's exactly she, says Mrs. O'Rourke. And do you know the reason? Devil a bit, says I. How should I? Then it's just that she may send her own child away and give her milk to the English babby that's coming, because the lady is too much of a lady to have a child hanging on her breast. But suppose Mary Sullivan's child aren't born till afterwards, how then? Says I. Speak, Mrs. O'Rourke, for you're a sensible woman. How then? Says she. Och, that's all arranged, for Mary says that she'll be in bed a week before the lady, so that's all right, you'll perceive, Father McGrath. But don't you perceive, sensible woman as you are, that a young woman who is so much out of her reckoning as to have a child 3 months after her marriage may make a little mistake in relying in arithmetic, Mrs. O'Rourke? Never fear, Father McGrath. Mary Sullivan will keep her word, and sooner than disappoint the lady and lose her place, she'll just tumble downstairs, and won't that put her to bed fast enough? Well, that's what I call a faithful good servant that earns her wages, says I. So now I'll just take another glass, Mrs. O'Rourke, and thank you too. Sure, you're the woman that knows everything, and a mighty pretty woman into the bargain. Let me alone now, Father McGrath, and don't be pinching me that way anyhow. It was only a big flea that I perceived hopping on your gown, my darling, devil anything else. Many thanks to you, Father, for the same. But the next time you'd kill my fleas, just wait until they're in a more decent situation. Fleas are fleas, Mrs. O'Rourke, and we must catch 'em when we can, and how we can, and as we can, so no offence. And good night's rest to you, Mrs. O'Rourke. When do you mean to confess? I've an idea that I've too many fleas about me to confess to you just now, Father McGrath, and that's the truth on it. So pleasant walk back to you. So you'll perceive, my son, that having got all the information from Mrs. O'Rourke, it's back I went to Ballyhinch, till I heard it whispered that there were doings down at the old house at Ballyclue. Off I set and went to the house itself, as priests always ought to be welcome at births and marriages and deaths being, as you know, of great use on such occasions. When who should open the door but Father O'Toole, the biggest rapparee of a priest in the whole Ireland. Didn't he steal a horse and only save his neck by benefited clergy? And did he ever give absolution to any young woman without making her sin over again? What may be your pleasure here, Father McGrath? Says he, holding the door with his hand. Only just to call and hear what's going on. For the matter of that, says he, I'll just tell you that we're all going on very well. But aren't you ashamed of yourself, Father McGrath, to come here and interfere with my flock, knowing that I confess the house altogether? That's as may be, says I, but I only wanted to know what the lady had brought into the world. It's a child, says he. Indeed, says I. Many thanks for the information, and pray what is it that Mary Sullivan has brought into the world? That's a child too, says he. And now that you know all about it, good evening to you, Father McGrath. And the ugly brute slammed the door right in my face. Who stole a horse? Cries I. But he didn't harm me. More's the pity. So you'll perceive, my dear boy, that I have found out something, at all events, but not so much as I intended, for I'll prove to Father O'Toole that he's no match for Father McGrath. But what I find out must be reserved for another letter, seeing that it's not possible to tell it to you in this same. Pratties look well, but somehow or other clothes don't grow upon trees in old Ireland, and one of your half-quarterly bills, or a little prize money, if it found its way here, would add not a little to the respectability of the family appearance. Even my cassock is becoming too holy for a parish priest. Not that I care about it so much. Only Father O'Toole, the baste, had on a brand new one. Not that I believe that he ever came honestly by it, as I have by mine. But get it how you may, a new gown always looks better than an old one, that's certain. So no more present from your loving friend and confessor, Tog McGrath. Now you'll observe, Peter, said O'Brien, after I had read the letter, that as I supposed your uncle meant mischief when he went over to Ireland, whether the children are both girls or both boys, or your uncle is a boy, or the other is a girl, there's no knowledge at present. If an exchange was required, it's made, that's certain. But I will write again to Father McGrath and insist upon his finding out the truth if possible. Have you any letter from your father? None, I'm sorry to say. I wish I had, for he would not have failed to speak on the subject. Well, never mind. It's no use dreaming over the matter. We must do our best when we get to England ourselves, and in the meantime trust to Father McGrath. I'll go and write to him while my mind's full of it. O'Brien wrote his letter, and the subject was not started again. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Peter Simple. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Sylviamb in Washington State. Peter Simple by Frederick MARRYAT. Chapter 37. Captain Kearney's illness. He makes his will and devises sundry chateaux en Espagne for the benefit of those concerned. The legacy duty in this instance not ruinous. He signs, seals, and dies. The captain, as was his custom, went on shore and took up his quarters at a friend's house, that is to say, the house of an acquaintance, or any polite gentleman who would ask him to take a dinner and a bed. This was quite sufficient for Captain Kearney, who would fill his portmanteau and take up his quarters without thinking of leaving them until the ship sailed, or some more advantageous invitation was given. This conduct in England would have very much trespassed upon our ideas of hospitality, but in our foreign settlements and colonies, where the society is confined and novelty is desirable, a person who could amuse, like Captain Kearney, was generally welcome, let him stay as long as he pleased. All sailors agree in asserting that Halifax is one of the most delightful ports in which a ship can anchor. Everybody is hospitable, cheerful, and willing to amuse and be amused. It is therefore a very bad place to send a ship if you wish her to refit in a hurry, unless indeed the admiral is there to watch over your daily progress, and a sharp commissioner to expedite your motions in the dockyard. The admiral was there when we arrived, and we should not have lain there long, had not the health of Captain Kearney, by the time that we were ready for sea, been so seriously affected that the doctor was of the opinion that he could not sail. Another frigate was sent to our intended cruising ground, and we lay idle in port. But we consoled ourselves. If we did not make prize money, at all events, we were very happy, and the major part of the officers very much in love. We had remained in Halifax harbour about 3 weeks, when a very great change for the worse took place in Captain Kearney's disease. Disease, indeed, it could hardly be called. He had been long suffering from the insidious attacks of a hot climate, and though repeatedly advised to invalid, he never would consent. His constitution appeared now to be breaking up. In a few days he was so ill, that at the request of the naval surgeons, he consented to be removed to the hospital, where he could command more comforts than in any private house. He had not been in the hospital more than 2 days when he sent for me, and stated his wish that I should remain with him. You know, Peter, that you are a cousin of mine, and one likes to have one's relations near one when we are sick, so bring your traps on shore. The doctor has promised me a nice little room for yourself, and you shall come and sit with me all day. I certainly had no objection to remain with him, because I considered it my duty so to do, and I must say that there was no occasion for me to make any efforts to entertain him, as he always entertained me. But I could not help seriously reflecting, and feeling much shocked at a man lying in so dangerous a state, for the doctors had pronounced his recovery to be impossible, still continuing a system of falsehood during the whole day, without intermission, but it really appeared to him to be innate, and as Swinburne said, if he told the truth, it was entirely by mistake. "Peter," said he one day, "there's a great draught. Shut the door and put on some more coals." "The fire does not draw well, sir," replied I, "without the doors open." It's astonishing how little people understand the nature of these things. When I built my house called Welcott Abbey, there was not a chimney would draw. I sent for the architect and abused him, but he could not manage it. I was obliged to do it myself. Did you manage it, sir? Manage it? I think I did. The first time I lighted the fire, I opened the door, and the draught was so great that my little boy William, who was standing in the current of the air, would have gone right up the chimney, if I had not caught him by the petticoats. As it was, his frock was on fire. Why, sir, it must have been as bad as a hurricane. No, not quite so bad, but it showed what a little knowledge of philosophical arrangement could effect. We have no hurricanes in England, Peter, but I have seen a very pretty whirlwind when I was at Welcott Abbey. Indeed, sir? Yes, it cut 4 square haystacks quite round, and I lost 20 tons of hay. It twisted the iron lamp post at the entrance just as a porpoise twists a harpoon, and took up a sow in her litter of pigs that were about 100 yards from the back of the house, and landed them safe over the house to the front, with the exception of the old sow putting her shoulder out. Indeed, sir? Yes, but what was strange, there were a great many rats in the hayrick, and up they went with the hay. Now, Peter, by the laws of gravitation, they naturally came down before the hay, and I was walking with my greyhound, or rather terrier, and after one coming down close to her, which she killed, it was quite ridiculous to notice her looking up in the air and watching for others. A greyhound, did you say, sir, or a terrier? Both, Peter. The fact is, she had been a greyhound, but breaking her foreleg against a stump when coursing, I had the other 3 amputated as well, and then she made a capital terrier. She was a great favourite of mine." "Well," observed I have read something like that in Baron Munchausen." "Mr Simple," said the captain, turning on his elbow and looking me severely in the face, "what do you mean to imply?" "Oh, nothing, sir, but I have read a story of that kind. Most probably. The great art of invention is to found it upon facts. There are some people who out of a molehill will make a mountain, and facts and fiction become so blended nowadays, that even truth becomes a matter of doubt." "Very true, sir," replied I; and as he did not speak for some minutes, I ventured to bring my Bible to his bedside, as if I were reading it to myself. "What are you reading, Peter?" said he. "Only a chapter in the Bible, sir," said I. "Would you like that I should read aloud?" "Yes, I'm very fond of the Bible. It's the book of truth. Peter, read me about Jacob and his weathering Esau with a mess of pottage, and obtaining his father's blessing." I could not help thinking it singular that he should select a portion in which, for divine reasons, a lie was crowned with such success and reward. When I had finished it, he asked me to read something more. I turned over to the Acts of the Apostles, and commenced the chapter in which Ananias and Sapphira were struck dead. When I had finished, he observed very seriously, "That is a very good lesson for young people, Peter, and points out that you should never swerve from the truth. Recollect as your motto, Peter, to tell truth and shame the devil." After this observation, I laid down the book, as it appeared to me that he was quite unaware of his propensity, and without a sense of your fault, how can repentance and amendment be expected? He became more feeble and exhausted every day, and at last was so weak that he could scarcely raise himself in his bed. One afternoon he said, "Peter, I shall make my will. Not that I am going to kick the bucket just yet, but still it is every man's duty to set his house in order, and it will amuse me. So fetch pen and paper and come and sit down by me." I did as he requested. "Write, Peter, that I, Anthony George William Charles Huskisson Kearney," my father's name was Anthony, Peter. I was christened George after the present regent, William and Charles after Mr Pitt and Mr Fox, who were my sponsors. Huskisson is the name of my great uncle, whose property devolves to me. He's 83 now, so he can't last long. "Have you written down that?" "Yes, sir." "Being in sound mind, do hereby make my last will and testament, revoking all former wills." "Yes, sir." "I bequeath to my dearly beloved wife, Augusta Charlotte Kearney," she was named after the Queen and Princess Augusta, who held her at the baptismal font, "all my household furniture, books, pictures, plate, and houses, for her own free use and will, and to dispose of at her pleasure upon her demise." "Is that down?" "Yes, sir." "Also the interest of all my money in the 3 per cents reduced, and in the long annuities, and the balance in my agent's hands for her natural life. At her death to be divided into equal portions between my 2 children, William Mohammed Potemkin Kearney, and Caroline Anastasia Kearney. Is that down?" "Yes, sir." "Well then, Peter, now for my real property. My estate in Kent, let me see, what is the name of it? Walcot Abbey, my 3 farms in the Vale of Aylesbury, and the marshlands in Norfolk I bequeath to my 2 children aforenamed, the proceeds of the same to be laid up, deducting all necessary expenses for their education, for their sole use and benefit. Is that down?" "Not yet, sir." "Use and benefit. Now it is, sir. Until they come to the age of 21 years, or in case of my daughter until she marries with the consent of my executors, then to be equally and fairly valued and divided between them. You observe, Peter, I never make any difference between girls and boys. A good father will leave one child as much as another. Now I'll take my breath a little." I was really astonished. It was well known that Captain Kearney had nothing but his pay, and that it was the hopes of prize money to support his family which had induced him to stay out so long in the West Indies. It was laughable, yet I could not laugh. There was a melancholy feeling at such a specimen of insanity which prevented me. "Now, Peter, we'll go on," said Captain Kearney, after a pause of a few minutes. "I have a few legacies to bequeath. First of all, my servants, £50 each, and 2 suits of mourning. To my nephew, Thomas Kearney, of Kearney Hall, Yorkshire, I bequeath the sword presented me by the Grand Sultan. I promised it to him, and although we have quarrelled and not spoken for years, I always keep my word. The plate presented me by the merchants and underwriters of Lloyd's I leave to my worthy friend the Duke of Newcastle. Is that down? Yes, sir. Well, my snuff box, presented me by Prince Potemkin, I bequeath to Admiral Sir Isaac Coffin, and also I release him from the mortgage which I hold over his property of the Madeline Islands in North America. By the by, say, and further, I bequeath to him the bag of snuff presented to me by the Dey of Algiers. He may as well have the snuff as he has the snuff box. Is that down? Yes, sir. Well then, now, Peter, I must leave you something. Oh, never mind me, replied I. No, Peter, I must not forget my cousin. Let me see. You shall have my fighting sword. A real good one, I can tell you. I once fought a duel with it at Palermo, and ran a Sicilian prince so clean through the body, and it held so tight, that we were obliged to send for a pair of post horses to pull it out again. Put that down as a legacy for my cousin, Peter Simple. I believe that is all. Now for my executors, and I request my particular friends, the Earl of Londonderry and the Marquis of Chandos, and Mr. John Lubbock, banker, to be my executors, and leave each of them the sum of £1,000 for their trouble and in token of regard. That will do, Peter. Now, as I have left so much real property, it is necessary that there should be 3 witnesses, so call in 2 more and let me sign in your presence. This order was obeyed, and this strange will duly attested, for I hardly need to say that even the presents he had pretended to receive were purchased by himself at different times, but such was the force of his ruling passion even to the last. Mr. Phillott and O'Brien used to come and see him, as did occasionally some of the other officers, and he was always cheerful and merry, and seemed to be quite indifferent about his situation, although fully aware of it. His stories, if anything, became more marvellous, as no one ventured to express a doubt as to their credibility. I had remained in the hospital about a week, when Captain Kearney was evidently dying. The doctor came, felt his pulse, and gave it as his opinion that he could not outlive the day. This was on a Friday, and there certainly was every symptom of dissolution. He was so exhausted that he could scarcely articulate. His feet were cold, and his eyes appeared glazed and turning upwards. The doctor remained an hour, felt his pulse again, shook his head, and said to me in a low voice, "He is quite gone." As soon as the doctor quitted the room, Captain Kearney opened his eyes and beckoned me to him. "He's a confounded fool, Peter," said he. "He thinks I'm slipping my wind now, but I know better. Going I am, 'tis true, but I shan't die till next Thursday." Strange to say, from that moment he rallied, and although it was reported that he was dead, and the admiral had signed the acting order for his successor, the next morning, to the astonishment of everybody, Captain Kearney was still alive. He continued in this state between life and death until the Thursday next, the day on which he asserted that he would die, and on that morning he was evidently sinking fast. Towards noon his breathing became much oppressed and irregular, and he was evidently dying. The rattle in his throat commenced, and I watched at his bedside, waiting for his last gasp, when he again opened his eyes, and beckoning me with an effort to put my head close to him to hear what he had to say, he contrived in a sort of gurgling whisper, and with much difficulty, to utter, "Peter, I'm going now. Not that the rattle in my throat is a sign of death, for I once knew a man to live with the rattle in his throat for 6 weeks." He fell back and expired, having perhaps, as his last gasp, told the greatest lie of his whole life. Thus died this most extraordinary character, who in most other points commanded respect. He was a kind man and a good officer, but from the idiosyncrasy of his disposition, whether from habit or from nature, could not speak the truth. I say from nature, because I have witnessed the vice of stealing equally strong, and never to be eradicated. It was in a young messmate of good family, and who was supplied with money to almost any extent. He was one of the most generous, open-hearted lads that I ever knew. He would offer his purse or the contents of his chest to any of his messmates, and at the same time would steal everything that he could lay his hands upon. I have known him watch for hours to steal what could be of no use to him, as for instance an odd shoe, and that much too small for his foot. What he stole he would give away the very next day, but to check it was impossible. It was so well known that if anything were missed, we used first to apply to his chest to see if it were there, and usually found the article in question. He appeared to be wholly insensible to shame upon this subject, though in every other he showed no want of feeling or honour, and strange to say, he never covered his theft with a lie. After vain attempts to cure him of this propensity, he was dismissed the service as incorrigible. Captain Kearney was buried in the churchyard with the usual military honours. In his desk we found directions in his own hand relative to his funeral, and the engraving on his tombstone. In these he states his age to be 31 years. If this were correct, Captain Kearney, from the time he had been in the service of his country, must have entered the navy just 4 months before he was born. It was unfortunate that he commenced the inscription with "Here lies Captain Kearney," etc., etc. His tombstone had not been set up 24 hours before somebody, who knew his character, put a dash under one word, as emphatic as it was true of the living man. "Here lies Captain Kearney." End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Peter Simple. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Sylviamb in Washington State. Peter Simple by Frederick MARRYAT. Chapter 38. Captain Horton. Gloomy news from home. Get over head and ears in the water, and find myself afterwards growing one way and my clothes another. Though neither as rich as a Jew or as large as a camel, I passed through my examination, which my brother candidates think passing strange. The day after Captain Kearney's decease, his acting successor made his appearance on board. The character of Captain Horton was well known to us from the complaints made by the officers belonging to his ship, of his apathy and indolence. Indeed, he went by the sobriquet of the Sloth. It certainly was very annoying to his officers to witness so many opportunities of prize money and distinction thrown away through the indolence of his disposition. Captain Horton was a young man of family who had advanced rapidly in the service from interest, and from occasionally distinguishing himself. In the several cutting out expeditions on which he had not volunteered but had been ordered, he had shown not only courage, but a remarkable degree of coolness in danger and difficulty, which had gained him much approbation. But it was said that this coolness arose from his very fault, an unaccountable laziness. He would walk away, as it were, from the enemy's fire, when others would hasten, merely because he was so apathetic that he would not exert himself to run. In one cutting out expedition in which he distinguished himself, it is said that having to board a very high vessel, and that in a shower of grape and musketry, when the boat dashed alongside, and the men were springing up, he looked up at the height of the vessel's sides, and exclaimed with a look of despair, "My God, must we really climb up that vessel's decks?" When he had gained the deck and became excited, he then proved how little fear had to do with the remark, the captain of the ship falling by his hand, as he fought in advance of his own men. But this peculiarity, which in a junior officer was of little consequence, and a subject of mirth, in a captain became a very serious nature. The admiral was aware how often he had neglected to annoy or capture the enemy when he might have done it, and by such neglect Captain Horton infringed one of the articles of war, the punishment awarded to which infringement is death. His appointment, therefore, to the Sanglier was as annoying to us as his quitting his former ship was agreeable to those on board of her. As it happened, it proved of little consequence. The admiral had instructions from home to advance Captain Horton to the first vacancy, which of course he was obliged to comply with. But not wishing to keep on the station an officer who would not exert himself, he resolved to send her to England with despatches, and retain the other frigate, which had been ordered home, and which we had been sent up to replace. We therefore heard it announced with feelings of joy, mingled with regret, that we were immediately to proceed to England. For my part, I was glad of it. I had now served my time as midshipman to within 5 months, and I thought that I had a better chance of being made in England than abroad. I was also very anxious to go home, for family reasons, which I have already explained. In a fortnight we sailed with several vessels, and directions to take charge of a large convoy from Quebec, which was to meet us off the island of St. John's. In a few days we joined our convoy, and with a fair wind bore up for England. The weather soon became very bad, and we were scudding before a heavy gale, under bare poles. Our captain seldom quitted the cabin, but remained there on a sofa stretched at his length, reading a novel or dozing, as he found most agreeable. I recollect a circumstance which occurred, which will prove the apathy of his disposition, and how unfit he was to command so fine a frigate. We had been scudding 3 days when the weather became much worse. O'Brien, who had the middle watch, went down to report that it blew very hard. "Very well," said the captain, "let me know if it blow harder." In about an hour more the gale increased, and O'Brien went down again. "It blows much harder, Captain Horton." "Very well," answered Captain Horton, turning in his cot. "You may call me again when it blows harder." At about 6 bells the gale was at its height, and the wind roared in its fury. Down went O'Brien again. "It blows tremendous hard now, Captain Horton." "Well, well, if the weather becomes worse—" "It can't be worse," interrupted O'Brien. "It's impossible to blow harder." "Indeed! Well then," replied the captain, "let me know when it lulls." In the morning watch a similar circumstance took place. Mr Phillott went down, and said that several of the convoy were out of sight astern. "Shall we heave to, Captain Horton?" "Oh no," replied he, "she will be so uneasy. Let me know if you lose sight of any more." In an hour the first lieutenant reported that there were very few to be seen. "Very well, Mr Phillott," replied the captain, turning round to sleep, "let me know if you lose any more." Some time elapsed, and the first lieutenant reported that they were all out of sight. "Very well then," said the captain, "call me when you see them again." This was not very likely to take place, as we were going 12 knots an hour, and running away from them as fast as we could, so the captain remained undisturbed until he thought proper to get up to breakfast. Indeed, we never saw any more of our convoy, but taking the gale with us, in 15 days anchored in Plymouth Sound. The orders came down for the frigate to be paid off, all standing and recommissioned. I received letters from my father, in which he congratulated me at my name being mentioned in Captain Kearney's despatches, and requested me to come home as soon as I could. The admiral allowed my name to be put down on the books of the guardship, that I might not lose my time, and then gave me 2 months' leave of absence. I bade farewell to my shipmates, shook hands with O'Brien, who proposed to go over to Ireland previous to his applying for another ship, and, with my pay in my pocket, set off in the Plymouth mail, and in 3 days was once more in the arms of my affectionate mother, and warmly greeted by my father and the remainder of my family. Once more with my family, I must acquaint the reader with what had occurred since my departure. My eldest sister Lucy had married an officer in the army, a Captain Fielding, and his regiment having been ordered out to India, had accompanied her husband, and letters had been received just before my return, announcing their safe arrival at Ceylon. My second sister Mary had also been engaged to be married, and from her infancy was of extremely delicate health. She was very handsome and much admired. Her intended husband was a baronet of good family, but unfortunately she caught a cold at the assize ball and went off in a decline. She died about 2 months before my arrival, and the family were in deep mourning. My third sister, Ellen, was still unmarried. She also was a very beautiful girl, and now 17. My mother's constitution was much shaken by the loss of my sister Mary, and the separation from her eldest child. As for my father, even the loss of his daughter appeared to be wholly forgotten in the unwelcome intelligence which he had received, that my uncle's wife had been delivered of a son, which threw him out of the anticipated titles and estates of my grandfather. It was indeed a house of mourning. My mother's grief I respected, and tried all I could to console her. That of my father was so evidently worldly, and so at variance with his clerical profession, that I must acknowledge I felt more of anger at it than sorrow. He had become morose and sullen, harsh to those around him, and not so kind to my mother as her state of mind and health made it his duty to be, even if inclination were wanted. He seldom passed any portion of the day with her, and in the evening she went to bed very early, so that there was little communication between them. My sister was a great consolation to her, and so, I hope, was I. She often said so, as she embraced me, and the tears rolled down her cheeks, and I could not help surmising that those tears were doubled from the coolness and indifference, if not unkindness, with which my father behaved to her. As for my sister, she was an angel, and as I witnessed her considerate attentions to my mother, and the total forgetfulness of self which she displayed, so different from my father, who was all self, I often thought what a treasure she would prove to any man who was fortunate enough to win her love. Such was the state of my family when I returned to it. I had been at home about a week, when one evening after dinner I submitted to my father the propriety of trying to obtain my promotion. "I can do nothing for you, Peter. I have no interest whatever," replied he moodily. "I do not think that much is required, sir," replied I. "My time will be served on the 20th of next month. If I pass, which I trust I shall be able to do, my name having been mentioned in the public despatches will render it a point of no very great difficulty to obtain my commission at the request of my grandfather." "Yes, Your grandfather might succeed, I have no doubt, but I think you have little chance now in that quarter. My brother has a son, and we are thrown out. You are not aware, Peter, how selfish people are, and how little they will exert themselves for their relations. Your grandfather has never invited me since the announcement of my brother's increase to his family. Indeed, I have never been near him, for I know that is of no use. I must think otherwise of Lord Privilege, my dear father, until your opinion is confirmed by his own conduct. That I am not so much an object of interest, I grant, but still he was very kind, and appeared to be partial to me. Well, well, you can try all you can, but you'll soon see of what stuff this world is made. I am sure I hope it will be so, for what is to become of you children if I die? I do not know. I have saved little or nothing, and now all my prospects are blasted by this. And my father dashed his fist upon the table in a manner by no means clerical, and with a look very unworthy of an apostle. I am sorry that I must thus speak of my father, but I must not disguise the truth. Still, I must say, there was much in extenuation of his conduct. He had always a dislike to the profession of the church. His ambition as a young man had been to enter the army, for which service he was much better qualified. But as it had been the custom for centuries to entail all the property of the aristocracy upon the eldest son, and leave the other brothers to be supported by the state, or rather by the people, who are taxed for their provision, my father was not permitted to follow the bent of his own inclination. An elder brother had already selected the army as his profession, and it was therefore decided that my father should enter the church. And thus it is that we have had, and still have, so many people in that profession, who are not only totally unfit for, but who actually disgrace their calling. The law of primogeniture is beset with evils and injustice, yet without it, the aristocracy of a country must sink into insignificance. It appears to me that as long as the people of a country are content to support the younger sons of the nobility, it is well that the aristocracy should be held up as a third estate, and a link between the sovereign and the people; but that if the people are either too poor, or are unwilling to be so taxed, they have a right to refuse taxation for such purposes, and to demand that the law of primogeniture should be abolished. I remained at home until my time was complete, and then set off for Plymouth to undergo my examination. The passing day had been fixed by the admiral for the Friday, and as I arrived on Wednesday, I amused myself during the day, walking about the dockyard and trying all I could to obtain further information in my profession. On the Thursday, a party of soldiers from the depot were embarking at the landing place in men of war boats, and as I understood were about to proceed to India. I witnessed the embarkation, and waited till they shoved off, and then walked to the anchor wharf to ascertain the weights of the respective anchors of the different classes of vessels in the king's service. I had not been there long, when I was attracted by the squabbling created by a soldier, who, it appeared, had quitted the ranks to run up to the tap in the dockyard to obtain liquor. He was very drunk, and was followed by a young woman with a child in her arms, who was endeavouring to pacify him. "Now be quiet, Patrick Jewel," said she, clinging to him. "Sure it's enough that you've left the ranks, and will come to disgrace when you get on board. Now be quiet, Patrick, and let us ask for a boat, and then perhaps the officer will think it was all a mistake, and let you off aisy. And sure I'll speak to Mr O'Rourke, and he's a kind man." "Out with you, you crater. It is Mr O'Rourke you'd be having a conversation with, and he be chucking you under that chin of yours. Out with you, Mary, and lave me to find my way on board. Is it a boat I want, when I can swim like St Patrick, with my head under my arm if it wasn't on my shoulders? At all events I can wid my knappersack and musket to boot." The young woman cried and tried to restrain him, but he broke from her, and running down to the wharf, dashed off into the water. The young woman ran to the edge of the wharf, perceived him sinking, and shrieking with despair, threw up her arms in agony. The child fell, struck on the edge of the piles, turned over, and before I could catch hold of it, sank into the sea. The child burst forth in another wild scream, and the poor creature lay at my feet in violent fits. I looked over. The child had disappeared, but the soldier was still struggling with his head above water. He sank and rose again. A boat was pulling towards him, but he was quite exhausted. He threw back his arms as if in despair, and was about disappearing under the wave, when, no longer able to restrain myself, I leapt off the high wharf, and swam to his assistance, just in time to lay hold of him as he was sinking for the last time. I had not been in the water a quarter of a minute before the boat came up to us, and dragged us on board. The soldier was exhausted and speechless. I, of course, was only very wet. The boat rowed to the landing place at my request, and we were both put on shore. The knapsack which was fixed on the soldier's back, and his regimentals indicated that he belonged to the regiment just embarked, and I stated my opinion that as soon as he was a little recovered he had better be taken on board. As the boat which picked us up was one of the men of war boats, the officer who had been embarking the troops, and had been sent on shore again to know if there were any yet left behind, consented. In a few minutes the soldier recovered, and was able to sit up and speak, and I only waited to ascertain the state of the poor young woman whom I had left on the wharf. In a few minutes she was led to us by the warder, and the scene between her and her husband was most affecting. When she had become a little composed, she turned round to me where I stood dripping wet, and intermingled with lamentation for the child, showering down emphatic blessings on my head, inquired my name. "Give it to me," she cried. "Give it to me on paper in writing, that I may wear it next to my heart, read it, kiss it every day of my life, and never forget to pray for you and to bless you." "I'll tell it you. My name—" "Nay, write it down for me, write it down. Sure you'll not refuse me. All the saints bless you, dear young man, for saving a poor woman from despair." The officer commanding the boat handed me a pencil and a card. I wrote my name and gave it to the poor woman. She took my hand as I gave it her, kissed the card repeatedly, and put it into her bosom. The officer, impatient to shove off, ordered her husband into the boat. She followed, clinging to him, wet as he was. The boat shoved off, and I hastened up to the inn to dry my clothes. I could not help observing at the time how the fear of a greater evil will absorb all consideration for a minor. Satisfied that her husband had not perished, she had hardly once appeared to remember that she had lost her child. I had only brought one suit of clothes with me, and they were in very good condition when I arrived, but salt water plays the devil with a uniform. I lay in bed until they were dry, but when I put them on again, not being before too large for me, for I grew very fast, they were now shrunk and shriveled up so much as to be too small. My wrists appeared below the sleeves of my coat, my trousers had shrunk halfway up to my knees, the buttons were all tarnished, and altogether I certainly did not wear the appearance of a gentlemanly smart midshipman. I would have ordered another suit, but the examination was to take place at 10 o'clock the next morning, and there was no time. I was therefore obliged to appear as I was, on the quarter-deck of the line of battle ship, on board of which the passing was to take place. Many others were there to undergo the same ordeal, all strangers to me, as I perceived by their nods and winks to each other as they walked up and down in their smart clothes, not at all inclined to make my acquaintance. There were many before me on the list, and our hearts beat every time that a name was called, and the owner of it walked aft into the cabin. Some returned with jocund faces, and our hopes mounted with the anticipation of similar good fortune. Others came out melancholy and crestfallen, and then the expression of their countenances was communicated to our own, and we quailed with fear and apprehension. I have no hesitation in asserting that although passing may be a proof of being qualified, not passing is certainly no proof to the contrary. I have known many of the cleverest young men turned back, while others of inferior abilities have succeeded, merely from the feeling of awe occasioned by the peculiarity of the situation, and it is not to be wondered at, when it is considered that all the labour and exertion of 6 years are at stake in this appalling moment. At last my name was called, and almost breathless from anxiety, I entered the cabin, where I found myself in the presence of the 3 captains who was to decide whether I were fit to hold a commission in His Majesty's service. My logs and certificates were examined and approved, my time calculated and allowed to be correct. The questions in navigation which were put to me were very few, for the best of all possible reasons, that most captains in His Majesty's service knew little or nothing of navigation. During their servitude of midshipmen, they learned it by rote, without being aware of the principles upon which the calculations they use are founded. As lieutenants, their services as to navigation are seldom required, and they rapidly forget all about it. As captains, their whole remnant of mathematical knowledge consists in being able to set down the ship's position on the chart. As for navigating the ship, the master is answerable, and the captains not being responsible themselves, they trust entirely to his reckoning. Of course there are exceptions, but what I state is the fact, and if an order from the Admiralty were given that all captains should pass again, although they might acquit themselves very well in seamanship, 19 out of 20 would be turned back when they were questioned in navigation. It is from the knowledge of this fact that I think the service is injured by the present system, and the captain should be held wholly responsible for the navigation of his ship. It has been long known that the officers of every other maritime state are more scientific than our own. which is easily explained from the responsibility not being invested in our captains. The origin of masters in our service is singular. When England first became a maritime power, ships for the king's service were found by the Cinque Ports and other parties. The fighting part of the crew was composed of soldiers sent on board. All the vessels at that time had a crew of sailors, with a master to navigate the vessel. During our bloody naval engagements with the Dutch, the same system was acted upon. I think it was the Earl of Sandwich, of whom it is stated that his ship being in a sinking state, he took a boat to hoist his flag on board of another vessel in the fleet, but a shot cutting the boat in two, and the weight of his armour bearing him down, the Earl of Sandwich perished. But to proceed. As soon as I had answered several questions satisfactorily, I was desired to stand up. The captain who had interrogated me on navigation was very grave in his demeanour towards me, but at the same time not uncivil. During his examination he was not interfered with by the other two, who only undertook the examination in seamanship. The captain, who now desired me to stand up, spoke in a very harsh tone, and quite frightened me. I stood up, pale and trembling, for I augured no good from this commencement. Several questions in seamanship were put to me, which I have no doubt I answered in a very lame way, for I cannot even now recollect what I said. "I thought so," observed the captain. "I judged as much from your appearance. An officer who is so careless of his dress as not even to put on a decent coat when he appears at his examination, generally turns out an idle fellow and no seaman. One would think you had served all your time in a cutter or a 10-gun brig instead of dashing frigates. Come, sir, I'll give you one more chance." I was so hurt at what the captain said that I could not control my feelings. I replied with a quivering lip that I had no time to order another uniform, and I burst into tears. "Indeed, Burrows, you were rather too harsh," said the third captain. "The lad is frightened. Let him sit down and compose himself for a little while. Sit down, Mr Simple, and we will try you again directly." I sat down, checking my grief and trying to recall my scattered senses. The captains, in the meantime, turning over the logs to pass away the time. The one who had questioned me in navigation, reading the Plymouth newspaper, which had a few minutes before been brought on board and sent into the cabin. "Hey, what's this? I say, Burrows, Keats, look here," and he pointed to a paragraph. "Mr Simple, may I ask whether it was you who saved the soldier who leapt off the wharf yesterday?" "Yes, sir," replied I, "and that's the reason why my uniforms are so shabby. I spoilt them then, and had no time to order others. I did not like to say why they were spoilt. I saw a change in the countenances of all the three, and it gave me courage. Indeed, now that my feelings had found vent, I was no longer under any apprehension." "Come, Mr Simple, stand up again," said the captain kindly. "That is, if you feel sufficiently composed. If not, we will wait a little longer. Don't be afraid. We wish to pass you." I was not afraid, and stood up immediately. I answered every question satisfactorily, and finding that I did so, they put more difficult ones. Very good indeed, Mr Simple. Now let me ask you one more. It's seldom done in the service, and perhaps you may not be able to answer it. Do you know how to club haul a ship?" "Yes, sir," replied I, having, as the reader may recollect, witnessed the manoeuvre when serving under poor Captain Savage, and I immediately stated how it was to be done. "That is sufficient, Mr Simple. I wish to ask you no more questions. I thought at first you were a careless officer and no seaman. I now find you are a good seaman and a gallant young man. Do you wish to ask any more questions?" continued he, turning to the two others. They replied in the negative. My passing certificate was signed, and the captain did me the honour to shake hands with me and wish me speedy promotion. Thus ended happily this severe trial to my poor nerves, and as I came out of the cabin, no one could have imagined that I had been in such distress within when they beheld the joy that irradiated my countenance. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Peter Simple. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Sylviamb in Washington State. Peter Simple by Frederick MARRYAT. Chapter 39 is a chapter of plots. Catholic casuistry in a new cassock. Plotting promotes promotion. A peasant's love and a peer's peevishness. Prospects of prosperity. As soon as I arrived at the hotel, I sent for a Plymouth paper, and cut out the paragraph which had been of such importance to me in my emergency, and the next morning returned home to receive the congratulations of my family. I found a letter from O'Brien, which had arrived the day before. It was as follows: My dear Peter, some people, they say, are lucky to have a father born before them, because they are helped out in the world, upon which principle mine was born after me, that's sartain. However, that can't be helped. I found all my family well and hearty, but they all shook a cloth in the wind with respect to toggery. As for Father McGrath's cassock, he didn't complain of it without reason. It was the ghost of a garment. But, however, with the blessing of God, my last quarterly bill, and the help of a tailor, we had a regular refit, and the ancient family of the O'Briens of Ballyhinch are now rigged from stem to stern. My 2 sisters are both to be spliced to young squireens in the neighbourhood. It appears that they only waited for a decent town gown to go to the church in. They will be turned off next Friday, and they only wish, Peter, you were here to dance at the weddings. Never mind, I'll dance for you, and for myself too. In the meantime, I'll just tell you what Father McGrath and I have been doing, all about and concerning that thief of an uncle of yours. It's very little or nothing at all that Father McGrath did before I came back, seeing as how Father O'Toole had a new cassock, and Father McGrath was so shabby that he couldn't face him under such a disadvantage. But still Father McGrath spied about him, and had several hints from here and from there, all of which, when I came to add them up, amounted to nothing at all. But since I came home we have been busy. Father McGrath went down to Ballyclue, as bold as a lion, in his new clothing, swearing that he'd lead Father O'Toole by the nose for slamming the door in his face, and so he would have done if he could have found him. But as he wasn't to be found, Father McGrath came back again just as wise and quite as brave as he went out. So, Peter, I just took a walk that way myself, and as surrounded the old house where your uncle had taken up his quarters, who should I meet but the little girl, Ella Flanagan, who was in his service, and I said to myself, there's 2 ways of obtaining things in this world. One is for love, and the other is for money. The O'Briens are better off in the first article than in the last, as most of their countrymen are, so I've been spending it very freely in your service, Peter. Sure, says I, you are the little girl that my eyes were ever looking upon when last I was this way. And who are you? Says she. Lieutenant O'Brien of His Majesty's service, just come home for a minute to look out for a wife, says I, and it's one about your make and shape and discretion that would please my fancy. And then I praised her eyes, and her nose, and her forehead, and so downwards until I came to the soles of her feet, and asked her leave to see her again, and when she would meet me in the wood and tell me her mind. At first she thought, sure enough, that I couldn't be in earnest, but I swore by all the saints that she was the prettiest girl in the parts, and so she is altogether, and then she listened to my blarney. The devil a word did I say about your uncle or your aunt, or Father McGrath, that she might not suspect, for I've an idea that they're all in the story. I only talked about love for her pretty self, and that blinded her, as it will with all women, cute as they may be. And now, Peter, it's 3 weeks last Sunday that I've been bespeaking this poor girl for your sake, and my conscience tells me that it's not right to make a poor cratur fond of me, seeing as how that I don't care a fig for her in the way of a wife, and in any other way it would be the ruin of the poor thing. I have spoken to Father McGrath on the subject, who says that we may do evil that good may come, and that if she had been a party to the deceit, it's nothing but proper that she should be punished in this world, and that will perhaps save her in the next. Still, I don't like it, Peter, and it's only for you among the living that I'd do such a thing, for the poor creature now hangs upon me so fondly, and talks about the wedding day, and tells me long stories about the connections which have taken place between the O'Flanagans and the O'Briens times gone by, when they were all in their glory. Yesterday, as we sat in the wood, with her arm round my waist, Ella dear, says I, who are these people that you stay with? And then she told me all she knew about their history, and how Mary Sullivan was a nurse to the baby. And what is the baby? Says I. A boy, sure, says she. And Sullivan's baby? Oh, that's a girl. And is Mary Sullivan there now? No, says she. It's yestereen she left with her husband and babby to join the regiment that's going out to Ingy. Yesterday she left? Says I, starting up. Yes, replied she. And what do you care about them? It's very much I care, replied I, for a little bird has whispered a secret to me. And what may that be? only that the childer were changed, and you know it as well as I do. But she swore that she knew nothing about it, and that she was not there when either of the children were born, and I believe that she told the truth. Well, says I, who tended the lady? My own mother, says Ella, and if it were so, who can know but she? Then, says I, Ella, Jewel, I've made a vow that I'll never marry till I find out the truth of this matter, so the sooner you get it out of your mother, the better. Then she cried very much, and I was almost ready to cry too, to see how the poor thing was vexed at the idea of not being married. After a while she swabbed up her cheeks, and kissing me wished me good-bye, swearing by all the saints that the truth should come out somehow or another. It's this morning that I saw her again, as agreed upon yesterday, and red her eyes were with weeping, poor thing, and she clung to me and begged me to forgive her and not to leave her. And then she told me that her mother was startled when she put the question to her, and chewed it and cursed her when she insisted upon the truth, and how she had fallen on her knees and begged her mother not to stand in the way of her happiness, as she would die if she did. I leave you to guess if my heart didn't smite me when she said that, Peter, but the mischief was done. And how her mother had talked about her oath and Father O'Toole, and said that she would speak to him. Now, Peter, I'm sure that the children have been changed, and that the nurse has been sent out to the Indies to be out of the way. They say they were to go to Plymouth. The husband's name is, of course, O'Sullivan. So I'd recommend you take a coach and see what you can do in that quarter. In the meantime, I'll try all I can for the truth in this, and will write again soon as I can find out anything more. All I want to do is to get Father McGrath to go to the old devil of a mother, and I'll answer for it, he'll frighten her into swearing anything. God bless you, Peter, and give my love to all the family. Yours ever, Terence O'Brien. This letter of O'Brien was the subject of much meditation. The advice to go to Plymouth was too late, the troops having sailed some time, and I had no doubt but that Mary Sullivan and her husband were among those who had embarked at the time that I was at the port to pass my examination. Show the letter to my father I would not, as it would only have put him in a fever, and his interference would, in all probability, have done more harm than good. I therefore waited quietly for more intelligence, and resolved to apply to my grandfather to obtain my promotion. A few days afterward, I set off for Eagle Park, and arrived about 11 o'clock in the morning. I sent in my name, and was admitted into the library, where I found Lord Privilege in his easy chair as usual. "Well, child," said he, remaining on his chair, and not offering even one finger to me, "what do you want, that you come here without an invitation?" "Only, my lord, to inquire after your health, and to thank you for your kindness to me in procuring me and a Mr O'Brien the appointment to a fine frigate." "Yes," replied his lordship, "I recollect. I think I did so, at your request, and I think I heard some one say that you have behaved well, and had been mentioned in the dispatches." "Yes, my lord," replied I, "and have since passed my examination for lieutenant." "Well, child, I'm glad to hear it. Remember me to your father and family." And his lordship cast his eyes down upon his book, which he had been reading. My father's observations appeared to be well grounded, but I would not leave the room until I had made some further attempt. "Has your lordship heard from my uncle?" "Yes," replied he, "I had a letter from him yesterday. The child is quite well. I expect them all here in a fortnight or 3 weeks to live with me altogether. I am old, getting very old, and I shall have much to arrange with your uncle before I die." "If I might request a favour of your lordship, it would be to beg that you would interest yourself a little in obtaining my promotion. A letter from your lordship to the First Lord, only a few lines." "Well, child, I see no objection, only I am very old, too old to write now." And his lordship again commenced reading. I must do Lord Privilege the justice to state that he evidently was fast verging to the state of a second childhood. He was much bowed down since I had last seen him, and appeared infirm in body as well as in mind. I waited at least a quarter of an hour before his lordship looked up. "What, not gone yet, child? I thought you had gone home." "Your lordship was kind enough to say that you had no objection to write a few lines to the First Lord in my behalf. I trust your lordship will not refuse me." "Well," replied he peevishly, "so I did, but I am too old to write. I cannot see. I can hardly hold a pen. Will your lordship allow me the honour of writing the letter for your lordship's signature?" "Well, child, yes, I have no objection. Write as follows. No, write anything you please, and I'll sign it. I wish your Uncle William was come." This was more than I did. I had a great mind to show him O'Brien's letter, but I thought it would be cruel to raise doubts, and harass the mind of a person so close to the brink of the grave. The truth would never be ascertained during his life, I thought, and why, therefore, should I give him pain? At all events, although I had the letter in my pocket, I resolved not to make use of it, except as a dernier resort. I went to another table and sat down to write the letter. As his lordship had said that I might write what I pleased, it occurred to me that I might assist O'Brien, and I felt sure that his lordship would not take the trouble to read the letter. I therefore wrote as follows, while Lord Privilege continued to read his book. "My lord, you will confer a very great favour upon me, if you will hasten the commission which, I have no doubt, is in preparation for my grandson, Mr Simple, who has passed his examination and has been mentioned in the public despatches, and also that you will not lose sight of Lieutenant O'Brien, who has so distinguished himself by his gallantry in the various cutting out expeditions in the West Indies. Trusting that your lordship will not fail to comply with my earnest request, I have the honour to be your lordship's very obedient, humble servant." I brought this letter with a pen full of ink, and the noise of my approach induced his lordship to look up. He stared at first, as having forgotten the whole circumstance, then said, "Oh, yes, I recollect. So I did. Give me the pen." With a trembling hand he signed his name, and gave me back the letter without reading it, as I expected. "There, child, don't tease me any more. Good-bye. Remember me to your father." I wished his lordship a good morning, and went away well satisfied with the result of my expedition. On my arrival, I showed the letter to my father, who was much surprised at my success, and he assured me that my grandfather's interest was so great with the administration that I might consider my promotion as certain. That no accident might happen, I immediately set off for London, and delivered the letter at the door of the First Lord with my own hands, leaving my address with the porter. End of chapter 39.
Chapter 40 of Peter Simple. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elaine Conway, England. Peter Simple by Frederick MARRYAT. Chapter 40. O'Brien and myself take a step each, pari passu, a family reunion, productive of anything but unity, my uncle not always the best friend. A few days afterwards I left my card with my address with the First Lord, and the next day received a letter from his secretary, which, to my delight, informed me that my commission had been made out some days before. I hardly need say that I hastened to take it up, and when paying my fee to the clerk, I ventured, at a hazard, to inquire whether he knew the address of Lieutenant O'Brien. "No," replied he. "I wish to find it out, for he has this day been promoted to the rank of commander." I almost leapt with joy when I heard this good news. I gave O'Brien's address to the clerk, hastened away with my invaluable piece of parchment in my hand, and set off immediately for my father's house. But I was met with sorrow. My mother had been taken severely ill, and I found the house in commotion, doctors and apothecaries and nurses running to and fro, my father in a state of excitement, and my dear sister in tears. Spasm succeeded spasm, and though every remedy was applied, the next evening she breathed her last. I will not attempt to describe the grief of my father, who appeared to feel remorse at his late unkind treatment of her, my sister, and myself. These scenes must be imagined by those who have suffered under similar bereavements. I exerted myself to console my poor sister, who appeared to cling to me as to her only support, and, after the funeral was over, we recovered our tranquillity, although the mourning was still deeper in our hearts than in our outward dress. I had written to O'Brien to announce this mournful intelligence, and, like a true friend, he immediately made his appearance to console me. O'Brien had received the letter from the Admiralty, acquainting him with his promotion, and 2 days after he arrived went to take up his commission. I told him frankly by what means he had obtained it, and he again concluded his thanks by a reference to the mistake of the former supposition, that of my being the fool of the family. "By the powers, it would be well for any man if he had a few such foolish friends about him," continued he. "But I won't blarney you, Peter. You know what my opinion always has been, so we'll say no more about it." When he came back we had a long consultation as to the best method of proceeding to obtain employment, for O'Brien was anxious to be again afloat, and so was I. I regretted parting with my sister, but my father was so morose and ill-tempered that I had no pleasure at home, except in her company. Indeed, my sister was of opinion that it would be better if I were away, as my father's misanthropy, now unchecked by my mother, appeared to have increased, and he seemed to view me with positive dislike. It was, therefore, agreed unanimously between my sister and me, and O'Brien, who was always of our counsels, that it would be advisable that I should be again afloat. "I can manage him much better when alone, Peter. I shall have nothing to occupy me, and me away from him, as your presence does now, and painful as it is to part with you, my duty to my father, and my wish for your advancement, induce me to request that you will, if possible, find some means of obtaining employment." "Spoken like a hero as ye are, Miss Ellen, notwithstanding your pretty face and soft eyes," said O'Brien. "And now, Peter, for the means to bring it about. If I can get a ship, there is no fear for you, as I shall choose you for my lieutenant. But how is that to be managed? Do you think that you can come over the old gentleman at Eagle Park?" "At all events I'll try," replied I. "I can be but flawed, O'Brien." Accordingly, the next day I set off for my grandfather's, and was put down at the lodge, at the usual hour, about 11 o'clock. I walked up the avenue, and knocked at the door. When it was opened, I perceived a hesitation among the servants, and a constrained air which I did not like. I inquired after Lord Privilege. The answer was that he was pretty well, but did not see anybody. "Is my uncle here?" said I. "Yes, sir," replied the servant, with a significant look, "and all his family are here too." "Are you sure that I cannot see my grandfather?" said I, laying a stress upon the word. "I will tell him that you are here, sir," replied the man, "but even that is against orders." I had never seen my uncle since I was a child, and could not even recollect him. My cousins, or my aunt, I had never met with. In a minute an answer was brought, requesting that I would walk into the library. When I was ushered in, I found myself in the presence of Lord Privilege, who sat in his usual place, and a tall gentleman, whom I knew at once to be my uncle, from his likeness to my father. "Here is the young gentleman, my lord," said my uncle, looking at me sternly. "Hey? What? Oh, I recollect. Well, child, so you've been behaving very ill. Sorry to hear it. Good bye." "Behaving ill, my lord," replied I. "I am not aware of having so done." "Reports are certainly very much against you, nephew," observed my uncle drily. "Some one has told your grandfather what has much displeased him. I know nothing about it myself." "Then some rascal has slandered me, sir," replied I. My uncle started at the word rascal, and then recovering himself, replied, "Well, nephew, what is it that you require of Lord Privilege? For I presume this visit is not without a cause." "Sir," replied I, "my visit to Lord Privilege was, first to thank him for having procured me my commission as lieutenant, and to request the favour that he would obtain my active employment, which a line from him will effect immediately. I was not aware, nephew, that you had been made lieutenant, but I agree with you that the more you are at sea the better. His lordship shall sign the letter. Sit down." "Shall I write it, sir?" said I to my uncle. "I know what to say." "Yes, and bring it to me when it is written." I felt convinced that the only reason which induced my uncle to obtain me employment was the idea that I should be better out of the way, and that there was more risk at sea than on shore. I took a sheet of paper and wrote as follows: "My Lord, may I request that your lordship will be pleased to appoint the bearer to a ship as soon as convenient, as I wish him to be actively employed. I am, my lord, etc., etc." "Why not mention your name?" "It is of no consequence," replied I, "as it will be delivered in person, and that will ensure my speedy appointment." The letter was placed before his lordship for signature. It was with some difficulty that he was made to understand that he was to sign it. The old gentleman appeared much more imbecile than when I last saw him. I thanked him, folded up the letter, and put it in my pocket. At last he looked at me, and a sudden flash of recollection appeared to come across his mind. "Well, child, so you escaped from the French prison, hey? And how's your friend? What is his name, eh?" "O'Brien, my lord." "O'Brien!" cried my uncle. "He is your friend, then, sir. I presume it is you am indebted for all the inquiries and reports which are so industriously circulated in Ireland, the tampering with my servants, and other impertinences?" I did not choose to deny the truth, although I was a little fluttered by the sudden manner in which it came to light. I replied, "I never tamper with any people's servants, sir." "No," said he, "but you employ others to do so. I discovered the whole of your proceedings after the scoundrel left for England." "If you apply the word scoundrel to Captain O'Brien, sir, in his name I contradict it." "As you please, sir," replied my uncle, in a passion; "but you will oblige me by quitting this house immediately, and expect nothing more, either from the present or the future Lord Privilege, except that retaliation which your infamous conduct has deserved." I felt much irritated, and replied very sharply, "From the present Lord Privilege I certainly expect nothing more, neither do I from his successor; but after your death, uncle, I expect that the person who succeeds to the title will do all he can for your humble servant. I wish you a good morning, uncle." My uncle's eyes flashed fire as I finished my speech, which indeed was a very bold and a very foolish one too, as it afterwards proved. I hastened out of the room, not only from the fear of being turned out of the house before all the servants, but also from the dread that my letter to the First Lord might be taken from me by force. But I never shall forget the scowl of vengeance which crossed my uncle's brows as I turned round and looked at him as I shut the door. I found my way out without the assistance of the servants, and hastened home as fast as I could. "O'Brien," said I, on my return, "there is no time to be lost. The sooner you hasten to town with this letter of introduction, the better it will be, for depend upon it my uncle will do me all the harm that he can." I then repeated to him all that had passed, and it was agreed that O'Brien should take the letter, which having reference to the bearer, would do as well for him as for me, and if O'Brien obtained an appointment, I was sure not only of being one of his lieutenants, but also of sailing with a dear friend. The next morning O'Brien set off for London, and fortunately saw the First Lord the day after his arrival, which was a levee day. The First Lord received the letter from O'Brien, and requested him to sit down. He then read it, inquired after his lordship, asked whether his health was good, etc. O'Brien replied that, with the blessing of God, his lordship might live many years, that he had never heard him complain of ill health. All which was not false if not true. I could not help observing to O'Brien, when he returned home and told me what had passed, that I thought, considering what he had expressed with respect to white lies and black lies, that he had not latterly adhered to his own creed. "That's very true, Peter, and I've thought of it myself, but it is my creed nevertheless. We all know what's right, but we don't always follow it. The fact is, I begin to think that it is absolutely necessary to fight the world with its own weapons. I spoke to Father McGrath on the subject, and he replied that if any one by doing wrong necessitated another to do wrong to circumvent him, that the first party was answerable not only for his own sin, but also for the sin committed in self-defence. But, O'Brien, I do not fix my faith so implicitly upon Father McGrath, and I do not much admire many of his directions." "No more do I, Peter, when I think upon them. But how am I to puzzle my head upon these points? All I know is, that when you are divided between your inclination and your duty, it's mighty convenient to have a priest like Father McGrath to decide for you, and to look after your soul into the bargain." It occurred to me that I myself, when finding fault with O'Brien, had, in the instance of both the letters from Lord Privilege, been also guilty of deceit. I was therefore blaming him for the same fault committed by myself, and I am afraid that I was too ready in consoling myself with Father McGrath's maxim, that one might do evil that good might come. But to return to O'Brien's interview. After some little conversation, the First Lord said, "Captain O'Brien, I am always very ready to oblige Lord Privilege, and the more so as his recommendation is of an officer of your merit. In a day or two, if you will call at the Admiralty, you will hear further." O'Brien wrote to us immediately, and we waited with impatience for his next letter. But instead of this letter, he made his appearance on the third day, and first hugging me in his arms, he then came to my sister, embraced her, and skipped and danced about the room. "What is the matter, O'Brien?" said I, while Ellen retreated in confusion. O'Brien pulled a parchment out of his pocket. "Here, Peter, my dear Peter, now for honour and glory. An 18-gun brig, Peter, the Rattlesnake, Captain O'Brien, West India Station. By the Holy Father, my heart's bursting with joy," and down he sank into an easy-chair. "Ain't I almost beside myself?" inquired he, after a short pause. "Ellen thinks so, I dare say," replied I, looking at my sister, who stood in a corner of the room, thinking O'Brien was really out of his senses, and still red with confusion. O'Brien, who then called to mind what a slip of decorum he had been guilty of, immediately rose, and resuming his usual unsophisticated politeness, as he walked up to my sister, took her hand and said, "Excuse me, my dear Miss Ellen, I must apologize for my rudeness, but my delight was so great and my gratitude to your brother so intense that I am afraid that in my warmth I allowed the expressions of my feelings to extend to one so dear to him, and so like him in person and in mind. Will you only consider that you received the overflowings of a grateful heart towards your brother, and for his sake pardon my indiscretion?" Ellen smiled, and held out her hand to O'Brien, who led her to the sofa, where he all three sat down, and O'Brien commenced a more intelligible narrative of what had passed. He had called on the day appointed, and sent up his card. The First Lord could not see him, but referred him to the private secretary, who presented him with his commission to the Rattlesnake, 18-gun brig. The secretary smiled most graciously, and told O'Brien in confidence that he would proceed to the West India Station as soon as his vessel was manned and ready for sea. He inquired of O'Brien whom he wished as his first lieutenant. O'Brien replied that he wished for me, but as in all probability I should not be of sufficient standing to be first lieutenant, that the Admiralty might appoint any other to the duty provided. I joined the ship. The secretary made a minute of O'Brien's wish, and requested him, if he had a vacancy to spare as midshipman, to allow him to send one on board, to which O'Brien willingly acceded, shook hands with him, and O'Brien quitted the Admiralty to hasten down to us with a pleasing intelligence. "And now," said O'Brien, "I have made up my mind how to proceed. I shall first run down to Plymouth and hoist my pennant, then I shall ask for a fortnight's leave, and go to Ireland to see how they get on, and what Father McGrath may be about. So, Peter, let's pass this evening as happily as we can, for though you and I shall soon meet again, yet it may be years, or perhaps never, that we three shall sit down on the same sofa as we do now." Ellen, who was still nervous from the late death of her mother, looked down, and I perceived the tears start in her eyes at the remark of O'Brien that perhaps we should never meet again, and I did pass a happy evening. My father dined out, and did not interrupt us. I had a dear sister on one side of me, and a sincere friend on the other. How few situations more enviable! O'Brien left us early the next morning, and at breakfast time a letter was handed to my father. It was from my uncle, coldly communicating to him that Lord Privilege had died the night before, very suddenly, and informing him that the burial would take place on that day week, and that the will would be opened immediately after the funeral. My father handed the letter over to me without saying a word, and sipped his tea with his teaspoon. I cannot say that I felt very much on the occasion, but I did feel, because he had been kind to me at one time, as to my father's feelings. I could not, or rather I should say, I did not wish to analyse them. As soon as he had finished his cup of tea, he left the breakfast table, and went into his study. I then communicated the intelligence to my sister Ellen. "My God!" said she, after a pause, putting her hand up to her eyes, "what a strange and natural state of society must we have arrived at when my father can thus receive the intelligence of a parent's death! Is it not dreadful?" "It is, my dearest girl," replied I, "but every feeling has been sacrificed to worldly considerations and an empty name. The younger sons have been neglected, if not deserted; virtue, talent, everything set at naught, intrinsic value despised, and the only claim to consideration admitted, that of being the heir entail. When all the ties of nature are cast loose by the parents, can you be surprised if the children are no longer bound by them? Most truly you deserve that. It is a detestable state of society." "I did not say detestable, brother, I said strange and unnatural." "Had you said what I said, Ellen, you would not have been wrong. I would not, for the title and wealth which it brings, be the heartless isolated. I may be neglected, being that my grandfather was. Were it offered now, I would not barter for it Ellen's love." Ellen threw herself in my arms. We then walked into the garden, where we had a long conversation relative to our future wishes, hopes, and prospects. Chapter 40.
Chapter 41 of Peter Simple. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Peter Simple by Frederick MARRYAT. Chapter 41. Pompous obsequies, the reading of the will, not exactly after Wilkie, I am left a legacy, what becomes of it? My father, very warm, writes a sermon to cool himself. I join O'Brien's brig and fall in with Swinburne. On that day week I accompanied my father to Eagle Park to assist at the burial of Lord Privilege. We were ushered into the room where the body had lain in state for 3 days. The black hangings, the lofty plumes, the rich ornaments on the coffin, and the number of wax candles with which the room was lighted produced a solemn and grand effect. I could not help, as I leaned against the balustrade before the coffin and thought of its contents, calling to mind when my poor grandfather's feelings seemed, as it were, inclined to thaw in my favour, when he called me his child, and in all probability, had not my uncle had a son, would have died in my arms, fond and attached to me for my own sake, independently of worldly considerations. I felt that had I known him longer, I could have loved him, and that he would have loved me. And I thought to myself how little all these empty honours, after his decease, could compensate for the loss of those reciprocal feelings which would have so added to his happiness during his existence. But he had lived for pomp and vanity attended him to his grave. I thought of my sister Ellen, and of O'Brien, and walked away with the conviction that Peter Simple might have been an object of envy to the late Right Honourable Lord Viscount Privilege, Baron Corston, Lord Lieutenant of the county, and one of His Majesty's most honourable Privy Councillors. When the funeral, which was very tedious and very splendid, was over, we all returned in the carriages to Eagle Park, when my uncle, who had of course assumed the title, and who had attended as chief mourner, was in waiting to receive us. We were shown into the library, and in the chair so lately and constantly occupied by my grandfather sat the new lord. Near to him were the lawyers, with parchments lying before them. As we severally entered, he waved his hand to unoccupied chairs, intimating to us to sit down, but no words were exchanged, except an occasional whisper between him and the lawyers. When all the branches of the family were present, down to the 4th and 5th cousins, the lawyer on the right of my uncle put on his spectacles, and unrolling the parchment, commenced reading the will. I paid attention to it at first, but the legal technicalities puzzled me, and I was soon thinking of other matters until, after half an hour's reading, I was startled at the sound of my own name. It was a bequest by codicil to me of the sum of £10,000. My father, who sat by me, gave me a slight push to attract my attention, and I perceived that his face was not quite so mournful as before. I was rejoicing at this unexpected intelligence. I called to mind what my father had said to me when we were returning from Eagle Park, that my grandfather's attentions to me were as good as £10,000 in his will, and was reflecting how strange it was that he had hit upon the exact sum. I also thought of what my father had said of his own affairs, and his not having saved anything for his children, and congratulated myself that I should now be able to support my dear sister Ellen in case of any accident happening to my father, when I was roused by another mention of my name. It was a codicil dated about a week back, in which my grandfather, not pleased at my conduct, revoked the former codicil, and left me nothing. I knew where the blow came from, and I looked my uncle in the face. A gleam of malignant pleasure was in his eyes, which had been fixed on me, waiting to receive my glance. I returned it with a smile expressive of scorn and contempt, and then looked at my father, who appeared to be in a state of misery. His head had fallen upon his breast, and his hands were clasped. Although I was shocked at the blow, for I knew how much the money was required, I felt too proud to show it. Indeed, I felt that I would not for worlds have exchanged situations with my uncle, much less feelings. For when those who remain meet to ascertain the disposition made, by one who is summoned away to the tribunal of his Maker, of those worldly and perishable things which he must leave behind him, feelings of rancour and ill will might, for the time, be permitted to subside, and the memory of a departed brother be productive of charity and goodwill. After a little reflection, I felt that I could forgive my uncle. Not so my father. The codicil which deprived me of my inheritance was the last of the will, and the lawyer rolled up the parchment and took off his spectacles. Everybody rose. My father seized his hat, and telling me in a harsh voice to follow him, tore off the crape weepers, and then threw them on the floor as he walked away. I also took off mine, and laid them on the table, and followed him. My father called his carriage, waiting in the hall till it was driven up, and jumped into it. I followed him. He drew up the blind, and desired them to drive home. "Not a sixpence! By the God of heaven, not a sixpence! My name not even mentioned, except for a paltry mourning ring. And yours? Pray, sir, what have you been about, after having such a sum left you, to forfeit your grandfather's good opinion? Hey, sir? Tell me directly," continued he, turning round to me in a rage. "Nothing, my dear father, that I am aware of. My uncle is evidently my enemy." "And why should he be particularly your enemy? Peter, there must be some reason for his having induced your grandfather to alter his bequest in your favour. I insist upon it, sir, that you tell me immediately." "My dear father, when you are more calm, I will talk this matter over with you. I hope I shall not be considered wanting in respect when I say that, as a clergyman of the Church of England—" "Damn the Church of England, and those who put me into it!" replied my father, maddened with rage. I was shocked, and held my tongue. My father appeared also to be confused at his hasty expressions. He sank back in his carriage, and preserved a gloomy silence until we arrived at our own door. As soon as we entered, my father hastened to his own room, and I went up to my sister Ellen, who was in her bedroom. I revealed to her all that had passed, and advised with her on the propriety of my communicating to my father the reasons which had occasioned my uncle's extreme aversion towards me. After much argument, she agreed with me that the disclosure had now become necessary. After the dinner cloth had been removed, my sister left the room and went upstairs, and I then communicated to my father the circumstances which had come to our knowledge relative to my uncle's establishment in Ireland. He heard me very attentively, took out tablets, and made notes. "Well, Peter," said he, after a few minutes' silence, when I had finished, "I see clearly through this whole business. I have no doubt but that a child has been substituted to defraud you and me of our just inheritance of the title and estates. But I will now set to work and try if I cannot find out the secret. And, with the help of Captain O'Brien and Father McGrath, I think it is not at all impossible." "O'Brien will do all that he can, sir," replied I, "and I expect soon to hear from him. He must have now been a week in Ireland." "I shall go there myself," replied my father, "and there are no means that I will not resort to discover this infamous plot." "No!" exclaimed he, striking his fist on the table, so as to shiver 2 of the wine glasses into fragments. "No means but I will resort to." "That is," replied I, "my dear father, no means which may be legitimately employed by one of your profession." "I tell you, no means that can be used by man to recover his defrauded rights. Tell me not of legitimate means, when I am to lose a title and property by a spurious and illegitimate substitution. By the God of heaven, I will meet them with fraud for fraud, with false swearing for false swearing, and with blood for blood if it should be necessary. My brother has dissolved all ties, and I will have my right, even if I demand it with a pistol at his ear." "For heaven's sake, my dear father, do not be so violent. Recollect your profession." "I do," replied he bitterly, "and how I was forced into it against my will. I recollect my father's words, the solemn coolness with which he told me, I had my choice of the church or to starve. But I have my sermon to prepare for tomorrow, and I can sit here no longer. Tell Ellen to send me in some tea." I did not think my father was in a very fit state of mind to write a sermon, but I held my tongue. My sister joined me, and we saw no more of him until breakfast the next day. Before we met, I received a letter from O'Brien. "My dear Peter, I ran down to Plymouth, hoisted my pennant, drew my jollies from the dockyard, and set my first lieutenant to work getting in the ballast and water tanks. I then set off for Ireland, and was very well received as Captain O'Brien by my family, who were all flourishing. Now that my 2 sisters are so well married off, my father and mother are very comfortable, but very lonely. For I believe I told you long before that it had pleased heaven to take all the rest of my brothers and sisters, except the 2 now married, and one who bore up for a nunnery, dedicating her service to God, after she was scarred with the smallpox, and no man would look at her. Ever since the family have been grown up, my father and mother have been lamenting and sorrowing that none of them would go off, and now that they are all gone off one way or another, they cry all day because they are left all alone, with no one to keep company with them, except Father McGrath and the pigs. We never are to be contented in this world, that's sartain. And now that they are comfortable in every respect, they find that they are very uncomfortable, and having obtained all their wishes, they wish everything back again. But as old Maddox used to say, a good growl is better than a bad dinner, with some people. And the greatest pleasure that they now have is to grumble. And if that makes them happy, they must be happy all day long. For the devil a bit do they leave off from morning till night. The first thing that I did was to send for Father McGrath, who had been more away from home than usual, I presume, not finding things quite so comfortable as they used to be. He told me that he had met with Father O'Toole and had a bit of a dialogue with him, which had ended in a bit of a row, and that he had cudgelled Father O'Toole well, and tore his gown off his back, and then tore it into shivers. That Father O'Toole had referred the case to the bishop, and that was how the matter stood just then. But, says he, the spalpeen has left this part of the country, and what is more, has taken Ella and her mother with him, and what is still worse, no one could find out where they were gone. But it was believed that they had all been sent over the water. So you see, Peter, that this is a bad job in one point, which is that we have no chance of getting the truth out of the old woman. For now that we have war with France, who is to follow them? On the other hand, it is good news, for it prevents me from decoying that poor young girl and making her believe what will never come to pass. And I'm not a little glad on that score, for Father McGrath was told by those who were about her that she did nothing but weep and moan for 2 days before she went away, scolded as she was by her mother, and threatened by that blackguard O'Toole. It appears to me that all our hopes now are in finding out the soldier and his wife, the wet nurse, who was sent to India, no doubt with the hope that the climate and the fevers may carry them off. That uncle of yours is a great blackguard, every bit of him. I shall leave here in 3 days, and you must join me at Plymouth. Make my compliments to your father, and my regards to your sister, whom may all the saints preserve. God bless her, for ever and ever. Amen. Yours ever, Terence O'Brien. I put this letter into my father's hands when he came out of his room. "This is a deep-laid plot," said he, "and I think we must immediately do as O'Brien states. Look after the nurse who was sent to India. Do you know the regiment to which her husband belongs?" "Yes, sir," replied I. "It is the 33rd, and she sailed for India about 3 months back." "The name, you say, I think, is O'Sullivan," said he, pulling out his tablets. "Well, I will write immediately to Captain Fielding and beg him to make the minutest inquiries. I will also write to your sister Lucy, for women are much keener than men in affairs of this sort. If the regiment is ordered to Ceylon, all the better. If not, he must obtain furlough to prosecute his inquiries. When that is done, I will go myself to Ireland and try if we cannot trace the other parties." My father then left the room, and I retired with Ellen to make preparations for joining my ship at Plymouth. A letter announcing my appointment had come down, and I had written to request my commission to be forwarded to the clerk of the cheque at Plymouth, that I might save a useless journey to London. On the following day I parted with my father and my dear sister, and without any adventure arrived at Plymouth Dock, where I met with O'Brien. The same day I reported myself to the Admiral, and joined my brig, which was lying alongside the hulk, with her topmasts pointed through. Returning from the brig, as I was walking up Fore Street, I observed a fine stout sailor, whose back was turned to me, reading the handbill which had been posted up everywhere, announcing that the Rattlesnake, Captain O'Brien, about to proceed to the West India station, where doubloons were so plentiful that dollars were only used for ballast, was in want of a few stout hands. It might have been said of a great many, for we had not entered 6 men, and were doing all the work with the marines and riggers of the dockyard. But it is not the custom to show your poverty in this world, either with regard to men or money. I stopped, and overheard him say, "Ay, as for the doubloons, that cock won't fight. I've served long enough in the West Indies not to be humbugged. But I wonder whether Captain O'Brien was the second lieutenant of the Sanglier. If so, I shouldn't mind trying a cruise with him." I thought that I recollected the voice, and touching him on the shoulder, he turned round, and it proved to be Swinburne. "What, Swinburne?" said I, shaking him by the hand, for I was delighted to see him. "Is it you?" "Why, Mr. Simple, well then, I expect that I'm right, and that Mr. O'Brien is made, and commands this craft. When you meet the pilot fish, the shark ain't far off, you know." "You're very right, Swinburne," said I, "in all except calling Captain O'Brien a shark. He's no shark." "No, that he ain't, except in one way, that is, that I expect he'll soon show his teeth to the Frenchman. But I beg your pardon, sir," and Swinburne took off his hat. "Oh, I understand. You did not perceive before that I had shipped the Swab. Yes, I'm Lieutenant of the Rattlesnake, Swinburne, and hope you'll join us." "There's my hand upon it, Mr. Simple," said he, smacking his great fist into mine so as to make it tingle. "I'm content if I know the captain's a good officer, but when there's 2, I think myself lucky. I'll just take a boat and put my name on the books, and then I'll be on shore again to spend the rest of my money, and try if I can't pick up a few hands as volunteers, for I know where they all be stowed away. I was looking at the craft this morning, and rather took a fancy to her. She has a damn pretty run, but I hope Captain O'Brien will take off a fiddlehead and get one carved. I never knew a vessel do much with a fiddlehead." "I rather think that Captain O'Brien has already applied to the Commissioner on the subject," replied I. "At all events, it won't be very difficult to make the alteration ourselves." "To be sure not," replied Swinburne. "A coil of 4-inch will make the body of the snake. I can carve out the head, and as for a rat'll be blessed if I don't rob one of those beggars of watchmen this very night. So good-bye, Mr. Simple, till we meet again." Swinburne kept his word. He joined the ship that afternoon, and the next day came off with 6 good hands, who had been induced from his representations to join the brig. "Tell Captain O'Brien," said he to me, "not to be in too great a hurry to man his ship. I know where there are plenty to be had, but I'll try fair means first." This he did, and every day almost he brought off a man, and all he did bring off were good, able seamen. Others volunteered, and we were now more than half manned and ready for sea. The Admiral then gave us permission to send press gangs on shore. "Mr. Simple," said Swinburne, "I've tried all I can to persuade a lot of fine chaps to enter, but they won't. Now I'm resolved that my brig shall be well manned, and if they don't know what's good for them, I do, and I'm sure that they'll thank me for it afterwards, so I'm determined to take every mother's son of them." The same night we mustered all Swinburne's men and went on shore to a crimp's house which they knew, surrounded it with our marines in blue jackets, and took out of it 23 fine, able seamen, which nearly filled up our complement. The remainder we obtained by a draft from the Admiral's ship, and I do not believe that there was a vessel that left Plymouth harbour and anchored in the Sound better manned than the Rattlesnake. So much for a good character, which is never lost upon seamen. O'Brien was universally liked by those who had sailed with him, and Swinburne, who knew him well, persuaded many, and forced the others, to enter with him, whether they liked it or not. This they in the event did, and with the exception of those drafted from the flagship, we had no desertions. Indeed, none deserted whom we could have wished to retain, and their vacancies were soon filled up with better men. End of chapter 41.
Chapter 42 of Peter Simple. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by antonygirgis. Chapter 42 of Peter Simple by Frederick MARRYAT. We sailed for the West Indies. A volunteer for the ship refused and sent on shore again for reasons which the chapter will satisfactorily explain to the reader. We were very glad when the master attendant came on board to take us into the Sound, and still more glad to perceive that the brig, which had just been launched before O'Brien was appointed to her, appeared to sail very fast as she ran out. So approved after we went to sea, she sailed wonderfully well, beating every vessel that she met, and overhauling in a very short time everything that we chased, turning to windward like magic, and tracking in a moment. 3 days after we anchored in the Sound, the ship's company were paid, and our sailing orders came down to proceed with dispatches by next evening's post to the island of Jamaica. We started with a fair wind, and were soon clear of the channel. Our whole time was now occupied in training our new ship's company at the guns and teaching them to pull together, and by the time that we had run down the trades we were in a very fair state of discipline. The first lieutenant was rather an odd character. His brother was a sporting man of large property, and he had contracted from his example a great partiality for such pursuits. He knew the winning horses of the Derby and the Oaks for 20 years back, was an adept at all athletic exercises, a capital shot, and had his pointer on board. In other respects, he was a great dandy in person, always wore gloves, even on service, very gentlemanlike and handsome, and not a very bad sailor. That is, he knew enough to carry on his duty very creditably, and evidently, now that he was the first lieutenant, and obliged to work, learnt more of his duty every day. I never met a more pleasant messmate, or a more honourable young man. A brig is only allowed 2 lieutenants. The master was a rough, kind-hearted, intelligent young man, always in good humour. The sergeant and purser completed our mess. They were men of no character at all, except perhaps that the sergeant was too much of a courtier, and the pursuer of too much of a skinflint. But pursuers are, generally speaking, more sinned against than sinning. But I have been led away while talking of the brig and the officers, and had almost forgotten to narrate a circumstance which occurred 2 days before we sailed. I was with O'Brien in the cabin when Mr. Osbaldistone, the first lieutenant, came in, and reported that the boy had come on board to volunteer for the ship. "What sort of lad is he?" said O'Brien. "A very nice lad. Very slight, sir," replied the first lieutenant. "We have 2 vacancies." Well, see what you make of him, and if you think he will do, you may put him on the books." "I have tried him, sir. He says that he has been a very short time at sea. I made him mount the main rigging, but he did not like it much." "Well, do as you please, Osbaldistone," replied O'Brien, and the first lieutenant quitted the cabin. In about a quarter of an hour he returned. "If you please, sir," said he, laughing, "I sent the boy down to the surgeon to be examined, and he refused to strip. The surgeon says that he thinks she is a woman. I have had her up to the quarter-deck, and she refused to answer any questions, and requires to speak with you." "With me?" said O'Brien with surprise. "Oh, one of the men's wives, I suppose, trying to steal a march upon us. Well, send her down here, Osbaldistone, and I'll prove to her that the moral impossibility of her sailing in his Majesty's brig Rattlesnake." In a few minutes the first lieutenant sent her down to the cabin door, and I was about to retire as she entered, but O'Brien stopped me. "Stay, Peter, my reputation will be at stake if I'm left all alone," said he, laughing. The sentry opened the door, and whether a boy or girl, a more interesting face I never beheld. But the hair was cut close like a boy's, and I could not tell whether the surgeon's suspicions were correct. "You wish to speak, holy St. Patrick," cried O'Brien, looking earnestly at her features, and O'Brien covered his face and bent over the table, exclaiming, "My God! My God!" In the meantime, the colour of the young person fled from her countenance, and then rushed into it again, alternately leaving it pale and suffused with blushes. I perceived trembling over the frame. The knees shook and locked together, and I had not hastened, she, for a female it was, would have fallen on the deck. I perceived that she had fainted. I therefore laid her down on the deck, and hastened to obtain some water. O'Brien ran up and went to her. My poor girl," said he sorrowfully. "Oh, Peter, this is all your fault." "All my fault? How could she have come here?" "By all the saints who pray for us, dearly as I prize them, I would give up my ship and my commission that this could be undone." As O'Brien hung over her, the tears from his eyes fell upon her face, while I bathed it with water I had brought from the dressing-room. I knew who it must be, although I had never seen her. It was the girl whom O'Brien had professed love to worm out of the secret of the exchange of my uncle's child, and as I beheld the scene, I could not help saying to myself, "Who now will assert this evil that may be done, that good may come?" The poor girl showed symptoms of recovering, and O'Brien waved his hand to me, saying, "Leave us, Peter, and see that no one comes in." I remained nearly an hour at the cabin door by the sentry, and prevented many from entering, when O'Brien opened the door and requested me to order his gig to be manned, and then come in. The poor girl had evidently been weeping bitterly, and O'Brien was much affected. "All is arranged, Peter. You must go on shore with her, and not leave her till you see her safe off by the night coach. Do me that favour, Peter. You ought indeed," continued he in a low voice, "for you have been partly the occasion of this." I shook O'Brien's hand, and made no answer. The boat was reported ready, and the girl followed me with a firm step. I pulled on shore, saw her safe in the coach without asking her any question, and then returned on board. "Come on board, sir," said I, entering the cabin with my hat in my hand, and reporting myself according to the regulations of the service. "Thank you," replied O'Brien. "Shut the door, Peter. Tell me, how did she behave? What did she say?" "She never spoke, and I never asked her a question. She seemed to be willing to do as you had arranged." "Sit down, Peter. I never felt more unhappy or disgusted with myself in all my life. I feel as I could never be happy again. A sailor's life mixes him up with the worst part of the female sex, and we do not know the real value of the better. I little thought when I was talking nonsense to the poor girl that I was breaking one of the kindest hearts in the world, and sacrificing the happiness of one who would lay down her existence for me, Peter. Since you have been gone, it's 20 times that I've looked in the glass just to see whether I don't look like a villain. But by the blood of St. Patrick, I thought woman's love was just like our own, and that a 3 months' cruise would set all to rights again. I thought she had gone over to France." "So did I, but now she has told me all about it. Father O'Toole and her mother brought her down to the coast near here to embark in a smuggling boat for Dieppe. When the boat pulled in shore in the night to take them in, the mother and the rascally priest got in, but she felt as if it were leaving the whole world to leave the country I was in, and she held back. The officers came down, 1 or 2 pistols were fired, the boat shoved off without her, and she, with their luggage, was left on the beach. She went back to the next town with the officers, where she told the truth of the story, and they let her go. In Father O'Toole's luggage she found letters which she read, and found out that she and her mother were to have been placed in a convent at Dieppe. And, as the convent was named in the letters, which she says are important, but I have not had courage to read them yet, she went to the people from whose house they had embarked, requesting them to forward the luggage and a letter to her mother, sending everything but the letters which she reserved for me. She was since received a letter from her mother, telling her that she is safe and well in the convent, and begging her to come over to her as soon as possible. The mother took the vows a week after she arrived there, so we know where to find her, Peter. And where is this poor girl going to stay now, O'Brien? Well, that's the worst part of it. It appears to me that she hoped not to be found out till after we sailed, and then to have, as she said, poor thing, to have laid at my feet and watched over me in the storms. But I pointed out to her that it was not permitted and could not be, and that I would not be allowed to marry her. Oh, Peter, this is a very sad business, continued O'Brien, passing his hand across his eyes. Well, but O'Brien, what is to become of the poor girl? She is going to be home with my father and mother, hoping one day that I shall come back and marry her. I have written to Father McGrath to see what he can do. Have you not undeceived her? Father McGrath must do that. I could not. It would have been the death of her. It would have stabbed her to the heart, and it's not for me to give that blow. I'd sooner have died, sooner have married her than have done it, Peter. Perhaps when I'm far away she'll bear it better. Father McGrath will manage it. O'Brien, I don't like that Father McGrath. Well, Peter, you may be right. I don't exactly like all he says myself, but what is a man to do? Either he is a Catholic and believes as a Catholic, or he is not one. Will I abandon my religion now that it is persecuted? Never, Peter. I hope not, without I find much better at all events. Still, I do not like to feel that this advice of my confessor is at variance with my own conscience. Father McGrath is a worldly man, but not only provokes that he is wrong, not that our religion is, and I don't mind speaking to you on this subject. No one knows that I am a Catholic except yourself, and at the Admiralty they never asked me to take that oath, which I never would have taken, although Father McGrath says I may take any oath I please with what he calls heretics, and he will grant me absolution. Peter, my dear fellow, say no more about it. I did not, but I may as well end the history of poor Ella Flanagan at once, as she will not appear again. About 3 months afterwards, we received a letter from Father McGrath, stating that the girl had arrived safe, and had been a great comfort to O'Brien's father and mother, who wished her to remain with them altogether. That Father McGrath had told her that when a man took his commission as captain, it was all the same as going into a monastery as a monk, for he never could marry. The poor girl believed him, and thinking that O'Brien was lost to her forever with the advice of Father McGrath, had entered as a nun in one of the religious houses in Ireland, that, as she said, she might pray for him night and day. Many years afterwards we heard of her. She was well and not unhappy, but O'Brien never forgot his behaviour to this poor girl. It was a source of continual regret, and I believe, until the last day of his existence, his heart smote him for his inconsiderate conduct towards her. But I must leave this distressing topic, and return to the Rattlesnake, which had now arrived at the West Indies, and joined the Admiral at Jamaica. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Peter Simple. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by antonygirgis. Peter Simple by Frederick MARRYAT. Chapter 43. Description of the coast of Martinique. Popped at for peeping. No heroism in making oneself a target. Board a miniature Noah's Ark under Yankee colors. Capture a French slaver. Parrot soup in lieu of mock turtle. We found orders at Barbados to cruise off Martinique to prevent supplies being furnished to the garrison of the island, and we proceeded there immediately. I do not know anything more picturesque than running down the east side of this beautiful island, the ridges of hill spreading down to the water's edge, covered with the freshest verdure, divided at the base by small bays, with the beach of dazzling white sand, and where the little coasting vessels, employed to bring the sugar from the neighbouring estates, were riding at an anchor. Each hill at its adjutment towards the sea was crowned with a fort, of which waves the tricolour, certainly in appearance one of the most warlike flags in the world. On the third morning we had rounded the Diamond Rock, and were scudding along the lee side of the island, just opening Fort Royal Bay, when, hauling rather too close round its eastern entrance, formed by a promontory called Solomon's Point, which was covered with brushwood, we found ourselves nearer than agreeable to the newly constructed battery. A column of smoke was poured along the blue water, and it was followed by the whizzing of a shot, which passed through our boom mainsail, first cutting away the dog vane which was close to our old Swinburne's head, as he was on the carroad conning the brig. I was at dinner in the cabin with O'Brien and the first lieutenant. "Where the devil have they got the brig now?" said O'Brien, rising from his chair and going on deck. We both followed, but before we were on deck 3 or 4 more shots passed between the mast. "If you please, sir," said the master's mate in charge of the deck, whose name was O'Farrell, "the battery has opened upon us." "Thank you very much for your information, Mr. O'Farrell," replied O'Brien, "but the French have reported it before you. May I ask if you have any particular to fancy to be made a target of, or if you think that his Majesty's brig Rattlesnake was sent here to be riddled for nothing at all? Starboard the helm, quartermaster." The helm was put up, and the brig was soon run out of the fire. Not, however, until a few more shots were pitched close to us, and one carried away the fore topmast backstay. "No, Mr. O'Farrell," replied O'Brien, "I only wish to point out to you that I trust neither I nor anyone on the ship cares a fig about the whizzing of a shot or two about our ears when there is anything to be gained for it, either for ourselves or for our country. But I do care a great deal about losing even the leg or the arm, much more the life, of any of the men, when there's no occasion for it. So in future, recollect, it's no disgrace to keep out of the way of a battery, when all the advantage is on their side. I've always observed that chance shots pick out the best men. Lower down the mainsail, and send the sailmaker aft to repair it." When Bryan returned to the cabin, I remained on deck, for it was my afternoon watch, and although O'Farrell had permission to look out for me, I did not choose to go down again. The bay of Fort Royal was now opened, and the view was extremely beautiful. Swinburne was still on the carronade, and as I knew he had been there before, I applied to him for information as to the locale. He told me the names of the batteries above the town, pointed out Fort Edward and Negro Point, and particularly Pigeon Island, the battery at the top of which wore the appearance of a mural crown. "It's well I remember that place, Mr. Simple," said he. "It was '94 when I was last there. The sodgers had sieged it for a whole month, and we were about to give it up, because they couldn't get a gun up at that pointier hill you see over there. So poor Captain Faulkner says, 'There's many a clear head under a tarpaulin hat, and I'll give any chap 5 doubloons that will hitch up a 24-pounder to the top of the hill.' Not quite so easy as a matter as you may perceive from here, Mr. Simple." "It certainly appears to me to have been almost impossible, Swinburne," replied I. "And so did it to most of us, Mr. Simple. But there was one Dick Smith, mate of a transport, who had come on shore, and he steps out saying, 'I've been looking at your men handling that gun, and my opinion is, that if you gets a butt, crams in a carronade, well wolded up, and fill it with old junk and rope yarns, you may parbuckle it up to the very top.' So Captain Faulkner pulls out 5 doubloons and gives them to him, saying, 'You deserve the money for the hint, even if it don't succeed.' But it did succeed, Mr. Simple, and the next day, to their surprise, we opened fire on the French beggars, and soon brought their boasting down. One of the French officers, after he was taken prisoner, asked me how we had managed to get the gun up there, but I wasn't going to blow the gaff. So I told him a great secret, that we got it up with a kite, upon which we opened all his eyes, and crying, Sacre bleu, walked away, believing all that I said was true. But ain't that a sail we have opened with the point, Mr. Simple? It was so, and I reported it to O'Brien, who came up and gave chase. In half an hour we were alongside of her, when she hoisted American colours, and proved to be brigantine laden up to her gunwale, which had not a foot above the water. Her cargo consisted of what the American called notions, that is, in English, an assorted cargo. Halfway up her masts, down to the deck, were hung up baskets containing apples, potatoes, onions, and nuts of various kinds. Her deck was crowded with cattle, sheep, pigs, and donkeys. Below was full of shingle lumber, and a variety of different articles, too numerous to mention. I boarded her, and asked the master whither he was bound. Why, replied he, I'm bound for the market. Nowise particular, and I guess you won't stop me. Not if it's all right, replied I, but I must look at your log. Well, I've a notion there's no great objection to that, replied he, and he brought it up on deck. I had no great time to examine it, but I could not help being amused at the little I did read, such as horse latitudes, water very short, killed white-faced bullock caught in a dolphin, and ate him for dinner, broached molasses cask, number 1, letter A, fine night, saw little round things floating on the water, took up a bucketful, guessed they were pearls, judged I guessed wrong, only little Portuguese men of war, threw them overboard again, heard a little scream, guessed it was a mermaid, looked out, saw nothing, witnessed a very strange rippling ahead, calculated it must be the sea serpent, stood on to see him plain, and nearly ran on Barbuda, hauled off again, met a Brichner, treated politely. Having overhauled his log, I then begged to overhaul his men, to ascertain if there were any Englishmen among his crew. This was not pleasing, and he grumbled very much, but they were ordered aft. One man, I was satisfied, was an Englishman, and told him so, but the man, as well as his master, persisted to the contrary. Nevertheless, I resolved to take him on board for O'Brien to decide, and ordered him onto the boat. Well, if you will use force, I can't help it. My decks ain't clear, as you see, or else, I tell you what, Mr. Lieutenant, your vessel there will be another Hermione. I've a notion if you press as true-blood Yankees, and what's more, the States will take it up as sure as the snakes in Virginia. Notwithstanding this remonstrance, I took them on board to O'Brien, and had a long conversation with the American in the cabin. When they returned on deck, he was allowed to depart with his man, and we again made sail. I had the first watch that night, and we ran along the coast. I perceived a vessel under the high land in what the sailors called the doldrums, and this is, most becalmed, or her sailors, flapping in every direction with the eddying winds. We steered for her, and were very soon in the same situation, not more than 1/4 of a mile from her. The quarter boat was lowered down, and I proceeded to board her, but as she was large and rakish, O'Brien desired me to be careful, if there were the least show of resistance to return. As I pulled up her bows, they hailed me in French, and desired me to keep off, or they would fire. This was quite sufficient, and in obedience to my orders, I returned to the brig, and reported to O'Brien. We lowered down all the quarter boats, and towed round the brig's broadside to her, and gave her 6 carronades of round and grape. Hearing great noise and confusion on board after we had ceased firing, O'Brien again sent me to know if they had surrendered. They replied in the affirmative, and I boarded her. She proved to be the Commerce de Bordeaux, with 330 slaves on board, out of 500 embarked from the coast, bound to Martinique. The crew were very sickly, and were most of them in their hammocks. Latterly, they had been killing parrots to make soup for them. A few that were left, of the grey species, spoke remarkably well when they left the coast. They had nearly 1,000 parrots on board. O'Brien, perceiving that I had taken possession, sent another boat to know what the vessel was. I desired the surgeon to be sent on board, as some of the men, and many of the poor slaves, were wounded by our shot. Of all the miserable objects, I know of none to be compared to the poor devils of slaves on board of a slave vessel. The state of suffocation between decks, the dreadful stench arising from their filth, which is hardly ever cleared away, the sick lying without help, and looked upon by those who are stronger with the utmost indifference, Men, women, and children, all huddled and crowded together in a state of nudity, worn to skin and bone from stench, starvation, and living in an atmosphere that none but a negro could exist in. If all that occurs on a slave ship were really known, I think it would be acknowledged that to make the slave trade piracy would be nothing more than a just retribution, and this is certain, that unless it be made piracy, it will never be discontinued. By daylight the vessel was ready, and O'Brien determined to take her to Dominica, so that the poor devils might be immediately set on shore. We anchored with her in a few days in Prince Rupert's Bay, where we had only 24 hours to obtain some refreshments and arrange about our prize, which I hardly need say was of some value. During the short time that I was on shore, purchasing some fowls and vegetables for O'Brien and our own mess, I was amused at witnessing a black sergeant drilling some of his regiment of free negroes and mulattoes. He appeared resolved to make the best appearance that he could, for he began by saying, "You hab sure and talking, stand in front. You hab sure no talking, stand in center. You have sure no talking, stand in rear. Face to mountain. Back to sea bench. Why do you tap out, sir? You hangman." I was curious to count the numbers qualified for the front rank. There were only 2 mulattoes. In the second rank there were also only 2. No shoe and no talking appeared to be the fashion. As usual, we were surrounded by the negroes, and although we had been but a few hours, they were song compared to us, for they constantly repeated, "Don't you see the rattlesnake coming under sail? Don't you see the rattlesnake with prizes at a tail? Rattlesnake have all the money. Ding, ding. She have all that's funny. Ding, ding." End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Peter Simple. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by antonygirgis. Peter Simple by Frederick MARRYAT. Chapter 44. Money can purchase anything in the new country. American information not always to be dependent upon. A night attack, we are beaten off. It proves a cut-up instead of a cut-out. After all, we saved something out of the fire. The next morning we weighed anchor and returned to our station off Martinique. We had run within 3 miles of St. Pierre when we discovered a vessel coming out under jury masts. She steered directly for us, and we made her out to be the American brigantine which we had boarded some time before. O'Brien sent a boat to bring the master of her on board. "Well, captain," said he, "so you met with a squall." "I calculate not," replied he. "Why then, what the devil have you been about?" "Why, I guess I sold all my cargo, and what's more, I've sold my masts." "Sold your masts? Whom did you sell them to?" "To an almighty pretty French privateer lying in St. Pierre's, which had lost her spars when she had been chased out by one of your brass-bottomed sarpents, and I've a notion they paid pretty handsomely too. But how do you mean to get home again?" "I calculate to get into the stream, and then I'll do very well. If I meet a nor'wester, why then I'll make a signal of distress, and someone will tow me in, I guess." "Well," replied O'Brien, "but step down into the cabin and take something, captain." "With particular pleasure," replied this strange mortal, and down they went. In about half an hour they returned on deck, and the boat took the American on board. Soon afterwards O'Brien desired Osbaldistone and myself to step down into the cabin. The chart of the harbour of St. Pierre lay on the table, and O'Brien said, "I've had a long conversation with the American, and he states that the privateer is at anchor in this spot," pointing to the pencil mark on the chart. "If so, she is well out, and I see no difficulty in capturing her. You see that she lies in 4 fathoms water, and so close under the outer battery that the guns could not be pointed down upon the boats. I have also inquired if they keep a good lookout, and the American says that they feel so secure that they keep no lookout at all, and the captain and officers belonging to her are on shore all night drinking, smoking, and boasting of what they will do. Now the question is whether this report be correct. The American has been well treated by us, and I see no reason to doubt him. Indeed, he gave the information voluntarily, as if he wished to serve us. I allowed Osbaldistone to speak first. He coincided with Bryan. I did not.
The very circumstance of her requiring new masts made me doubt the truth of his assertion as to where she lay, and if one part of her story was false, why not the whole? O'Brien appeared struck with my argument, and it was agreed that if the boats did not go away, it should be for a reconnaissance, and that the attempt should only be made, provided it was found that the privateer lay in the same spot pointed out by the American master. It was, however, decided that the reconnaissance should take place that very night, as allowing the privateer to be anchored on the spot supposed, there were every probability that she would not remain there, but haul further in to take in her new masts. The news that an expedition was at hand has soon circulated throughout the ship, and all the men had taken their cutlasses from the capstan to get ready for action. The fighting boats' crews, without orders, were busy with their boats, some cutting up old blankets to muffle the oars, others making new grummets. The ship's company were as busy as bees, bustling and buzzing about the decks, and reminding you of the agitation which takes place in a hive previous to a swarm. At last Osbaldistone came on deck, and ordered the boats' crew to be piped away, and prepare for service. I was to have the command of the expedition in the launch. I had charge of the first cutter, O'Farrell of the second, and Swinburne had the charge of the jolly boat. At dusk, the head of the brig was again turned towards St. Pierre, and we ran slowly in. At 10 we hove to, and about 11 boats were ordered to haul up. O'Brien repeating his orders to Mr. Osbaldistone not to make the attempt if the privateer were found to be anchored close to the town. The men were all mustered on the quarter-deck to ascertain if they had the distinguishing mark on their jackets, that is, square patches of canvas sewn on their left arm, so that we might recognize friend from foe, a very necessary precaution in a night expedition. And then they were manned and ordered to shove off. The oars were dropped in the water, throwing out a phosphorescent light so common in the climate, and away we went. After an hour's pulling, Osbaldistone lay on his oars in the launch, and we closed with him. "We are now at the mouth of the harbour," said he, "and the most perfect silence must be observed." "At the mouth of the harbour, sir," said Swinburne. "I reckon we are more than half-way in. We passed that point at least 10 minutes ago, and this is the second battery. We are now abreast of—" To this Osbaldistone did not agree, nor indeed did I think that Swinburne was right, but he persisted in it, and pointed out to us the lights in the town, which were now all open to us, and which would not be the case if we were only at the mouth of the harbour. Still we were of a different opinion, and Swinburne, out of respect to his officers, said no more. We resumed our oars, pulling with the greatest caution. The night was intensely dark, and we could distinguish nothing. After about 10 minutes more, we appeared to be close to the lights in the town. Still we could see no privateer or any other vessels. Again we lay upon our oars, and held a consultation. Swinburne declared that if the privateer lay where we were supposed, we had passed her long ago. But while we were debating, O'Farrell cried out, "I see her!" And he was right. She was not more than a cable's length from us. Without waiting for orders, O'Farrell desired his men to give away, and dashed alongside of the privateer. Before we were halfway on board of her, lights flew about in every direction, and a dozen muskets were discharged. We had nothing to do but follow him, and in a few seconds we were all alongside of her, but she was well prepared and on the alert. Boarding nettings were triced up all around. Every gun had been depressed as much as possible, and she appeared to be full of men. A scene of confusion and slaughter now occurred, which I trust never again to witness. All our attempts to get on board were unavailing. If we had tried at a port, a dozen pikes thrust us back. If we attempted the boarding nettings, we were thrown down, killed or wounded into the boats. From every port, and from the decks of the privateer, the discharge of musketry was incessant. Pistols were protruded and fired in our faces, while occasionally her carronades went off, stunning us with their deafening noise, and rocking the boats in the disturbed water if they had no other effect. For 10 minutes our exertions never ceased. At last, with half our numbers lying killed and wounded in the bottom of the boats, the men, worn out and dispirited at their unavailing attempts, sat down, most of them on the boats' thwarts, loading their muskets and discharging them into the ports. Osbaldistone was among the wounded, and perceiving that he was not in the launch, of whose crew not 6 remained, I called to Swinburne, who alongside of me, and desired him to tell me the other boats to make the best of their way out of the harbor. This was soon communicated to the other survivors, who would have continued the unequal contest to the last man, if I had not given the order. The launch and second cutter shoved off, O'Farrell also having fallen, and as soon as they were clear of the privateer and had gotten their oars to pass, I proceeded to do the same. Amidst the shots and yells of the Frenchmen, who now jumped on their gunwale and pelted us with their musketry, cheering and mocking us. "Stop, sir," cried Swinburne. "We'll have a bit of revenge." So saying, he hauled to the launch, and wending her boat to the privateer, directed her carronade, which they had no idea that we had on board, as we had not fired it to where the Frenchmen were crowded the thickest. "Stop one moment, Swinburne. Put another dose of canister in." We did so, and then discharged the gun, which had the most murderous effect, bringing the major part of them down upon the deck. I feel convinced, from the cries and groans which followed, that if we had had a few more men, we might have returned and captured the privateer. But it was too late. The batteries were all lighted up, and although they could not see the boats, fired in the direction where they supposed us to be, for they were awake from the shouting on board the vessel that we had been beaten off. The launch had but 6 hands capable of taking an oar. The first cutter had but 4. In my own boat I had 5. Swinburne had 2 besides himself in the jolly boat. "This is a sorry business, sir," said Swinburne. "Now what's best to be done? My idea is that we had better put all the wounded men into the launch, man the 2 cutters and jolly boat, and tow her off. And, Mr. Simple, instead of keeping on this side, as they will expect us in the batteries, let us keep close inshore, upon the near side, and their shot will pass over us." The advice was too good not to be followed. It was now 2 o'clock, and we had a long pull before us, and no time to lose. We lifted the dead bodies and the wounded men out of the 2 cutters and the jolly boat into the launch. I had no time for examination, but I perceived that O'Farrell was quite dead, and also a youngster of the name of Pepper, who must have smuggled himself into the boats. I did, however, look for Osbaldistone, and found him in the stern sheets of the launch. He had received a deep wound in the breast, apparently with a pike. He was sensible, and asked me for a little water, which I procured from the beaker which was left in the launch, and gave it to him. At the word water, and hearing it poured out from the beaker, many of the wounded men faintly called out for some. Having no time to spare, I left 2 men in the launch, one to steer, and the other to give them water, and then, taking her in tow, pulled directly in for the batteries, as advised by Swinburne, who now sat alongside of me. As soon as we were well inshore, I pulled out of the harbor with feelings not by any means enviable. Swinburne said to me in a low voice, "This will be a hard blow for the captain, Mr. Simple. I've always been told that a young captain losing his men without bringing any dollars to his admiral is not very well received." "I am more sorry for him than I can well express, Swinburne," replied I. "But what is that ahead? A vessel under way?" Swinburne stood up in the end of the cutter and looked for a few seconds. "Yes, a large ship standing in the royals. She must be a Frenchman. Now's our time, sir. So long as we don't go out empty-handed, all will be well. Oars, all of you. Shall we cast off by the launch, sir?" "Yes," replied I. "And now, my lads, let us only have that vessel, and we shall do. She is a merchantman, that is clear. Not that I was sure of it. Swinburne, I think it will be better to let her pass in shore. They will all be looking out of the other side, for they must have seen the firing." "Well thought of, sir," replied Swinburne. We lay on our oars and let her pass us, which she did, creeping in at a rate of 2 miles an hour. We then pulled for her quarter in the 3 boats, leaving the launch behind us, and boarded. As we premised, the crew were on deck, and all on the other side of the vessel, so anxiously looking out at the batteries, which were still firing occasional random shot, that they did not perceive us until we were close to them, and then they had no time to seize their arms. There were several ladies on board. Some of the people protected them, others ran below. In 2 minutes we had possession of her, and had put her head in the other way. To our surprise, we found that she mounted 14 guns. One hatch we left open for the ladies, some of whom had fainted, to be taken down below. The others were fastened down by Swinburne. As soon as we had the deck to ourselves, we manned one of the cutters, and sent it for the launch. And as soon as we had made fast alongside, we had time to look about us. The breeze freshened, and in half an hour we were out of gunshot of all the batteries. I then had the wounded men taken out of the launch, and Swinburne and the other men bound up their wounds and made them as comfortable as they could. End of chapter 44.
Chapter 45 of Peter Simple. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by antonygirgis. Peter Simple by Frederick MARRYAT. Chapter 45. Some remarkable occurrences take place in the letter of Mark. Old friends with improved faces, the captor a captive, but not carried away, though the captive is by the ship's boat, the whole chapter a mixture of love, war, and merchandise. We had possession of the vessel about an hour, when the man who was sentry over the hatchway told me that one of the prisoners wished to speak with the English commanding officer, and asked leave to come on deck. I gave permission, and a gentleman came up stating that he was a passenger, that the ship was a letter of marque from the Bordeaux, and that there were 7 lady passengers on board who had come out to join their husbands and families, and that he trusted I would have no objection to put them on shore, as women could hardly be considered as objects of warfare. As I knew that O'Brien would have done so, and that he would be glad to get rid of both women and prisoners if he could, I replied, most certainly, that I would heave to, that they might not have so far to pull on shore, and that I would permit the ladies and other passengers to go on shore. I begged that they would be as quick as possible in getting their packages ready, and that I would give them 2 of the boats belonging to the ship, with a sufficient number of French seamen belonging to her to man the boats. The Frenchman was grateful, thanked me in the name of the ladies, and went down below to impart the intelligence. I then hove to, lowered down the boats from the quarters, and waited for them to come up. It was daylight before they were ready, but that I did not care about. I saw the brig in the offing about 7 miles off, and I was well clear of the batteries. At last they made their appearance one by one, coming up the ladder escorted by French gentlemen. They had to wait while the packages and bundles were put into the boats. The first sight which struck them with horror was the many dead and wounded Englishmen lying on the decks. Expressing their commiseration, I told them that we had attempted to take the privateer, and had been repulsed, and that it was coming out of the harbour that I had fallen in with their ship, and captured it. All the ladies had severally thanked me for my kindness in giving me their liberty, except one, whose eyes were fixed upon the wounded men. When the French gentleman went up to her and reminded her that she had not expressed her thanks to the commanding officer, she turned round to me. I stared back. I certainly had seen that face before. I could not be mistaken. Yet she had now grown up into a beautiful young woman. "Celeste," said I, trembling, "are you not Celeste?" "Yes," replied she, looking earnestly at me, as if she would discover who I was, but which it was not very easy to do, begrimed as my face was with dust and gunpowder. "Have you forgotten Peter Simple?" "Oh, no, never forget you," cried Celeste, bursting into tears and holding out her hands. This scene occasioned no small astonishment to the parties on deck, who could not comprehend it. She smiled through her tears as I told her how happy I was to have the means of being of service to her. "And where is the colonel?" said I. "There," replied she, pointing to the island. "He is now general, and commands the force in the garrison." "And where is Mr. O'Brien?" interrogated Celeste. "There," replied I. "He commands that man of war, of which I am the 2nd lieutenant." A rapid exchange of inquiries took place, and the boats were stopped while we were in conversation. Swinburne reported that the brig was standing in for us, and I felt that in justice to the wounded I could no longer delay. Still, I found time to press her hand, and to thank her for the purse that she had given me when I was on the stilts, and to tell her that I had never forgotten her, and never would. With many remembrances to her father, I was handing her into the boat when she said, "I don't know whether I am right to ask it, but could you do me such a favour?" "What is it, Celeste?" "You have allowed more than 1/2 of the men to pull us on shore. Some must remain, and they are so miserable. Indeed, it is hardly yet decided which of them are to go.
Could you let them all go?" "That I will, for your sake, Celeste. As soon as your 2 boats have shoved off, I will lower the boat astern and send the rest after you. But I must make sail now. God bless you." The boats then shoved off, the passengers waving their handkerchiefs to us, and I made sail for the brig. As soon as the stern boat was alongside, the rest of the crew were called up and put into her, and followed their companions. I felt that O'Brien would not be angry with me for letting them all go, and especially when I told him who begged for them. The vessel's name was the Victorine, mounting 14 guns and 24 men, with 11 passengers. She was chiefly laden with silks and wine, and was a very valuable prize. Celeste had time to tell me that her father had been 4 years in Martinique, and had left her at home for her education, and that she was then coming out to join him. The other ladies were all wives or daughters of officers of the French garrison on the island, and the gentlemen passengers were some of them French officers. But as this was told to me in secret, of course, I was not bound to know it, as they were not in uniform. As soon as we had closed with the brig, I hastened on board to O'Brien, and as soon as a fresh supply of hands to man the boat, and the surgeon and his assistant had been dispatched on board of the prize, to superintend the removal of the wounded, I went down with him into the cabin, and narrated what had occurred.
"Well," said O'Brien, "all's well that ends well. But this is not the luckiest hit in the world. Your taking the ship has saved me, Peter, and I must make as flourishing a dispatch as I can. By the powers, but it's very lucky that she has 14 guns. It sounds grand. I must muddle it all up together, so that the admiral must think that we intended to cut them both out, and so we did, sure enough, if we had known she had been there. But I am most anxious to hear the surgeon's report, and whether poor Osbaldistone will do well. Peter, oblige me by going on board, and put 2 marines sentry over the hatchway, so that no one goes down and pulls the traps about, for I will send on shore everything belonging to the passengers for Colonel O'Brien's sake." The surgeon's report was made. 6 killed and 16 wounded. The killed were O'Farrell, Pepper, midshipsmen, 2 seamen, and 2 marines. The first lieutenant, Osbaldistone, was severely wounded in 3 places, but likely to do well. 5 other men were dangerously wounded. The other 10 would, in all probability, return to their duty in less than a month. As soon as the wounded were on board, O'Brien returned with me to the prize, and we went down into the cabin. All the passengers' effects were collected. The trunks which had been left open were nailed down, and O'Brien wrote a handsome letter to General O'Brien, containing a list of the packages sent on shore. We sent the launch with a flag of truce to the nearest battery. After some demur, it was accepted, and the effects landed. We did not wait for an answer, but made all sail to join the admiral in Barbados. The next morning we buried those who had fallen. O'Farrell was a fine young man, brave as a lion, but very hot in his temper. He would have made a good officer had he been spared. Poor little Pepper was also much regretted. He was but 12 years old. He had bribed the bowman of the second cutter to allow him to conceal himself under the foresheets of the boat. His day's allowance of spirits had purchased him this object of his ambition, which ended so fatally. But as soon as the bodies had disappeared under the wave, and the service was over, we all felt happier. There is something very unpleasant, particularly to sailors, to have a corpse on board. We now sailed merrily along, the prize keeping company with us, and before we reached Barbados, most of the men were convalescent. Osbaldistone's wounds were, however, very severe, and he was recommended to return home, which he did, and obtained his promotion as soon as he arrived. He was a pleasant messmate, and I was sorry to lose him, although, the lieutenant appointed to his room being junior to me, I was promoted to be first lieutenant of the brig. Soon after Osbaldistone went home, his brother broke his neck when hunting, and Osbaldistone came into the property. He then quitted the service. We found the admiral at Barbados, who received O'Brien and his dispatch very well. O'Brien had taken 2 good prizes, and that was sufficient to cover a multitude of sins, even if he had committed any. but the dispatch was admirably written, and the Admiral, in his letter to the Admiralty, commented upon Captain O'Brien's successful and daring attack, at the real truth of these sort of things, whereas, if the truth had been known, it was Swinburne's advice of pulling up the weather ashore, which was the occasion of our capturing the Victorine. But it was very hard to come at the real truth of these sort of things, as I found out during the time that I was in His Majesty's service. End of chapter 45.
Chapter 46 of Peter Simple. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Peter Simple by Frederick MARRYAT. Chapter 46. O'Brien tells his crew that one Englishman is as good as 3 Frenchmen on salt water. They prove it. We fall in with an old acquaintance, although she could not be considered as a friend. Our next cruise was on the coast of Guinea and Gulf of Mexico, where we were running up and down for 3 months without falling in with anything but West Indiamen bound to Devorah, Berbice, and Surinam, and occasionally chasing a privateer. But in the light winds they were too fast for us. Still, we were useful in protecting the trade, and O'Brien had a letter of thanks from the merchants, and a handsome piece of plate upon his quitting the station. We had made sail for Barbados 2 days, and were within sight of the island of Trinidad, when we perceived 6 sails on the lee bow. We soon made them out to be 3 large ships and 3 schooners, and immediately guessed, which afterwards proved to be correct, that they were 3 privateers with West India ships which they had captured. We made all sail, and at first the 3 privateers did the same, but afterwards, having made out our force and not liking to abandon their prizes, they resolved to fight. The West Indiamen hauled to the wind on the other tack, and the 3 privateers shortened sail and awaited our coming. We beat to quarters, and when everything was ready and we were within a mile of the enemy, who had now thrown out the tricolored flag, O'Brien ordered all the men aft on the quarter-deck and addressed them. "Now, my men, you see that there are 3 privateers, and you also see that there are 3 Indiamen which they have captured. As for the privateers, it's just a fair match for you. 1 Englishman can always beat 3 Frenchmen. We must lick the privateers for honor and glory, and we must recapture the ships for profit, because you'll all want some money when you get on shore again. So you've just a half-dozen things to do, and then we'll pipe to dinner." This harangue suited the sailors very well, and they returned to their guns. "Now, Peter," said O'Brien, "just call away the sail trimmers from the guns, for I mean to fight these fellows under sail, and outmaneuver them if I can. Tell Mr. Webster I want to speak with him." Mr. Webster was the 2nd lieutenant, a very steady, quiet young man, and a good officer. "Mr. Webster," said O'Brien, "remember that all the foremost guns must be very much depressed. I prefer that the shot should strike the water before it reaches them, rather than it should go over them. See that your screws are run up at once, and I will take care that no broadside is thrown away." "Starboard, Swinburne." "Starboard it is, sir." "Steady. So, that's right, for the stern of the leeward vessel." We were within 2 cable lengths of the privateers, who still remained hove to within half a cable's length of each other. They were very large schooners, full of men, with their boarding netting triced up, and showing a very good set of teeth, as it afterwards proved. One mounted 16, and the other 2 14 guns. "Now, my lads, over to the lee guns, and fire as they bear when we round to." hands by the head braces and jib sheet. Stretch along the weather braces. Quartermaster aft, tend the boom sheet. Port hard, Swinburne." "Port it is, sir," replied Swinburne, and the brig rounded up on the wind, shooting up under the sterns of the two weathermost schooners, and discharging the broadside into them as the guns bore. "Be smart and load, my lads, and stand by the same guns. Round in the weatherhead braces. Peter, I don't want her to go about. Stand by to haul over the boom sheet when she pays off. Swinburne, helm amidships." By this time another broadside was poured into the schooner, who had not yet returned our fire, which, having foolishly remained hove to the wind, they could not do. The brig now had sternway, and O'Brien then executed a very skilful manoeuvre. He shifted the helm and made a stern board, so as to back in between the two weather schooners and the one to leeward, bracing around at the same time on the other tack. "Man both sides, my lads, and give them our broadsides as we pass." The men stationed to the starboard guns flew over, and the other side being again loaded, we exchanged broadside with the leeward and one of the windward schooners, the brig continuing her sternway until we passed ahead of them. By the time that we had reloaded, the brig had gathered headway, and again passed between the same two schooners, giving broadsides, and then passing astern of them. "Capital, my lads, capital," said O'Brien. "This is what I call good fighting." And so it was, for O'Brien had given 2 raking broadsides and 4 others, receiving only 2 in return, for the schooners were not ready for us when we passed between them the last time. The smoke had now rolled away to leeward, and we were able to see the effect of our broadsides. The middle schooner had lost her main boom, and appeared very much cut up in the hull. The schooner to leeward did not appear to have suffered much, but they now perceived their error, and made sail. They had expected that we should run in between them, and fought broadside to broadside, by which means the weathermost schooner would have taken a raking position, while the others engaged us to windward and leeward. Our own damages were trifling, 2 men slightly wounded, and 1 main shroud cut away. We ran about half a mile astern from them, then with both broadsides ready we tacked, and found that, as we expected, we could weather the whole of them. This we did, O'Brien running the brig within biscuit throw of the weathered schooner, engaging him broadside to broadside, with the advantage that the other 2 could not fire a shot into us without standing a chance of striking their consort. If he made more sail, so did we, and if he shortened, so did we, so as to keep our position with little variation. The schooner fought well, but her metal was not to be compared with our 32-pound carronades, which ploughed up her sides at so short a distance, driving 2 ports into one. At last her foremast went by the board, and she dropped astern. In the meantime, the other schooners had both tacked, and were coming up under our stern to rake us. But the accident which happened to the one we had engaged left us at liberty. We knew that she could not escape, so we tacked and engaged the other 2, nearing them as fast as we could. The breeze now sprang up fast, and O'Brien put up the helm and passed between them, giving them both a raking broadside of grape and canister, which brought the sticks about their ears. This sickened them. The smallest schooner, which had been the leewardest at the commencement of the action, made all sail on a wind. We clapped on the royals to follow her, when we perceived that the other schooner, which had been in the middle, and whose main boom we had shot away, had put her helm up, and was crowding all sail before the wind. O'Brien then said, "Must not try for too much, or we shall lose all. Put her about, Peter. We must be content with the one that is left us." We went about and ranged up to the schooner, which had lost her foremast, but she, finding that her consort had deserted her, hauled down her colours, just as we were about to pour in our broadside. Our men gave 3 cheers, and it was pleasant to see them all shaking hands with each other, congratulating and laughing at the successful result of our action. "Now, my lads, be smart. We've done enough for honour, now for profit. Peter, take the 2 cutters full of men, and go on board of the schooner, while I get a hold of the 3 West Indiamen. Rig something jury forward, and follow me." In a minute the cutters were down and full of men. I took possession of the schooner, while the brig again tacked, and, crowding all sail, stood after the captured vessels. The schooner, which was the largest of the 3, was called the Jeanne d'Arc, mounting 16 guns, and had 53 men on board, the remainder being away in the prizes. The captain was wounded very badly, and 1 officer killed. Out of her ship's company, she had but 8 killed and 5 wounded. They informed me that they had sailed 3 months ago from St. Pierre's, Martinique, and had fallen in with the other 2 privateers, and cruised in company, having taken 9 West Indiamen since they had come out. "Pray," said I to the officer who gave the information, "were you ever attacked by boats when you laid at St. Pierre's?" He replied, yes, and that they had beaten them off. "Did you purchase these masts of an American?" He replied in the affirmative, so that we had captured the very vessel, in attempting to cut out, which we had lost so many men. We were all very glad of this, and Swinburne said, "Well, hang me if I didn't think I had seen that porthole before. There it was that I wrenched a pike out of one of the rascals' hands who tried to stab me, and into that porthole I fired at least 12 muskets. Well, I'm damned glad we got a hold of the beggar at last." We secured the prisoners below, and commenced putting the schooner in order. In half an hour we had completed our knotting and splicing, and, having 2 of the carpenters with us, in an hour we had got up a small jury mast forward, sufficient for the present. We lowered the mainsail, put trysails on her, and stood after the brig, which was now close to the prizes. But they separated, and it was not till dark that she had possession of 2. The 3rd was then hauled down on the other tack, with the brig in chase. We followed the brig, as did the 2 recaptured vessels, and, even with our jury up, we found that we could sail as fast as they. The next morning we saw the brig hove to, and about 3 miles ahead, with the 3 vessels in her possession. We closed, and I went on board. Webster was put in charge of the privateer, and, after lying to for that day to send our prize masters and men on board to remove the prisoners, we got up a proper jury mast, and all made sail together for Barbados. On my return on board, I found that we had but 1 man and 1 boy killed and 6 wounded, which I was not aware of. I forgot to say that the names of the other 2 privateers were La Étoile and La Madeleine. In a fortnight we arrived with all our prizes safe in Carlesley Bay, where we found the admiral, who had anchored but 2 days before. I hardly need say that O'Brien was well received, and gained a great deal of credit for the action. I found several letters from my sister, the contents of which gave me much pain. My father had been some months in Ireland, and had returned without gaining any information. My sister said that he was very unhappy, paid no attention to his clerical duties, and would sit for days without speaking, that he was very much altered in his appearance, and had grown thin and careworn. "In short," said she, "my dear Peter, I am afraid that he is fretting himself to death. Of course I am very lonely and melancholy. I cannot help reflecting upon what will be my situation if any accident should happen to my father. Accept my uncle's protection I will not. Yet how am I to live? For my father has saved nothing. I have been very busy lately, trying to qualify myself for a governess, and practice the harp and piano for several hours every day. I shall be very, very glad when you come home again. I showed the letters to O'Brien, who read them with much attention. I perceived the colour mount into his cheeks when he read those parts of her letters in which she mentioned his name and expressed her gratitude for his kindness towards me. "Never mind, Peter," said O'Brien, returning me the letters. "To whom is it that I am indebted for my promotion and this brig but to you, and for all the prize money which I have made, and which, by the head of St. Patrick, comes to a very decent sum, but to you? Make yourself quite easy about your dear little sister. We'll club your prize money and mine together, and she shall marry a duke, if there be one in England deserving her. And it's the French that shall furnish her dowry, as sure as a rattlesnake carries a tail." End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of Peter Simple. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Peter Simple by Frederick MARRYAT. Chapter 47. I am sent away after prizes and meet with a hurricane. Am driven on shore with the loss of more than half my men. Where is the rattlesnake? In 3 weeks we were again ready for sea, and the Admiral ordered us to our old station off Martinique. We had cruised about a fortnight off St. Pierre's, and as I walked the deck at night, often did I look at the sights in the town and wonder whether any of them were in the presence of Celeste, when, one evening, being about 6 miles offshore, we observed 2 vessels rounding Negro Point, close inshore. It was quite calm, and the boats were towing ahead. "It will be dark in half an hour, Peter," said O'Brien, "and I think we might get them before they anchor, or if they do anchor, it will be well outside. What do you think?" I agreed with him, for in fact I always seemed to be happier when the brig was close inshore, as I felt I was nearer to Celeste, and the further we were off, the more melancholy I became, continually thinking of her, and the sight of her after so many years' separation had changed my youthful attachment into strong affection. I may say that I was deeply in love. The very idea of going into the harbor, therefore, gave me pleasure, and there was no mad or foolish thing that I would not have done, only to gaze upon the walls which contained the constant objects of my thoughts. These were wild and visionary notions, and with little chance of ever arriving at any successful issue. But at 1 or 2 and 20, we are fond of building castles, and very apt to fall in love without considering our prospect of success. I replied that I thought it very possible, and wished he would permit me to make the attempt, as, if I found there was much risk, I would return. "I know that I can trust you, Peter," said O'Brien, "and it's a great pleasure to know that you have an officer you can trust. But haven't I brought you up myself, made a man of you as I promised I would when you were a little spalpeen, with a sniffling nose and legs in the shape of 2 carrots? So hoist out the launch and get the boats ready. The sooner the better. What a hot day this has been! Not a cat's paw on the water, and the sky all of a mist. Only look at the sun, how he goes down, puffed out to 3 times his size. as if he were in a terrible passion. I suspect we shall have the land breeze off strong. In half an hour I shoved off with the boats. It was now quite dark, and I pulled towards the harbor of St. Pierre. The heat was excessive and unaccountable. Not the slightest breath of wind moved in the heavens or below. No cloud to be seen, and the stars were obscured by a sort of mist. There appeared a total stagnation of the elements. The men in the boats pulled off their jackets, for, after a moment's pulling, they could bear them no longer. As we pulled in, the atmosphere became more opaque, and the darkness more intense. We supposed ourselves to be at the mouth of the harbor, but could see nothing, not 3 yards ahead of the boat. Swinburne, who always went with me, was steering the boat, and I observed to him the unusual appearance of the night. "I have been watching it, sir," replied Swinburne, "and I tell you, Mr. Simple, that if we only knew how to find the brig, that I would advise you to get on board of her immediately. She'll want all her hands this night, or I'm much mistaken." "Why do you say so?" replied I. "Because I think, nay, I may say that I'm certain, we'll have a hurricane afore morning. It's not the first time I've cruised in these latitudes. I recollect in 1794... But I interrupted him. "Swinburne, I believe that you are right. At all events, I'll turn back. Perhaps we may reach the brig before it comes on. She carries a light, and we can find her out." I then turned the boat around and steered, as near as I could guess, for where the brig was lying. But we had not pulled out more than 2 minutes before a low moaning was heard in the atmosphere, now here and now there, and we appeared to be pulling through solid darkness, if I may use the expression. Swinburne looked around him and pointed out on the starboard bow. "It's a comin', Mr. Simple, sure enough. Many's the living being that will not rise on its legs tomorrow. See, sir?" I looked, and, dark as it was, it appeared as if a sort of black wall was sweeping along the water, right towards us. The moaning gradually increased to a stunning roar, and then at once it broke upon us with a noise to which no thunder can bear a comparison. The sea was perfectly level, but boiling and covered with a white foam, so that we appeared in the night to be floating on milk. The oars were caught by the wind with such force that the men were dashed forward under the thwarts, and many of them severely hurt. Fortunately, we pulled with tholes and pins, or the gunwale and planks of the boats would have been wrenched off, and we should have foundered. The wind soon caught the boat on her broadside, and, had there been the least sea, would have inevitably thrown her over. But Swinburne put the helm down, and she fell off before the hurricane, darting through the boiling water at the rate of 10 miles an hour. All hands were aghast. They had recovered their seats, but were obliged to relinquish them and sit down at the bottom, holding on by the thwarts. The terrific roaring of the hurricane prevented any communication except by gesture. The other boats had disappeared. Lighter than ours, they had flown away faster before the sweeping element. But we had not been a minute before the sea rose in a most unaccountable manner. It appeared to be by magic. Of all the horrors that I ever witnessed, nothing could be compared to the scenes of this night. We could see nothing, and heard only the wind, before which we were darting like an arrow, to where we knew not, unless it was to certain death. Swinburne steered the boat, every now and then looking back as the waves increased. In a few minutes we were in a heavy swell that at 1 minute bore us all aloft, and at the next almost sheltered us from the hurricane. And now the atmosphere was charged with showers of spray, the wind cutting off the summits of the waves as if with a knife, and carrying them along with it as if it were in its arms. The boat was filling with water and appeared to settle down fast. The men bailed with their hats in silence when a large wave culminated over the stern, filling us to the thwarts. The next moment we all received a shock so violent that we were jerked from our seats. Swinburne was thrown over my head. Every timber of the boat separated at once, and she appeared to crumble from under us, leaving us floating on the raging waters. We all struck out for our lives, but with little hope of preserving them. But the next wave dashed us on the rocks, against which the boat had already been hurled. That wave gave life to some, and death to others. Me, in heaven's mercy, it preserved. I was thrown so high up that I merely scraped against the top of the rock, breaking 2 of my ribs. Swinburne and 8 more escaped with me, but not unhurt. 2 had their legs broken, 3 had broken arms, and the others were more or less contused. Swinburne miraculously received no injury. We had been 18 in the boat, of which 10 escaped. The others were hurled up at our feet, and the next morning we found them dreadfully mangled. 1 or 2 had their skulls literally shattered to pieces against the rocks. I felt that I was saved, and was grateful. But still the hurricane howled. Still the waves were washing over us. I crawled further up upon the beach, and found Swinburne sitting down with his eyes directed seaward. He knew me, took my hand, squeezed it, and then held it in his. For some moments we remained in this position, when the waves, which every moment increased in volume, washed up to us and obliged us to crawl further up. I then looked around me. The hurricane continued in its fury, but the atmosphere was not so dark. I could trace, for some distance, the line of the harbour from the ridge of foam upon the shore, and for the first time I thought of O'Brien and the brig. I put my mouth close to Swinburne's ear and cried out, "O'Brien!" Swinburne shook his head and looked up again at the offing. I thought whether there was any chance of the brig's escape. She was certainly 6, if not 7 miles off, and the hurricane was not direct on the shore. She might have a drift of 10 miles, perhaps, but what was that against such tremendous power? I prayed for those on board of the brig, and returned thanks for my own preservation. I was, or soon should be, a prisoner, no doubt, but what was that? I thought of Celeste, and felt almost happy. In about 3 hours the force of the wind subsided. It still blew a heavy gale, but the sky cleared up, and the stars again twinkled in the heavens, and we could see to a considerable distance. "It's breaking now, sir," said Swinburne at last. "Satisfied with the injury it has done, and that's no little. This is worse than '94. Now I'd give all my pay and prize money if it were only daylight and I could know the fate of the poor rattlesnake. What do you think, Swinburne?" "All depends on whether they were taken unprepared, sir. Captain O'Brien is as good a seaman as ever trod a plank, but he never has been in a hurricane, and may not have known the signs and warnings which God in his mercy has vouchsafed unto us. Your flush vessels fill easily, but we must hope for the best." Most anxiously did we look out for the day, which appeared to us as if it would never break. At last the dawn appeared, and we stretched our eyes to every part of the offing as it was lighted up, but we could not see the brig. The sun rose, and all was bright and clear, but we looked not around us. Our eyes were directed to where we had left the brig. The sea was still running high, but the wind abated fast. "Thank God!" ejaculated Swinburne, when he had directed his eyes along the coast. "She is above water, at all events." And, Looking in the direction where he pointed, I perceived the brig within 2 miles of the shore, dismantled and tossing in the waves. "I see her," replied I, catching my breath with joy. "But still, I think she must go on shore." "All depends on whether she can get a little bit of sail up to weather the point," replied Swinburne; "and depend upon it, Captain O'Brien knows that as well as we do." We were now joined by the other men who were saved. We all shook hands. They pointed out to me the bodies of our shipmates who had perished. I directed them to haul them further up, and put them all together, and continued with Swinburne to watch the brig. In about half an hour we perceived a triangle raised, and in 10 minutes afterwards a jury mast aft. A trysail was hoisted and set. Then the shears were seen forward, and in as short a time another trysail and a storm jib were expanded to the wind. "That's all he can do now, Mr Simple," observed Swinburne. "He must trust to them and to Providence. They are not more than a mile from the beach. It will be touch and go." Anxiously did we watch for more than half an hour. The other men returned to us, and joined in our speculations. At one time we thought it impossible. At another we were certain that she would weather the point. At last she neared it. She forged ahead. My anxiety became almost insupportable. I stood first on one leg and then on the other, breathless with suspense. She appeared to be on the point, actually touching the rocks. "God, she's struck!" said I. "No," replied Swinburne, and then we saw her pass on the other side of the outermost rock, and disappear. "Safe, Mr Simple! Weathered, by God!" cried Swinburne, waving his hat with joy. "God be thanked," replied I, overcome with delight. End of chapter 47.
Chapter 48 of Peter Simple. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. Peter Simple by Frederick MARRYAT. Chapter 48. The devastations of the hurricane. Peter makes friends. At destroying or saving, nothing like British seamen. Peter meets with General O'Brien, much to his satisfaction. Has another meeting, still more so. A great deal of pressing of hands, and all that, as Pope says. Now that the brig was safe, we thought of ourselves. My first attention was directed to the dead bodies, and as I looked at their mangled limbs, I felt grateful to heaven that I had been so miraculously spared. We then cast our eyes along the beach to see if we could trace any remnants of the other boats, but in vain. We were about 3 miles from the town, which we could perceive had received considerable damage, and the beach below it was strewn with wrecks and fragments. I told the men that we might as well walk into town, and deliver ourselves up as prisoners, to which they agreed, and we set forward, promising to send for the poor fellows who were too much hurt to accompany us. As soon as we climbed up the rocks and gained the inland, what a sight presented itself to us! Trees torn up by the roots in every direction, cattle lying dead, here and there the remains of a house of which the other parts had been swept away for miles. Everything not built of solid masonry had disappeared. We passed what had been a range of negro huts, but they were levelled to the ground. The negroes were busily searching for their property among the ruins, while the women held their infants in their arms, and the other children by their sides. Here and there was the mother, wailing over the dead body of some poor little thing which had been crushed to death. They took no notice of us. About half a mile further on, to our great delight, we fell in with the crews of the other boats who were sitting by the side of the road. They had all escaped unhurt. Their boats, being so much more buoyant than ours, had been thrown up high and dry. They joined us, and we proceeded on our way. On our road we fell in with a cart blown over, under the wheel of which was the leg of the negro who conducted it. We released the poor fellow. His leg was fractured. We laid him by the side of the road in the shade, and continued our march. Our whole route was one scene of desolation and distress. But when we arrived at the town, we found that there it was indeed accumulated. There was not one house in 3 standing entire. The beach was covered with the remnants of bodies and fragments of vessels, whose masts lay forced several feet into the sand, and broken into 4 or 5 pieces. Parties of soldiers were busy taking away the bodies, and removing what few valuables had been saved. We turned up into the town, for no one accosted us or even noticed us, and here the scene was even more dreadful. In some streets they were digging out those who were still alive, and whose cries were heard among the ruins. In others they were carrying away the dead bodies. The lamentations of the relatives, the howling of the negroes, the cries of the wounded, the cursing and swearing of the French soldiers, and the orders delivered continually by officers on horseback, with all the confusion arising from the crowds of spectators, mingling their voices together, formed a scene as dreadful as it was novel. After surveying it for a few minutes, I went up to an officer on horseback, and told him in French that I wished to surrender myself as a prisoner. "We have no time to take prisoners now," he replied. "Hundreds are buried in the ruins, and we must try to save them. We must now attend to the claims of humanity." "Will you allow my men to assist you, sir?" replied I. "They are active and strong fellows." "Sir," he said, taking off his hat, "I thank you in the name of my unfortunate countrymen." "Show us then where we may be most useful." He turned and pointed to a house higher up, the offices of which were blown down. "There are living beings under those ruins." "Come, my lads," said I, and sore as they were, my men hastened with alacrity to perform their task. I could not help them myself, my side was so painful, but I stood by giving them directions. In half an hour we had cleared away so as to arrive at a poor negro girl, whose cries we had distinctly heard. We released her and laid her down in the street, but she fainted. Her left hand was dreadfully shattered. I was giving what assistance I could, and all the men were busy clearing away, throwing on one side the beams and rafters, when an officer on horseback rode up. He stood and asked me who we were. I told him that we belonged to the brig and had been wrecked, and that we were giving what assistance we could until they were at leisure to send us to prison. "You English are fine brave fellows," replied he, as he rode on. Another unfortunate object had been recovered by our men, an old white-headed negro, but he was too much mangled to live. We brought him out, and were laying him beside the negro girl, when several officers on horseback rode down the street. The one who was foremost, in a general's uniform, I immediately recognized as my former friend, then Colonel O'Brien. They all stopped and looked at us. I told who we were. General O'Brien took off his hat to the sailors and thanked them. He did not recognize me, and he was passing on when I said to him in English, "General O'Brien, you have forgotten me, but I shall never forget your kindness." "My God!" said he, "is it you, my dear fellow?" And he sprang from his horse and shook me warmly by the hand. "No wonder that I did not know you. You are a very different person from little Peter Simple, who dressed up as a girl and danced on stilts. But I have to thank you, and so has Celeste, for your kindness to her. I will not ask you to leave your work of charity and kindness, but when you have done what you can, come up to my house. Anyone will show it to you. And if you do not find me, you will find Celeste, as you must be aware. I cannot leave this melancholy employment. God bless you." He then rode off, followed by his staff. "Come, my lads," said I, "depend upon it, we shall not be very cruelly treated. Let us work hard, and do all the good we can, and the Frenchmen won't forget it." We had cleared that house, and went back to where the other people were working under the orders of the officer on horseback. I went up to him and told him we had saved two, and if he had no objection, we would assist his party. He thankfully accepted our services. "And now, my lads," said Swinburne, "let us forget all our bruises, and show these French fellows how to work." And they did so. They tossed away the beams and rafters right and left, with a quickness and dexterity which quite astonished the officer and other inhabitants who were looking on, and in half an hour had done more work than could have possibly been expected. Several lives were saved, and the French expressed their admiration at our sailors' conduct, and brought them something to drink, which they stood much in need of, poor fellows. After they had worked double tides, as we say, and certainly were the means of saving many lives which otherwise would have been sacrificed. The disasters occasioned by this hurricane were very great, owing to its having taken place at night, when the chief of the inhabitants were in bed and asleep. I was told that most of the wood houses were down 5 minutes after the hurricane burst upon them. About noon there was no more work for us to do, and I was not sorry that it was over. My side was very painful, and the burning heat of the sun made me feel giddy and sick at my stomach. I inquired of a respectable looking old Frenchman which was the general's house. He directed me to it, and I proceeded there, followed by my men. When I arrived, I found the orderly leading away the horse of General O'Brien, who had just returned. I desired a sergeant, who was in attendance at the door, to acquaint the general that I was below. He returned, and desired me to follow him. I was conducted into a large room, where I found him in company with several officers. He again greeted me warmly, and introduced me to the company as the officer who had permitted the ladies, who had been taken prisoners, to come on shore. "I have to thank you, then, for my wife," said an officer, coming up and offering his hand. Another came up and told me I had also released his. We then entered into a conversation, in which I stated the occasion of my having been wrecked, and all the particulars; also that I had seen the brig in the morning dismasted, but that she had weathered the point and was safe. That brig of yours, I must pay you the compliment to say, has been very troublesome, and my namesake keeps the batteries more upon the alert than ever I could have done," said General O'Brien. "I don't believe there is a negro 5 years old upon the island who does not know your brig." We then talked over the attack of the privateer, in which we were beaten off. "Ah!" replied the aide de camp, "you made a mess of that. He has been gone these 4 months. Captain Carnot swears that he'll fight you, if he falls in with you." "He has kept his word," replied I, and then I narrated our action with the 3 French privateers, and the capture of the vessel, which surprised and I think annoyed them very much. "Well, my friend," said General O'Brien, "you must stay with me while you are on the island. If you want anything, let me know." "I am afraid that I want a surgeon," replied I, "for my side is so painful that I can scarcely breathe." "Are you hurt, then?" said General O'Brien, with an anxious look. "Not dangerously, I believe," said I, "but rather painfully." "Let me see," said an officer who stepped forward. "I am surgeon to the forces here, and perhaps you will trust yourself in my hands. Take off your coat." I did so with difficulty. "You have 2 ribs broken," said he, feeling my side, "and a very severe contusion. You must go to bed, or lie on a sofa for a few days. In a quarter of an hour I will come and dress you, and promise you to make you all well in 10 days, in return for having given me my daughter, who was on board of the Victorine with the other ladies." The officers now made their bows, and left me alone with General O'Brien. "Recollect," said he, "that I tell you once for all, that my purse and everything is at your command. If you do not accept them freely, I shall think you do not love us. It is not the first time, Peter, and you repaid me honourably. However, of course, I was no party to that affair. It was Celeste's doing," continued he, laughing. "Of course, I could not imagine that it was you who was dressed up as a woman, and so impudently dashed through France on stilts, but I must hear all your adventures by and by. Celeste is most anxious to see you. Will you go now, or wait till after the surgeon comes?" "Oh, now, if you please, General. May I first beg that some care may be taken of my poor men. They have had nothing to eat since yesterday, and are very much bruised, and have worked hard, and that a cart may be sent for those who lie on the beach." "I should have thought of them before," replied he, "and I will also order the same party to bury the other poor fellows who are lying on the beach. Come now, I will take you to Celeste." End of chapter 48.
Chapter 49 of Peter Simple. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Doug Fajardo. Peter Simple by Frederick MARRYAT. Chapter 49. Broken ribs are not likely to produce broken hearts. O'Brien makes something like a declaration of peace. Peter Simple actually makes a declaration of love. Rash proceedings on all sides. I followed the general into a handsomely furnished apartment, where I found Celeste waiting to receive me. She ran to me as soon as I entered, and with what pleasure did I take her hand and look on her beautiful, expressive countenance. I could not say a word, and neither did Celeste. For a minute I held her hand in mine, looking at her. The general stood by, regarding us alternately. He then turned round and walked to the window. I lifted the hand to my lips, and then released it. "It appears to be a dream, almost," said Celeste. I could not make any reply, but continued to gaze upon her. She had grown up into such a beautiful creature. Her figure was perfect, and the expression of her countenance was so varied, so full of intellect and feeling, it was angelic. Her eyes, suffused with tears, beamed so softly, so kindly on me, I could have fallen down and worshipped her. "Come," said General O'Brien. "Come, my dear friend. Now that you have seen Celeste, the surgeon must see you." "The surgeon?" cried Celeste with alarm. "Yes, my love. It is of no consequence. Only a couple of ribs broken." I followed General O'Brien out of the room, and as I came to the door, I turned round to look at Celeste. She had retreated to the sofa, and her handkerchief was up to her eyes. The surgeon was waiting for me. He bandaged me and applied some cooling lotion to my side, which made me feel quite comfortable. "I must now leave you," said General O'Brien. "You had better lie down for an hour or two, and then, if I am not back, you know your way to Celeste." I laid down as he requested, but as soon as I heard the clatter of the horse's hoofs as he rode off, I left the room and hurried to the drawing-room. Celeste was there, and hastened to inquire if I was much hurt. I replied in the negative, and told her that I had come down to prove it to her. We then sat down on the sofa together. "I have the misfortune never to appear before you, Celeste, except in a very unprepossessing state. When you first saw me, I was wounded. At our next meeting I was in woman's clothes. The last time we met I was covered with dirt and gunpowder. And now I return to you, wounded and in rags. I wonder whether I shall ever appear before you as a gentleman." "It is not the clothes which make the gentleman, Peter. I am too happy to see you think of how you are dressed. I have never yet thanked you for your kindness to us when we last met. My father will never forget it." "Nor have I thanked you, Celeste, for your kindness in dropping the purse into the hat when you met me trying to escape from France. I have never forgotten you, and since we met the last time, you have hardly ever been out of my thoughts. You don't know how thankful I am to the hurricane for having blown me into your presence. When we cruised in the brig, I have often examined the town with my glass, trying to fancy that I had my eye upon the house you were in, and have felt so happy when we were close inshore, because I knew that I was nearer to you. And, Peter, I am sure I have often watched the brig, and have been so glad to see it come nearer, and then so afraid that the batteries would fire at you. What a pity it is that my father and you should be opposed to each other. We might be so happy." "And may be yet, Celeste," replied I. We conversed for 2 hours, which appeared to be but 10 minutes. I felt that I was in love, but I do not think that Celeste had any idea at the time that she was. But I leave the reader to judge, from the little conversation I have quoted, whether she was not, or something very much approaching to it. The next morning I went out early to look for the brig, and, to my great delight, saw her about 6 miles off the harbour's mouth, standing in for the land. She had now got up very respectable jury masts, with topgallants for topsails, and appeared to be well under command. When she was within 3 miles of the harbour, she lowered the jolly boat, the only one she had left, and it pulled inshore, with a flag of truce hoisted at the bows. I immediately returned to my room, and wrote a detailed account of what had taken place, ready to send to O'Brien when the boat returned. And I, of course, requested him to send me my effects, as I had nothing but what I stood in. I had just completed my letter when General O'Brien came in. "My dear friend," said he, "I have just received a flag of truce from Captain O'Brien, requesting to know the fate of his boat's crews, and permission to send in return the clothes and effects of the survivors. I have written down the whole circumstances for him, and made the same request to him," replied I, and I handed him my letter. He read it over and returned it. "But, my dear lad, you must think very poorly of us Frenchmen if you imagine that we intend to detain you here as a prisoner. In the first place, your liberation of so many French subjects, when you captured the Victorine, would entitle you to a similar act of kindness. And in the next place, you have not been fairly captured, but by a visitation of Providence, which, by the means of the late storm, must destroy all natural antipathies, and promote that universal philanthropy between all men, which your brave fellows proved that they possess. You are, therefore, free to depart with all your men, and we shall still hold ourselves your debtors. How is your side today?" "Oh, very bad indeed," replied I, for I could not bear the idea of returning to the brig so soon, for I had been obliged to quit Celeste very soon after dinner the day before, and go to bed. I had not yet had much conversation with her, nor had I told General O'Brien how it was that we escaped from France. "I don't think I can possibly go on board today, but I feel very grateful to you for your kindness." "Well, well," replied the General, who observed my feelings, "I do not think it necessary that you should go on board today. I will send the men and your letter, and I will write to Captain O'Brien to say that you are in bed and will not bear moving until the day after tomorrow. Will that do?" I thought it but a very short time, but I saw that the General looked as if he expected me to consent, so I did. "The boat can come and return again with some of your clothes," continued the General, "and I will tell Captain O'Brien that if he comes off the mouth of the harbour the day after tomorrow, I will send you on board in one of our boats." He then took my letter and quitted the room. As soon as he was gone, I found myself quite well enough to go to Celeste, who waited for me, and I told her what had passed. That morning I sat with her and the General, and narrated all my adventures, which amused the General very much. I did not conceal the conduct of my uncle, and the hopes which I faintly entertained of being able, some day or another, to discover the fraud which had been practised, or how very unfavourable were my future prospects if I did not succeed. At this portion of my narrative, the General appeared very thoughtful and grave. When I had finished, it was near dinner time, and I found that my clothes had arrived with a letter from O'Brien, who stated how miserable he had been at the supposition of my loss, and his delight at my escape. He stated that on going down into the cabin after I had shoved off, he by chance cast his eyes on the barometer, and, to his surprise, found that it had fallen 2 inches, which he had been told was the case previous to a hurricane. This, combined with a peculiar state of the atmosphere, had induced him to make every preparation, and that they had just completed their work when it came on. The brig was thrown on her beam ends, and lay there for half an hour, when they were forced to cut away the masts to right her. that they did not weather the point the next morning by more than half a cable's length, and concluded by saying that the idea of my death had made him so unhappy that, if it had not been for the sake of the men, it was almost a matter of indifference to him whether he had been lost or not. He had written to General O'Brien, thanking him for his kindness, and that, if 50 vessels should pass the brig, he would not capture one of them until I was on board again, even if he were dismissed the service for neglect of duty. He said that the brig sailed almost as fast under jury masts as she did before, and that, as soon as I came on board, he should go back to Barbados. "As for your ribs being so bad, Peter, that's all bother," continued he. "I know that you are making arrangements for another sort of rib, as soon as you can manage it. But you must stop a little, my boy. You shall be a lord yet, as I have always promised you that you should. It's a long lane that has no turning. So, good-bye." When I was alone with Celeste, I showed her O'Brien's letter. I had read the part of it relative to his not intending to make any capture while I was on shore to General O'Brien, who replied that, under such circumstances, he thought he should do right to detain me a little longer. "But," said he, "O'Brien is a man of honour, and is worthy of his name." When Celeste came to that part of the letter in which O'Brien stated that I was looking after another rib, and which I had quite forgotten, she asked me to explain it, for although she could read and speak English very well, she had not been sufficiently accustomed to it to comprehend the play upon words. I translated, and then said, "Indeed, Celeste, I had forgotten that observation of O'Brien's, or I should not have shown you the letter. But he has stated the truth. After all your kindness to me, how can I help being in love with you? And need I add that I should consider it the greatest blessing which heaven could grant me, if you could feel so much regard for me as one day to become my wife. Don't be angry with me for telling you the truth," continued I, for Celeste coloured up as I spoke to her. "Oh, no, I am not angry with you, Peter. Far from it. It is very complimentary to me, what you have just said. I am aware," continued I, "that at present I have little to offer you. Indeed, nothing. I am not even such a match as your father might approve of. But you know my whole history, and what my desires are. My dear father loves me, Peter, and he loves you too, very much. He always did from the hour he saw you. He was so pleased with your candour and honesty of character. He has often told me so, and very often talked of you. Well, Celeste, tell me, may I, when far away, be permitted to think of you, and indulge a hope that some day we may meet, never to part again?" And I took Celeste by the hand, and put my arm around her waist. "I don't know what to say," replied she. "I will speak to my father, or perhaps you will. But I will never marry anybody else if I can help it." I drew her close to me and kissed her. Celeste burst into tears and laid her head upon my shoulder. When General O'Brien came in, I did not attempt to move, nor did Celeste. "General," said I, "you may think me to blame, but I have not been able to conceal what I feel for Celeste. You may think that I am imprudent, and that I am wrong in thus divulging what I ought to have concealed until I was in a situation to warrant my aspiring to your daughter's hand. But the short time allowed me to be in her company, the fear of losing her, and my devoted attachment will, I trust, plead my excuse." The General took 1 or 2 turns up and down the room, and then replied, "What says Celeste?" "Celeste will never do anything to make her father unhappy," replied she, going up to him and hiding her face in his breast, with her arm around his neck. The general kissed his daughter and then said, "I will be frank with you, Mr. Simple. I do not know any man whom I would prefer to you as son-in-law, but there are many considerations which young people are very apt to forget. I do not interfere in your attachment, which appears to be mutual, but at the same time I will have no promise and no engagement. You may never meet again. However, Celeste is very young, and I shall not put any constraint upon her, and at the same time you are equally free, if time and circumstances should alter your present feelings." "I can ask no more, my dear sir," replied I, taking the general by the hand. "It is candid, more than I had any reason to expect. I shall now leave you with a contented mind, and the hopes of one day claiming Celeste shall spur me to exertion." "Now, if you please, we will drop the subject," said the general. "Celeste, my dear, we have a large party to dinner, as you know. You had better retire to your room and get ready. I have asked all the ladies that you liberated, Peter, and all their husbands and fathers, so you will have the pleasure of witnessing how many people you made happy by your gallantry. Now that Celeste has left the room, Peter, I must beg that, as a man of honor, you do not exact from her any more promises, or induce her to tie herself down to you by oaths. Her attachment to you has grown up with her unaccountably, and she is already too fond of you for her peace of mind, should accident or circumstances part you forever. Let us hope for the best, and depend upon it, that it shall be no trifling obstacle which will hinder me from seeing you one day united." I thanked the general with tears. He shook me warmly by the hand as I gave my promise, and we separated. How happy did I feel when I went into my room and sat down to compose my mind and think over what had happened. True, at one moment the thought of my dependent situation threw a damp over my joy, but in the next I was building castles, inventing a discovery of my uncle's plot, fancying myself in possession of the title and property, and laying it at the feet of my dear Celeste. Hope sustained my spirits, and I felt satisfied for the present with the consideration that Celeste returned my love. I decked myself carefully, and went down, where I found all the company assembled. We had a very pleasant, happy party, and the ladies entreated General O'Brien to detain me as a prisoner. Very kind of them, and I felt very much disposed to join in their request. End of chapter 49.
Chapter 50 of Peter Simple. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. Peter Simple by Frederick MARRYAT, Chapter 50. Peter Simple first takes a command, then 3 West Indiamen, and 20 prisoners. One good turn deserves another. The prisoners endeavor to take him, but are themselves taken in. The next day I was very unhappy. The brig was in the offing, waiting for me to come on board. I pointed her out to Celeste as we were at the window, and her eyes met mine. An hour's conversation could not have said more. General O'Brien showed that he had perfect confidence in me, for he left us together. "Celeste," said I, I have promised your father—" "I know what has passed," interrupted she. "He told me everything." "How kind he is! But I did not say that I would not bind myself, Celeste." "No, but my father made me promise that you should not; that if you attempted, I was immediately to prevent you, and so I shall." "Then you shall keep your word, Celeste. Imagine everything that can be said in this." And I kissed her. "Don't think me forward, Peter, but I wish you to go away happy," said Celeste, "and therefore, in return, imagine all I could say in this." And she returned my salute, kissing my cheek. After this we had a conversation of 2 hours, but what lovers say is very silly, except to themselves, and the reader need not be troubled with it. General O'Brien came in, and told me the boat was ready. I rose up. I was satisfied with what had passed, and with a firm voice I said, "Good bye, Celeste. God bless you," and followed the general, who, with some of his officers, walked down with me to the beach. I thanked the general, who embraced me, paid my adieus to the officers, and stepped into the boat. In half an hour I was on board of the brig, and in O'Brien's arms. We put the helm up, and in a short time the town of St. Pierre was shut out from my longing sight, and we were on our way to Barbadoes. That day was passed in the cabin with O'Brien, giving me a minute detail of all that had passed. When we anchored once more in Carlisle Bay, we found that the hurricane had been much more extensive in the Windward Islands than we had imagined. Several men of war were lying there, having lost one or more of their masts, and there was great difficulty in supplying the wants of so many. As we arrived the last, of course we were last served, and there being no boats left in store, there was no chance of our being ready for sea under 2 or 3 months. The Joan d'Arc schooner privateer was still lying there, but had not been fitted out for want of men, and the admiral proposed to O'Brien that he should man her with a part of his ship's company, and send one of his lieutenants out to cruise in her. This was gladly assented to by O'Brien, who came on board and asked me whether I should like to have her, which I agreed to, as I was quite tired of Barbadoes and fried flying fish. I selected 2 midshipmen, Swinburne, and 20 men, and having taken on board provisions and water for 3 months, I received my written instructions from O'Brien, and made sail. We soon discovered that the masts which the American had sold to the schooner were much too large for her. She was considerably overmasted, and we were obliged to be very careful. I stood for Trinidad, off which island was to be my cruising ground, and in 3 weeks had recaptured 3 West Indiamen, when I found myself so short of hands that I was obliged to return to Barbadoes. I had put 4 hands into the first vessel, which, with the Englishmen prisoners, were sufficient, and 3 hands into the 2 others; but I was very much embarrassed with my prisoners, who amounted to nearly double my ship's company, remaining on board. Both the midshipmen I had sent away, and I consulted with Swinburne as to what was best to be done. Why, the fact is, Mr Simple, Captain O'Brien ought to have given us more hands. 20 men are little enough for a vessel with a boom mainsail like the one we have here, and now we have only 10 left. But I suppose he did not expect us to be so lucky, and it's true enough that he has plenty of work for the ship's company, now that he has to turn everything in afresh. As for the prisoners, I think we had better run close in, and give them 2 of our boats to take them on shore. At all events, we must be rid of them, and not be obliged to have one eye aloft and the other down the hatchway, as we must now. This advice corresponded with my own ideas, and I ran inshore, gave them the stern boat and one of the larger ones which held them all, and sent them away, leaving only one boat for the schooner, which was hoisted up on the starboard chest tree. It fell a dead calm as we sent away the prisoners. We saw them land and disappear over the rocks, and thought ourselves well rid of them, as they were 22 in number, most of them Spaniards, and very stout, ferocious looking fellows. It continued calm during the whole day, much to our annoyance, and I was very anxious to get away as soon as I could. Still, I could not help admiring the beauty of the scenery, the lofty mountains rising abruptly from the ocean, and towering in the clouds, reflecting on the smooth water as clear as in a looking glass, every colour, every tint beautifully distinct. The schooner gradually drifted close inshore, and we could perceive the rocks at the bottom, many fathoms deep. Not a breath of wind was to be seen on the surface of the water for several miles around, although the horizon in the offing showed that there was a smart breeze outside. Night came on, and we still lay becalmed. I gave my orders to Swinburne, who had the first watch, and retired to my standing bed place in the cabin. I was dreaming, and I hardly need say who was the object of my visions. I thought I was in Eagle Park, sitting down with her under one of the large chestnut trees which formed the avenue, when I felt my shoulder roughly pushed. I started up. "What's the matter? Who's that? Swinburne?" "Yes, sir. On with your clothes immediately, as we have work on hand, I expect," and Swinburne left the cabin immediately. I heard him calling the other men who were below. I knew that Swinburne would not give a false alarm. In a minute I was on deck, where I found he had just arrived, and was looking at the stern of the schooner. "What is that, Swinburne?" said I. "Silence, sir. Hark! Don't you hear them?" "Yes," I replied, "the sound of oars." "Exactly, sir. Depend upon it, those Spaniards have got more help, and are coming back to take the vessel. They know we have only 10 hands on board." By this time the men were all on deck. I directed Swinburne to see all the muskets loaded, and ran down for my own sword and pistols. The water was so smooth, and the silence so profound, that Swinburne had heard the sound of the oars at a considerable distance. Fortunate it was that I had such a trusty follower. Another might have slumbered, and the schooner have been boarded and captured without our being prepared. When I came on deck again, I spoke to the men, exhorted them to do their duty, and pointed out to them that these cutthroat villains would certainly murder us all, if we were taken, which I firmly believed would have been the case. The men declared that they would sell their lives as dearly as they could. We had 20 muskets and the same number of pistols, all of which were now loaded. Our guns were also ready, but of no use, now that the schooner had not steerage way. The boats were in sight, about a quarter of a mile astern, when Swinburne said, "There's a cat's paw flying along the water. Mr Simple, if we could only have a little wind, how we would laugh at them! But I'm afraid there's no such luck. Shall we let them know that we are ready?" "Let every one of us take 2 muskets," said I. "When the first boat is under the counter, take good aim, and discharge into one of the boats. Then seize the other musket, and discharge it at the other boat. After that, we must trust to our cutlasses and pistols, for if they come on, there will be no time to load again. Keep silence, all of you." The boats now came up, full of men, but as we remained perfectly quiet, they pulled up gently, hoping to surprise us. Fortunately, one was a little in advance of the other, upon which I altered my directions, and desired my men to fire their second musket upon the first boat, as if we were able to disable her, we were an equal match for those in the other. When the boat was within 6 yards of the schooner's counter, "Now," said I, and all the muskets were discharged at once, and my men cheered. Several of the boats dropped, and I was sure we had done great execution. But they were laid hold of by the other men, who had not been pulling, and again the boat advanced to the counter. "Good aim, my lads, this time," cried Swinburne. "The other boat will be alongside as soon as you have fired. Mr Simple, the schooner has headway, and there's a strong breeze coming up." Again we discharged our 10 muskets into the boat, but this time we waited until the bowman had hooked on the planeshear with his boat hook, and our fire was very effective. I was surprised to find that the other boat was not on board of us, but a light breeze had come up, and the schooner glided through the water. Still, she was close under our counter, and would have been aboard in a minute. In the meantime, the Spaniards who were in the first boat were climbing up the sides, and were repulsed by my men with great success. The breeze freshened, and Swinburne ran to the helm. I perceived the schooner was going fast through the water, and the second boat could hardly hold her own. I ran to where the boat hook was fixed on the planeshear, and unhooked it. The boat fell astern, leaving 2 Spaniards clinging to the side, who were cut down, and they fell into the water. "Hurrah! all safe!" cried Swinburne, "and now to punish them." The schooner was now darting along at the rate of 5 miles, with an increasing breeze. We stood in for 2 minutes, then tacked, and ran for the boats. Swinburne steered, and I continued standing in the bows, surrounded by the rest of the men. "Starboard a little, Swinburne." "Starboard it is. Steady, steady. I see the first boat. She is close under our bows. Steady, port, port, port a little, port. Look out, my lads, and cut down all who climb up." Crash went the schooner on to the boat, the men in her in vain endeavouring to escape us. For a second or two she appeared to right, until her further gunwale was borne down under the water. She turned up, and the schooner went over her, sending every soul in her to their account. One man clung on to a rope, and was towed for a few seconds, but a cutlass divided the rope at the gunwale, and with a faint shriek he disappeared. The other boat was close to us, and perceived what we had done. They remained with their oars poised, all ready to pull so as to evade the schooner. We steered for her, and the schooner was now running at the rate of 7 miles an hour. When close under our bows, by very dexterously pulling short round with her starboard oars, we only struck her with her bow, and before she went down, many of the Spaniards had gained the deck, or were clinging to the side of the vessel. They fought with desperation, but we were too strong for them. It was only those who had gained the deck which we had to contend with. The others clung for a time, and, unable to get up the sides, one by one dropped into the water and went astern. In a minute those on deck were lying at our feet, and in a minute more they were tossed overboard after their companions, not, however, until one of them struck me through the calf of the leg with his knife as we were lifting him over the gunwale. I do not mean to say that the Spaniards were not justified in attempting to take the schooner, but still, as we had liberated them but a few hours before, we felt that it was unhandsome and treacherous on their part, and therefore showed them no quarter. There were 2 of my men wounded as well as myself, but not severely, which was fortunate, as we had no surgeon on board, and only about half a yard of diachylum plaster in the vessel. "Well out of that, sir," said Swinburne, as I limped aft. "By the Lord Harry, it must have been a pretty go." Having shaped our course for Barbados, I dressed my leg and went down to sleep. This time I did not dream of Celeste, but fought the Spaniard over again, thought I was wounded, and awoke with the pain of my leg. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of Peter Simple. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. Peter Simple by Frederick MARRYAT. Chapter 51. Peter turned out of his command by his vessel turning bottoms up. A cruise on a main boom with sharks and attendant, self and crew with several flying fish, taken on board a negro boat. Peter regenerates by putting on a new outward man. We made Barbados without any further adventure, and were about 10 miles off the bay, steering with a very light breeze, and I went down into the cabin, expecting to be at anchor before breakfast the next morning. It was just daylight when I found myself thrown out of my bed place on the deck on the other side of the cabin, and heard the rushing of water. I sprang up. I knew the schooner was on her beam ends and gained the deck. I was correct in my supposition. She had been upset by what is called a white squall, and in 2 minutes would be down. All the men were up on deck, some dressed, others, like myself, in their shirts. Swinburne was aft. He had an axe in his hand, cutting away the rigging of the main boom. I saw what he was about. I seized another and disengaged the jaw rope and small gear about the mast. We had no other chance. Our boat was under the water, being hoisted up on the side to leeward. All this, however, was but the work of 2 minutes, and I could not help observing by what trifles lives are lost or saved. Had the axe not been fortunately at the capstan, I should not have been able to cut the jaw rope. Swinburne would not have had time, and the main boom would have gone down with the schooner. Fortunately, we had cleared it. The schooner filled, righted a little, and then sank, dragging us and the main boom for a few seconds down in its vortex, and then we rose to the surface. The squall still continued, but the water was smooth. It soon passed over, and again it was nearly calm. I counted the men clinging to the boom, and found that they were all there. Swinburne was next to me. He was holding with one hand, while with the other he felt in his pocket for his quid of tobacco, which he thrust into his cheek. "I wasn't on deck at the time, Mr Simple," said he, "or this wouldn't have happened. I had just been relieved, and I told Collins to look out sharp for squalls. I only mentioned it that if you are saved, and I am not, you mayn't think that I was neglectful of my duty. We ain't far from the land, but still we are more likely to fall in with a shark than a friend, I'm thinking." This indeed had been my thoughts, but I had concealed them. But after Swinburne had mentioned the shark, I very often looked along the water for their fins, and down below to see if they were coming up to tear us to pieces. It was a dreadful feeling. "It was not your fault, Swinburne, I am sure. I ought to have relieved you myself, but I kept the first watch and was tired. We must put our trust in God. Perhaps we may yet be spared." It was now almost calm, and the sun had mounted in the heavens, and scorching rays were intolerable upon our heads, for we had not the defence of hats. I felt my brain on fire, and was inclined to drop into the water to screen myself from the intolerable heat. As the day advanced, so did our sufferings increase. It was a dead calm, the sun, perpendicular over us, actually burning that part of our bodies which rose clear of the water. I could have welcomed even a shark to relieve me of my torment, but I thought of Celeste, and I clung to life. Towards the afternoon I felt sick and dizzy. My resolution failed me. My vision was imperfect, but I was roused by Swinburne, who cried out, "A boat, by all that's gracious! Hang on a little longer, my men, and you are saved." It was a boat full of negroes, who had come out to catch flying fish. They had perceived the spar on the water, and hastened to secure the prize. They dragged us all in, gave us water, which appeared like nectar, and restored us to our fleeting senses. They made fast the boom, and towed it in shore. We had not been 10 minutes on our way, when Swinburne pointed to the fin of a large shark above the water. "Look there, Mr Simple." I shuddered, and made no answer. I thanked God in my heart. In 2 hours we were landed, but too ill to walk. We were carried up to the hospital, bled, and put into cots. I had a brain fever which lasted 6 or 7 days, during which O'Brien never left my bedside. My head was shaved, all the skin came off my face like a mask, as well as off my back and shoulders. We were put into baths of brandy and water, and in 3 weeks we were all recovered. "Wet was but an unlucky schooner from beginning to end," observed O'Brien, after I had narrated the events of my cruise. "We had a bad beginning with her, and we had a bad ending. She's gone to the bottom, and the devil go with her. However, all's well that ends well. And Peter, you're worth a dozen dead men yet, but you occasion me a great deal of trouble and anxiety, that's the truth of it, and I doubt if I shall ever rear you after all." I returned to my duty on board of the brig, which was now nearly ready for sea. One morning O'Brien came on board and said, "Peter, I've got a piece of news for you. Our gunner is appointed to the Araxes, and the admiral has given me a gunner's warrant for old Swinburne. Send for him on deck." Swinburne was summoned and came rolling up the hatchway. "Swinburne," said O'Brien, "you have done your duty well, and you are now gunner of the Rattlesnake. Here is your warrant, and I've great pleasure in getting it for you." Swinburne turned the quid in his cheek, and then replied, "May I be so bold as to ax, Captain O'Brien, whether I must wear one of them long tog swallow-tailed coats? Because if so, I'd prefer being a quartermaster." "A gunner may wear a jacket, Swinburne, if he likes. When you go on shore you may bend the swallow-tail if you please." "Well, sir, then, if that's the case, I'll take the warrant, because I know it will please the old woman." So saying, Swinburne hitched up his trousers and went down below. I may here observe that Swinburne kept to his round jacket until our arrival in England, when the old woman, his wife, who thought her dignity at stake, soon made him ship the swallow-tail, and after it was once on, Swinburne took a fancy to it himself, and always wore it, except when he was at sea. The same evening, as I was coming with O'Brien from the governor's house, where I had dined, we passed a building lighted up. "What can that be?" observed O'Brien. "Not a dignity ball, there's no music." Our curiosity induced us to enter, and we found it to be fitted up as a temporary chapel, filled with black and coloured people, who were ranged on the forms, and waiting for the preacher. "It is a Methodist meeting," said I to O'Brien. "Never mind," said he, "let us hear what's going on." In a moment afterwards the pulpit was filled, not by a white man, as we had anticipated, but by a tall negro. He was dressed in black, and his hair, which was impossible to comb down straight, was plaited into 50 little tails, with lead tied at the end of them, like you sometimes see the mane of a horse. This produced a somewhat more clerical appearance. His throat was open and collar laid back, the wristbands of his shirt very large and white, and he flourished a white cambric handkerchief. "What a dandy he is!" whispered O'Brien. I thought it almost too absurd when he said he would take the liberty to praise God in the 17th hymn, and beg all the company to join chorus. He then gave out the stanzas of the most strange pronunciation. "Gentle Jesus, God love, etc. When the hymn was finished, which was sung by the whole congregation in most delightful discord, for everyone chose his own key, he gave an extempore prayer, which was most unfortunately incomprehensible, and then commenced his discourse, which was on faith. I shall omit the head and front of his offending, which would, perhaps, hardly be gratifying, although ludicrous. He reminded me of a monkey imitating a man, but what amused me most was his finale, in which he told his audience that there could be no faith without charity. For a little while he descanted upon this generally, and at last became personal. His words were, as well as I can recollect, nearly as follows: "And now you see, my dear brethren, how impossible to go to heaven without all the faith in the world, without charity. Charity mean give away. Suppose you no give, you no ab charity. Suppose you no have charity, you no have faith. Suppose you no have faith, you all go to hell and be damned. Now den, let me see if you ab charity. Here you see, I come to save all your soul from hellfire, and hellfire damn hot, I can tell you. There you all burn like coal till you turn white powder, and then burn on till you come black again, and so you go on, burn, burn, sometimes white, sometimes black, for ever and ever. The devil never allow sangory to cool tongue. No coconut milk, not a lily drop of water. Devil see you damned first. Suppose you ask, he poke fire and laugh. Well, den, ab you charity? No, you ab not. You quashee, how you dare look me in the face? You keep shop, you sell egg, you sell yam, you sell pepper hot, but when you give to me, never, so help me God. Suppose you no send, you no ab charity, and you go to hell. You black Sambo," continued he, pointing to a man in a corner, "ab very fine boat, go out all day, catch fly fish, bring 'em back, fry 'em, and sell for money, but when you send to me, not one little fish ever find way to my mouth. What I tell you 'bout Peter and Postles, all fishermen, good men, give way to poor. Sambo, you know ab charity, and s'pose you no repent this week, and send one very fine fish and plantain leaf, you go to hell and burn for ever and ever." So you will run away, Massa Johnson," cried he out to another who was edging to the door. "But you no run away from hellfire. When debbil catch you, he hold damn tight. You know you kill sheep and goat ebery day. You send the bell ring all 'bout town for people to come by, but when you send to me, never, 'cept once you gave me little bit of liver. That no do, Massa Johnson. You no ab charity. And suppose you no send me sheep's head tomorrow morning. Damn you liver, that's all. I see many more, but I see 'em all very sorry, and dat they mean to sin no more. So dis time I let 'em off, and say nothing about it, because I know plenty of plantain and banana," pointing to one, "and oranges and shaddock," pointing to another, "and salt fish," pointing to a third, and ginger pop and spruce beer, pointing to a fourth, and a straw hat, pointing to a fifth, and everything else. Come to my house tomorrow. So I say no more about it. I see you all very sorry. You only forget. You all ab charity, and all ab faith. So now, my dear brethren, we go down on our knees, and we thank God for all this, and more especially that I save all your souls from going to the devil, who run about Barbados like one roaring lion, seeking what he may lay hold of and cram into his damn fiery jaw. That will do, Peter, said O'Brien. We have the cream of it, I think. We left the house and walked down to the boat. Surely, O'Brien, said I, this should not be permitted. He's no worse than his neighbors, replied O'Brien, and perhaps does less harm. I admired the rascal's ingenuity. He gave his flock what, in Ireland, we should call a pretty broad hint. Yes, there was no mistaking him, but is he a licensed preacher? Very little license in his preaching, I take it. No, I suppose he had a call. A call? What do you mean? I mean that he wants to fill his belly. Hunger is a call of nature, Peter. He seems to want a good many things, if we were to judge by his catalogue. What a pity it is that these poor people are not better instructed. That they never will be, Peter, while there is what may be called free trade in religion. You speak like a Catholic, O'Brien. I am one, replied he, and here our conversation ended, for we were close to the boat, which was waiting for us on the beach. The next day a man-of-war brig arrived from England, bringing letters for the squadron on the station. I had 2 from my sister Ellen, which made me very uncomfortable. She stated that my father had seen my uncle, Lord Privilege, and had had high words with him. Indeed, as far as she could ascertain the facts, my father had struck my uncle, and had been turned out of the house by the servants, that he had returned in a state of great excitement, and had been ill ever since, that there was a great deal of talk in the neighbourhood on the subject. People generally highly blamed my father's conduct, and thinking that he was deranged in his intellect, a supposition very much encouraged by my uncle. She again expressed her hopes of my speedy return. I had now been absent nearly 3 years, and she had been so uncomfortable that she felt as if it had been at least 10. O'Brien also received a letter from Father McGrath, which I shall lay before the reader. My dear son, long life and all the blessings of all the saints be upon you now and for evermore. Amen. And may you live to be married, and may I dance at your wedding, and may you never want children, and may they grow up as handsome as their father and their mother, whoever she may hereafter be, and may you die of a good old age, and in the true faith, and be waked handsomely as your own father was last Friday's night, seeing as how he took it into his head to leave this world for a better. It was a very decent funeral procession, my dear Terence, and your father must have been delighted to see himself so well attended. No man ever made a more handsome corpse, considering how old and thin and haggard he had grown of late, and how gray his hair had turned. He held the nosegay between his fingers across his breast, as natural as life, and reminded us all of the blessed saint, Pope Gregory, who was called to glory some 100 years before either you or I was born. Your mother's quite comfortable, and there she sits in the old chair, rocking to and fro all day long, and never speaking a word to nobody, thinking about heaven, I dare say, which is just what she ought to do, seeing that she stands a very pretty chance of going there in the course of a month or so. Divil a word she has ever said since your father's departure, but then she screamed and yelled enough to last for 7 years at the least. She screamed away all her senses, anyhow, for she has done nothing since but cough, cough, and fumble at her paternosters, a very blessed way to pass the remainder of her days, seeing that I expect her to drop every minute, like an overripe, sleepy pear. So don't think any more about her, my son, for without you are back in a jiffy, her body will be laid in consecrated ground, and her happy, blessed soul in purgatory. Pax vobiscum. Amen. Amen. And now, having disposed of your father and your mother's so much to your satisfaction, I'll just tell you that Ella's mother died in the convent at Dieppe, but whether she kept her secret or not, I do not know. But this I do know, that if she didn't relieve her soul by confession, she's damned to all eternity. Thanks be to God for all his mercies. Amen. Ella Flanagan is still alive, and for a nun is as well as could be expected. I find that she knows nothing at all about the matter of the exchanging the genders of the babies, only that her mother was on oath to Father O'Toole, who ought to be hanged, drawn, and quartered, instead of those poor fellows whom the government called rebels, but who were no more rebels than Father McGrath himself, who will uphold the Pretender, as they call our true Catholic king, as long as there's life in his body, or a drop of whiskey left in old Ireland to drink his health with. Talking about Father O'Toole puts me in mind that the bishop has not yet decided our little bit of dispute, saying that he must take time to think about it. Now, considering that it's just 3 years since the row took place, the old gentleman must be a very slow thinker not to have found out by this time that I was in the right, and that Father O'Toole, the best, is not good enough to be hanged. Your 2 married sisters are steady and diligent young women, having each made 3 children since you last saw them. Fine boys, every mother's son of them, with elegant, spacious features, and famous mouths for taking in whole potatoes. By the powers, but the effects of the tree of the O'Briens begin to make a noise in the land anyhow, as you would say if you only heard them roaring for their bit of suppers. And now, my dear son Terence, to the real purport of this letter, which is just to put to your soul's conscience as a dutiful son, whether you ought not to send me a small matter of money to save your poor father's soul from pain and anguish, for it's no joke that being in purgatory, I can tell you, and you wouldn't care how soon you were tripped out of it yourself. I only wish you had but your little toe in it, and then you'd burn with impatience to have it out again. But you're a dutiful son, so I'll say no more about it. A nod's as good as a wink to a blind horse. When your mother goes, which, with the blessing of God, will be in a very little while, seeing that she has only to follow her senses, which are gone already, I'll take upon myself to sell everything, as worldly goods and chattels are of no use to dead people, and I have no doubt but that what with the furniture and the 2 cows and the pigs and the crops in the ground, there will be enough to save her soul from the flames, and bury her decently into the bargain. However, as you are the heir at law, seeing that the property is all your own, I'll keep a debtor and creditor account of the whole, and should there be any over, I'll use it all out in masses, so as to send her up to heaven by express, and if there's not sufficient, she must remain where she is, till you come back and make up the deficiency. In the meanwhile, I am your loving father in faith, Urtagh McGrath. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of Peter Simple. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. Peter Simple by Frederick MARRYAT. Chapter 52. Good sense in Swinburne. No man a hero to his valet de chambre, or a prophet in his own country. O'Brien takes a step by strategy. O'Brien parts with his friend, and Peter's star is no longer in the ascendant. O'Brien was sorry for the death of his father, but he could not feel, as most people would have done, as his father had certainly never been a father to him. He was sent to sea to be got rid of, and ever since he had been there, had been the chief support of his family. His father was very fond of whiskey, and not very fond of exertion. He was too proud of the true Milesian blood in his veins to do anything to support himself, but not too proud to live upon his son's hard-earned gains. For his mother, O'Brien felt very much. She had always been kind and affectionate, and was very fond of him. Sailors, however, are so estranged from their families, when they have been long in their profession, and so accustomed to vicissitudes, that no grief for the loss of a relation lasts very long, and in a week O'Brien had recovered his usual spirits, when a vessel brought us the intelligence that a French squadron had been seen off St. Domingo. This put us all on the qui vive. O'Brien was sent for by the admiral, and ordered to hasten his brig for sea with all possible dispatch, as he was to proceed with dispatches to England forthwith. In 3 days we were reported ready, received our orders, and at 8 o'clock in the evening made sail from Carlisle Bay. "Well, Mr. Swinburne," said I, "how do you like your new situation?" "Why, Mr. Simple, I like it well enough, and it's not disagreeable to be an officer and sit in your own cabin, but still I feel that I should get on better if I were in another ship. I've been hail fellow well met with the ship's company so long that I can't top the officer over them, and we can't get the duty done as smart as I could wish, and then at night I find it very lonely, stuck up in my cabin like a parson's clerk, and nobody to talk to, for the other warrants are particular and say that I'm only acting and may not be confirmed, so they hold aloof. I don't much like being answerable for all that lot of gunpowder. It's queer stuff to handle. Very true, Swinburne, but still, if there were no responsibility, we should require no officers. You recollect that you are now provided for life, and will have half pay. That's what made me bite, Mr. Simple. I thought of the old woman, and how comfortable it would make her in her old age, and so, do you see, I sacrificed myself. How long have you been married, Swinburne? Ever since Christmas, '94. I wasn't going to be hooked carelessly, so I nibbled afore I took the bait. Had 4 years' trial of her first, and finding that she had plenty of ballast, I sailed her as my own. How do you mean plenty of ballast? I don't mean, Mr. Simple, a broad bow and square hulk. You know very well that if a vessel has not ballast, she's bottom up in no time. Now what keeps a woman stiff under her canvas is her modesty. Very true, Swinburne, but it's a rare commodity on the beach. And why, Mr. Simple? Because liquor is more valued. Many a good man has found it to be his bane. And as for a woman, when once she takes to it, she's like a ship without a rudder, and goes right before the wind to the devil. Not that I think a man ought not to take a nor'wester or two when he can get them. Rum was not given by God Almighty only to make the niggers dance, but to make all our hearts glad. Neither do I see why a woman is to stand out, neither. What's good for Jack can't hurt Poll, only there is a medium, as they say, in all things, and half is quite strong enough. I should think it was, replied I, laughing. But don't be letting me prevent you from keeping a lookout, Mr. Simple. You, Hoskins, you're half a point off the wind. Luff you may. I think, Mr. Simple, that Captain O'Brien didn't pick out the best man when he made Tom Alsop a quartermaster in my place. Why, he's a very steady, good man, Swinburne. Yes, so he is, but he has natural defects which shouldn't be overlooked. I was not aware of that. No, but I was. Alsop wants to sarve out his time for his pension, and when he is sarved, you see if, when the surgeons examine him, they don't invalidate him as blind as a bat. I should like to have him as gunner's mate, and that's just what he's fit for. But, Mr. Simple, I think we shall have some bad weather. The moon looks greasy, and the stars want snuffing. You'll have 2 reefs in the topsails afore morning. There's 5 bells striking. Now, I'll turn in. If I didn't keep half the first and half the morning watch, I shouldn't sleep all the night. I miss my regular watch very much, Mr. Simple. Habit's everything, and I don't much fancy a standing bed place. It's so large, and I feel so cold on my sides. Nothing like a hammock, after all. Good night, Mr. Simple. Good night, Swinburne. Our orders were to proceed with all possible dispatch, and O'Brien carried on day and night, generally remaining up himself till 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. We had very favorable weather, and in a little more than a month we passed the Lizard. The wind being fair, we passed Plymouth, ran up channel, and anchored at Spithead. After calling upon the admiral, O'Brien set off for town with his dispatches, and left me in command of the ship. In 3 days I received a letter from him, informing me that he had seen the First Lord, who had asked him a great many questions concerning the station he had quitted, that he had also complimented O'Brien on his services. On that hint I spake, continued O'Brien. I ventured to insinuate to his lordship that I had hoped that I had earned my promotion, and as there is nothing like quartering on the enemy, I observed that I had not applied to Lord Privilege, as I considered my services would have been sufficient without any application on his part. His lordship returned a very gracious answer, said that my Lord Privilege was a great ally of his and very friendly to the government, and inquired when I was going to see him. I replied that I certainly should not pay my respects to his lordship at present, unless there was occasion for it, as I must take a more favorable opportunity. So I hope that good may come from the great lord's error, which of course I shall not correct, as I feel I deserve my promotion, and you know, Peter, if you can't gain it by hook, you must by crook. He then concluded his letter, but there was a postscript as follows: "Wish me joy, my dear Peter. I have this moment received a letter from the private secretary to say that I am posted to the and appointed to the Semiramis frigate, about to set sail for the East Indies. She is all ready to start, and now I must try and get you with me, of which I have no doubt, as although her officers have been long appointed, there will be little difficulty of success when I mention your relationship to Lord Privilege, and while they remain in error as to his taking an interest on my behalf." I sincerely rejoiced at O'Brien's good fortune. His promotion I had considered certain, as his services had entitled him to it, but the command of so fine a frigate must have been given upon the supposition that it would be agreeable to my uncle, who was not only a prime supporter, but a very useful member of the Tory government. I could not help laughing to myself at the idea of O'Brien obtaining his wishes from the influence of a person who, probably, detested him as much as one man could detest another, and I impatiently waited for O'Brien's next letter, by which I hoped to find myself appointed to the Semiramis, but a sad contretemps took place. O'Brien did not write, but came down 2 days afterwards, hastened on board the Semiramis, read his commission, and assumed the command before even he had seen me. He then sent his gig on board of the Rattlesnake to desire me to come to him directly. I did so, and we went down into the cabin of the frigate. "Peter," said he, "I was obliged to hasten down and read myself captain of this ship, as I am in fear that things are not going on well. I had called to pay my respects at the Admiralty previous to joining, and was kicking my heels in the waiting room, when who should walk up the passage as if he were a captain on his own quarter-deck, but your uncle, Lord Privilege. His eye met mine. He recognized me immediately, and if it did not flash fire, it did something very like it. He asked a few questions of one of the porters, and was giving his card when my name was called for. I passed him, and up I went to the First Lord, thanked him for the frigate, and having received a great many compliments upon my exertions on the West India station, made my bow and retired. I had intended to have requested your appointment, but I knew that your name would bring up Lord Privileges, and moreover your uncle's card was brought up and laid upon the table while I was sitting there. The First Lord, I presume, thought that his lordship was come to thank him for his kindness to me, which only made him more civil. I made my bow and went down, and met the eye of Lord Privilege, who looked daggers at me as he walked upstairs, for, of course, he was admitted immediately after my audience was finished. Instead of waiting to hear the result of the explanation, I took a post-chaise and have come down here as fast as 4 horses can bring me, and have read myself in. For Peter, I feel sure that if not on board, my commission will be cancelled, and I know that if once in command, as I am now, I can call for a court-martial to clear my character if I am superseded. I know that the Admiralty can do anything, but still they will be cautious in departing from the rules of the service to please even Lord Privilege. I looked up at the sky as soon as I left the Admiralty portico, and was glad to see that the weather was so thick and the telegraph not at work, or I might have been too late. Now I'll go on shore and report myself to the Admiral as having taken command of the Semiramis. O'Brien went on shore to report himself, was well received by the Admiral, who informed him that if he had any arrangements to make, he could not be too soon, as he should not be surprised if his sailing orders came down the next morning. This was very annoying, as I could not see how I should be able to join O'Brien's ship, even if I could effect an exchange in so short a time. I therefore hastened on board of the Semiramis, and applied to the officers to know if any of them were willing to exchange into the Rattlesnake, but although they did not much like going to the East Indies, they would not exchange into a brig, and I returned disappointed. The next morning the Admiral sent for O'Brien, and told him confidentially, for he was the same Admiral who had received O'Brien when he escaped from prison with me, and was very kind to him, that there was some hitch about his having the Semiramis, and that orders had come down to pay her off, all standing, and examine her bottom, if Captain O'Brien had not joined her. "Do you understand what this means?" said the Admiral, who was anxious to know the reason. O'Brien answered frankly that Lord Privilege, by whose interest he had obtained his former command, was displeased with him, and that as he saw him go up to the First Lord after his own audience, he had no doubt but that his lordship had said something to his disadvantage, as he was a very vindictive man. "Well," said the Admiral, "it's lucky that you have taken the command, as they cannot well displace you, or send her into dock without a survey and upon your representation." And so it proved. The First Lord, when he found that O'Brien had joined, took no further steps, but allowed the frigate to proceed to her intended destination. But all chance of my sailing with him was done away, and now, for the first time, I had to part with O'Brien. I remained with him the whole time that I could be spared from my duties. O'Brien was very much annoyed, but there was no help. "Never mind, Peter," said he. "I've been thinking that perhaps it's all for the best. You will see more of the world, and be no longer in leading strings. You are now a fine man, grown up, big enough, and ugly enough, as they say, to take care of yourself. We shall meet again, and if we don't, why then, God bless you, my boy, and don't forget O'Brien." 3 days afterwards, O'Brien's orders came down. I accompanied him on board, and it was not until the ship was under way and running toward the Needles with a fair wind that I shook hands with him and shoved off. Parting with O'Brien was a heavy blow to me, but I little knew how much I was to suffer before I saw him again. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of Peter Simple. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. Peter Simple by Frederick MARRYAT. Chapter 53. I am pleased with my new captain. Obtain leave to go home. Find my father afflicted with a very strange disease, and prove myself a very good doctor, although the disorder always breaks out in a fresh place. The day after O'Brien had sailed for the East Indies, the dockyard men came on board to survey the brig, and she was found so defective as to be ordered into dock. I had received letters from my sister, who was overjoyed at the intelligence of my safe return, and the anticipation of seeing me. The accounts of my father were, however, very unsatisfactory. My sister wrote that disappointment and anxiety had had such an effect upon him that he was deranged in his intellect. Our new captain came down to join us. He was a very young man, had never before commanded a ship. His character as lieutenant was well known, and not very satisfactory, being that of a harsh, unpleasant officer, but as he had never been first lieutenant, it was impossible to say what he might prove when in command of a ship. Still, we were a little anxious about it, and severely regretted the loss of O'Brien. He came on board the hulk to which the ship's company had been turned over, and read his commission. He proved to be all affability, condescension, and good nature. To me he was particularly polite, stating that he should not interfere with me in carrying out the duty, as I must be so well acquainted with the ship's company. We thought that those who gave us the information must have been prejudiced or mistaken in his character. During the half hour that he remained on board, I stated that now that the brig was in dock, I should very much like to have an opportunity of seeing my friends, if he would sanction my asking for leave. To this he cheerfully consented, adding that he would extend it upon his own responsibility. My letter to the Admiralty was therefore forwarded through him, and was answered in the affirmative. The day afterwards I set off by the coach, and once more embraced my dear sister. After the first congratulations were over, I inquired about my father. She replied that he was so wild that nobody could manage him, that he was melancholy and irritable at the same time, and was certainly deranged, fancying himself to be made of various substances, or to be in a certain trade or capacity, that he generally remained in this way 4 or 5 days, when he went to bed and slept for 24 hours or more, and awoke with some new strange imagination in his head. His language was violent, but that, in other respects, he seemed to be more afraid of other people than inclined to be mischievous, and that every day he was getting more strange and ridiculous. He had now just risen from one of his long naps, and was in his study, that before he had fallen asleep he had fancied himself to be a carpenter, and had sawed and chopped up several articles of furniture in the house. I quitted my sister to see my father, whom I found in his easy chair. I was much shocked in his appearance. He was thin and haggard, his eyes were wild, and he remained with his mouth constantly open. A sick nurse, who had been hired by my sister, was standing by him. "Pish, pish, pish!" cried my father. "What can you know? What can you, a stupid old woman, know about my inside? I tell you the gas is generating fast, and even now I can hardly keep on my chair. I'm lifting now, and if you don't tie me down with cords, I shall go up like a balloon." "Indeed, sir," replied the woman, "it's only the wind in your stomach. You'll break it off directly." "It's inflammable gas, you old hecate. I know it is. Tell me, will you get a cord or will you not? Ha! Who's that? Peter? Why, you've dropped from the clouds just in time to see me mount up to them." "I hope you feel yourself better, sir," said I. "I feel myself a great deal lighter every minute. Get a cord, Peter, and tie me to the leg of the table." I tried to persuade him that he was under a mistake, but it was useless. He became excessively violent, and said I wished him in heaven, as I had heard that it was better to humour people afflicted with hypochondriacism, which was evidently the disease under which my father laboured. I tried that method. "It appears to me, sir," said I, "that if we could remove the gas every 10 minutes, it would be a very good plan." "Yes, but how?" replied he, shaking his head mournfully. "Why, with a syringe, sir," said I, "which will, if empty, of course, draw out the gas when inserted into your mouth." "My dear Peter, you have saved my life," replied my father. "Be quick, though, or I shall go up right through the ceiling." Fortunately, there was an instrument of that description in the house. I applied it to his mouth, drew up the piston, and then ejected the air, and reapplied it. In 2 minutes he pronounced himself better, and I left the old nurse hard at work, and my father very considerably pacified. I returned to my sister, to whom I recounted what had passed, but it was no source of mirth to us, although, had it happened to an indifferent person, I might have been amused. The idea of leaving her, as I must soon do, having only a fortnight's leave, to be worried by my father's unfortunate malady, was very distressing; but we entered into a long conversation, in which I recounted the adventures that had taken place since I had left her, and for the time forgot our source of annoyance and regret. For 3 days my father insisted upon the old woman pumping the gas out of his body. After that he again fell into one of his sound sleeps, which lasted nearly 30 hours. When he arose, I went again to see him. It was 8 o'clock in the evening, and I entered with a candle. "Take it away, quick! Take it away! Put it out carefully!" "Why, what's the matter, sir?" "Don't come near me, if you love me. Don't come near me. Put it out, I say. Put it out." I obeyed his orders, and then asked him the reason. "Reason!" said he, now that we were in the dark. "Can't you see?" "No, father, I can see nothing in the dark." "Well, then, Peter, I'm a magazine full of gunpowder, the least spark in the world, and I am blown up. Consider the danger. You surely would not be the destruction of your old father, Peter." And the poor old gentleman burst into tears, and wept like a child. I knew that it was in vain to reason with him. "My dear father," said I, "on board ship, when there is any danger of this kind, we always float the magazine. Now, if you were to drink a good deal of water, the powder would be spoiled, and there would be no danger." My father was satisfied with my proposal, and drank a tumbler of water every half hour, which the old nurse was obliged to supply as fast as he called for it, and this satisfied him for 3 or 4 days, and I was again left to the company of my dear Ellen, when my father again fell into his stupor, and we wondered what would be his next fancy. I was hastily summoned by the nurse, and found my poor father lying in bed, and breathing in a very strange manner. "What is the matter, my dear sir?" inquired I. "Why, don't you see what's the matter? How is the poor little infant, just born, to live, unless its mother is near to suckle it and take care of it?" "Indeed, sir, do you mean to say that you are just born?" "To be sure I do. I'm dying for the breast." This was almost too absurd, but I gravely observed that it was all very true, but unfortunately his mother had died in childbirth, and that the only remedy was to bring him up by hand. He agreed with me. I desired the nurse to make some gruel with brandy and feed him, which she did, and he took the gruel just as if he were a baby. This fit lasted about 6 days, for he went to sleep, because a baby always slept much, and I was in hopes it would last much longer, but he again went off into his lethargic fit, and after a long sleep awoke with a new fancy. My time had nearly expired, and I had written to my new captain requesting an extension of leave, but I received an answer stating that it could not be granted, and requesting me to join the brig immediately. I was rather surprised at this, but of course was compelled to obey, and embracing my dear sister once more, set off for Portsmouth. I advised her to humour my father, and this advice she followed, but his fancies were such, occasionally, as would have puzzled the most inventive genius to combat, or to find a remedy which he might acknowledge to be requisite. His health became certainly worse and worse, and his constitution was evidently destroyed by a slow, undermining bodily and mental fever. The situation of my poor sister was very distressing, and I must say that I quitted her with melancholy forebodings. I ought here to observe that I received all my prize money, amounting to £1,560, a large sum for a lieutenant. I put it into the funds, and gave a power of attorney to Ellen, requesting her to use it as her own. We consulted as to what she should do if my father should die, and agreed that all his debts, which we knew to amount to £300 or £400, should be paid, and that she should manage how she could upon what was left of my father's property, and the interest of my prize money. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of Peter Simple. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shasta, Oakland, California. Peter Simple by Frederick MARRYAT, Chapter 54. We receive our sailing orders and orders of every description. A quarter-deck conversation. Listeners never hear any good of themselves. When I arrived at Portsmouth, I reported myself to the captain, who lived at the hotel. I was ushered into his room to wait for him, as he was dressing to dine with the admiral. My eyes naturally turned to what lay on the table, merely from the feeling which one has to pass away the time, not from curiosity, and I was much surprised to see a pile of letters, the uppermost of which was franked by Lord Privilege. This, however, might be merely accidental, but my curiosity was excited, and I lifted up the letter and found that the second, the third, and indeed at least 10 of them were franked by my uncle. I could not imagine how there could be any intimacy between him and my uncle, and was reflecting upon it when Captain Hawkins, for that was his name, entered the room. He was very kind and civil, apologized for not being able to extend my leave, which he said was because he had consulted the admiral, who would not sanction the absence of the first lieutenant, and had very peremptorily desired he would recall me immediately. I was satisfied. He shook my hand, and we parted. On my arrival on board the hulk, for the brig was still in the dock, I was warmly received by my messmates. They told me that the captain had, generally speaking, been very civil, but that occasionally the marks of the cloven hoof appeared. "Webster," said I to the second lieutenant, "do you know anything about his family or connections?" "It is a question I have asked of those who have sailed with him, and they all say that he never speaks of his own family, but very often boasts of his intimacy with the nobility. Some say that he is a by-blow of some great man." I reflected very much upon this, and connecting it with the numerous franks of Lord Privilege, which I saw on the table, had my misgivings, but then I knew that I could do my duty, and had no reason to fear any man. I resolved in my own mind to be very correct, and put it out of the power of anyone to lay hold of me, and then dismissed the subject. The brig was repaired and out of dock, and for some days I was very busy getting her ready for sea. I never quitted her. In fact, I had no wish. I never had any taste for bad company and midnight orgies, and I had no acquaintance with the respectable portion of the inhabitants of Portsmouth. At last the ship's company were removed into the brig. We went out of the harbour and anchored at Spithead. Captain Hawkins came on board and gave me an order book, saying, "Mr. Simple, I have great objection to written orders, as I consider that the articles of war are quite sufficient to regulate any ship. Still, the captain is in a very responsible situation, and if any accident occurs, he is held amenable. I therefore have framed a few orders of my own for the interior discipline of the vessel, which may probably save me harmless in case of being hauled over the coals, but not with any wish that they should interfere with the comforts of the officers, only to guard against any mischance of which the onus may fall upon myself. I received the order book, and the captain went ashore. When I went down into the gun room to look through it, I at once perceived that, if rigidly conformed to, every officer in the ship would be rendered uncomfortable, and if not conformed to, I should be the party that was answerable. I showed it to Webster, who agreed with me, and gave it as his opinion that the captain's good nature and amiability were all a blind, and that he was intending to lay hold of us as soon as it was in his power. I therefore called all the officers together, and told them my opinion. Webster supported me, and it was unanimously agreed that the orders should be obeyed, although not without remonstrance. The major part of the orders, however, only referred to the time that the brig was in harbor, and, as we were about to proceed to sea, it was hardly worth while saying anything at present. The orders for the sailing of the brig came down, and by the same post I received a letter from my sister Ellen, stating that they had heard from Captain Fielding, who had immediately written to Bombay, where the regiment was stationed, and had received an answer, informing him that there was no married man in the regiment of the name of Sullivan, and no woman who had followed the regiment of that name. This at once put an end to all our researches after the wet nurse, who had been confined in my uncle's house. Where she had been sent it was of course impossible to say, but I gave up all chance of discovering my uncle's treachery, and, as I thought of Celeste, sighed at the little hope I had of ever being united to her. I wrote a long letter to O'Brien, and the next day we sailed for our station in the North Sea. The captain added a night order book to the other, and sent it up every evening, to be returned in the morning, with the signature of every officer of the night watches. He also required all our signatures to his general order book, that we might not say we had not read them. I had the first watch when Swinburne came up to me. "Well, Mr Simple, I do not think we have made much by our exchange of captains, and I have a shrewd suspicion we shall have squalls ere long." "We must not judge too hastily, Swinburne," replied I. No, I don't say that we should, but still one must go a little by looks in the world, and I'm sure his looks wouldn't help him much. He is just like a winter's day, short and dirty, and he walks the deck as if plank were not good enough for his feet. Mr Williams says he looks as if he were big with the fate of Cato and of Rome. What that means I don't know. Some joke, I suppose, for the youngsters are always joking. Were you ever up in the Baltic, Mr Simple? Now I think of it, I know you never were. I've seen some tight work up there with the gunboats, and so we should now with Captain O'Brien. But as for this little man, I've an idea 'twill be more talk than work. You appear to have taken a great dislike to the captain, Swinburne. I do not know whether, as first lieutenant, I ought to listen to you." "It's because you're first lieutenant that I tell it you, Mr Simple. I never was mistaken, in the main, of an officer's character, when I could look him in the face, and hear him talk for half an hour, and I came up on purpose to put you on your guard, for I feel convinced that towards you he means mischief. What does he mean by having the greasy-faced sergeant of marines in his cabin for half an hour every morning. His reports as master of arms ought to come through you as first lieutenant, but he means him as a spy upon all, and upon you in particular. The fellow has began to give himself airs already, and speaks to the young gentlemen as if they were beneath him. I thought you might not know it, Mr. Simple, so I thought it right to tell you. I am much obliged to you, Swinburne, for your good wishes, but I can do my duty, and why should I fear anything? A man may do his duty, Mr. Simple, but if a captain is determined to ruin him, he has the power. I have been longer in the service than you have, and have been wide awake. Only be careful of one thing, Mr. Simple. I beg your pardon for being so free, but in no case lose your temper. No fear of that, Swinburne, replied I. It's very easy to say no fear of that, Mr. Simple, but recollect you have not yet had your temper tried, as some officers have. You have always been treated like a gentleman, but should you find yourself treated otherwise, you have too good blood in your veins not to speak, I am sure of that. I've seen officers insulted and irritated till no angel could put up with the treatment, and then for an unguarded word, which they would have been swabs not to have made use of, sent out of the service to the devil. But you forget, Swinburne, that the articles of war are made for the captain, as well as for everybody else on the ship. I know that, but still, at court-martials, captains make a great distinction between what a superior says to an inferior and what an inferior says to a superior. True, replied I, quoting Shakespeare. That's in the captain but a choleric word, which in the soldier is rank blasphemy. Exactly my meaning, I rather think, said Swinburne. If a captain calls you no gentleman, you mustn't say the same to him. Certainly not, replied I, but I can demand a court-martial. Yes, and it will be granted, but what do you gain by that? It's like beating against a heavy gale and a lee tide, 1,000 to 1 if you fetch your port, and if you do, your vessel is strained to pieces, sails worn as thin as a newspaper, and rigging chafed half through, wanting fresh serving, no orders for a refit, and laid up in ordinary for the rest of your life. No, Mr. Simple, the best plan is to grin and bear it, and keep a sharp lookout, for depend upon it, Mr. Simple, in the best ship's company in the world, a spy captain will always find spy followers. Do you refer that observation to me, Mr. Swinburne? Said a voice from under the bulwark. I started around and found the captain, who had crept upon the deck, unperceived by us during our conversation. Swinburne made no reply, but touched his hat and walked over to leeward. I presume, Mr. Simple, said the captain, turning to me, that you consider yourself justified in finding fault and abusing your captain to an inferior officer on His Majesty's quarter-deck. If you heard the previous conversation, sir, replied I, you must be aware that we were speaking generally about court-martials. I do not imagine that I have been guilty of any impropriety in conversing with an officer upon points connected with the service. You mean, then, to assert, sir, that the gunner did not refer to me when he said the words spy captain? I acknowledge, sir, that as you were listening unperceived, the term might appear to refer to you, but the gunner had no idea at the time that you were listening. His observation was that a spy captain would always find spy followers. This I take to be a general observation, and I am sorry that you think otherwise." "Very well, Mr Simple," said Captain Hawkins, and he walked down the companion ladder into his cabin. "Now, ain't it odd, Mr Simple, that I should come with the intention of being of service to you, and yet get you into such a scrape? However, perhaps it is all for the best. Open war is preferable to watching in the dark and stabbing in the back. He never meant to have shown his colors, but I hit him so hard that he forgot himself." "I expect that to be the case, Swinburne, but I think that you had better not talk any more with me tonight." "Wish I hadn't talked quite so much as things have turned out," replied Swinburne. "Good night, sir." I reflected upon what had passed, and felt convinced that Swinburne was right in saying that it was better that this had occurred than otherwise. I now knew the ground which I stood upon, and forewarned was being forearmed. End of chapter 54.
Chapter 55 of Peter Simple. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by antonygirgis. Peter Simple by Frederick MARRYAT. Chapter 55. We encounter a Dutch brig of war, Captain Hawkins, very contemplative near the capstan. Hard knocks and no thanks for it. Who's afraid? Men will talk. The brig goes about on the wrong tack. At daylight the next morning we were off the Texel and could see the low sandhills, but we had scarcely made them out when the fog in the offing cleared up, and we met a strange vessel. The hands were turned up, and all sail made in chase. We made her out to be a brig of war, and as she altered her course considerably, we had an idea that she was an enemy. We made the private signal, which was unanswered, and we cleared for action, the brig making all sail on the starboard track, and we following her, she bearing about 2 miles out on the weather bow. The breeze was not steady. At one time the brig was staggering under her top-gallant sails, while we had our royals set. At another, we would have hands by the top-gallant sheets and topsail haylards, while she expanded every stitch of canvas. On the whole, however, in an hour, we had neared about half a mile. Our men were all at their quarters, happy to be so soon at their old work. Their jackets and hats were thrown off, a bandana handkerchief tied round their heads, and another, or else their black silk handkerchiefs tied round their waists. Every gun was ready, everything was in its place, and every soul, I was going to say, was anxious for the set to. But I rather think I must not include the captain, who from the commencement showed no signs of pleasure, and anything but presence of mind. When we first chased the vessel, it was reported that it was a merchantman, and it was not until we had broad daylight that we discovered her to be a man of war. There was one thing to be said in his favour: he had never been in action in his life. The breeze now fell light, and we were both on our sails set, when the thick fog obscured her from our sight. The fog rolled on until we met it, and then we could not see 10 yards from the brig. This was a source of great mortification, as we had every chance of losing her. Fortunately, the wind was settling down fast into a calm, and about 12 o'clock the sails flapped against the mast. I reported 12 o'clock, and asked the captain whether we should pipe to dinner. "Not yet," replied he, "we will put her head about." "Go about, sir?" replied I with surprise. "Yes," said he, "I'm convinced that the chase is the other tack at this moment, and if we do not, we shall lose her." "If she goes about, sir," said I, "she must get among the sands, and we shall be sure of her." "Sir," replied he, "when I ask your advice, you will be pleased to give it. I command this vessel." I touched my hat, and turned the hands up about the ship, convinced that the captain wished to avoid action, as the only chance of escape for the brig was her keeping her wind in the tack she was on. "'Bout ship! 'Bout ship!" cried the men. "What the hell are we going about for?" inquired they of one another, as they came up the ladder. "Silence, therefore, and aft!" cried I.
Captain Hawkins, I do not think we can get her round unless we wear. The wind is very light. Then wear the ship, Mr. Simple. There are times when grumbling and discontent among the seamen is so participated by the officer, although they do not show it, that the expressions made use of are passed unheeded. Such was the case at the present. The officers looked at each other and said nothing, but the men were unguarded in their expressions. The brig wore gradually around, and when the men were bracing up the yards, sharp on the tack, instead of the hurrah and the down on the mark, they fell back with a groan. Brace up those yards in silence there, said I to the men, which was all I could say. The ropes were coiled down, and we piped to dinner. The captain, who continued on deck, could not fail to hear the discontented expressions which occasionally were made use of on the lower deck. He made no observation, but occasionally looked over to the side to see whether the brig went through the water. This she did slowly for about 10 minutes, when it fell to a perfect calm, so that, to use a common phrase, he gained little by his motion. About 1:30, a slight breeze from the opposite quarter sprung up. We turned round to it. It increased, the fog blew away, and in a quarter of an hour the chase was again visible, now upon our lee beam. The men gave 3 cheers. Silence there, fore and aft, cried the captain angrily. Mr. Simple, is this the way that the ship's company have been disciplined under their late commander, to halloo and bawl whenever they think proper? I was irritated at any reflection upon O'Brien, and I replied, Yes, sir, they have always been accustomed to express their joy at the prospect of engaging the enemy. Very well, Mr. Simple, replied he. How are we to put her head? Inquired the master, touching his hat. For the chase? Of course, replied the captain, who then descended into his cabin. Come, my lads, said Swinburne, as soon as the captain was below. I have been going round, and I find that your pets are all in good fighting order. I promise ye, you shan't wait for powder. They'll find that the rattlesnake can bite devilish hard yet, I expect. Ay, and without its head too, replied one of the men, who was the Joe Miller of the brig. The chase, perceiving that she could not escape, for we were coming up with her, hand over hand, now shortened sail for action, hoisting Dutch colours. Captain Hawkins again made his appearance on the quarter deck, when we were within 1/2 mile of her. Are we to run alongside of her now? Inquired I. Mr. Simple, I command her, replied he, and want no interference whatever. Very well, sir, replied I, and I walked into the gangway. Mr. Thompson, cried the captain, who appeared to have screwed up his courage to the right pitch, and had now taken his position for a moment on one of the carronades, you will lay the brig right. Bang, bang, whiz, whiz, bang, whiz, came 3 shots from the enemy, cleaving the air between our masts. The captain jumped down from the carronade and hastened to the capstan without finishing his sentence. Shall we fire when we are ready, sir? Said I, for I perceive that we are not capable of giving correct orders. Yes, yes, to be sure, replied he, remaining where he was. Thompson, said I to the master, I think we can manage in our present commanding condition to get foul of him so as to knock away his jib boom and fore topmast, and then she can't escape. We have good way on her. I'll manage it, Simple, or my way is not Thompson, replied the master, jumping into the quarter boat, conning the vessel in that exposed situation as we received the enemy's fire. Look out, my lads, and pour it into her now, just as you please, said I to the men. The seamen were, however, too well disciplined to take immediate advantage of my permission. They waited until we were past her, and just as the master put up his helm so as to catch her jib boom between our masts, the whole broadside was poured into the bow and tree. Her jib boom and fore topgallant went down, and she had so much way through the water that we tore clear from her, and rounding to the wind, shot ahead. The enemy, although in the confusion from the effects of our broadside, put up his helm to rake us. We perceived his manoeuvre, and did the same, and then, squaring our sail, we ran with him before the wind, engaging broadside to broadside. This continued about 1/2 hour, and we soon found out that we had no fool to play with. The brig was well fought, and her guns well directed. We had several men taken down below, and I thought it would be better to engage her even closer. There was about a cable length between both vessels, and we ran before the wind at about 6 miles an hour with a slight rolling motion. Thompson, said I, let us see if we cannot beat them from their guns. Let's port the helm and close her till we can shy a biscuit on board. Just my opinion, Simple. We'll see if they won't make another sort of running fight of it. In a few minutes we were so close on board of her that the men who loaded the guns could touch each other with their rammers and sponges. The men cheered. It was gallantly returned by the enemy, and havoc now commenced by the musketry on both sides. The French captain, who appeared as a brave fellow as ever, stood for some minutes on the hammocks. I was also holding on by the swifter of the main rigging, when he took off his hat and politely saluted me. I returned the compliment, but the fire became too hot, and I wished to get under the shelter of the bulwark. Still, I would not go down first, and the French captain appeared determined not to be the first either to quit the post of honour. At last one of our marines hit him in the right arm. He clasped his hand to the part, as if to point out to me, nodded, and was assisted down from the hammocks. I immediately quitted my post, for I thought it foolish to stand as a mark for 40 or 50 soldiers. I had already received a bullet through the small of my leg, but the effects of such close fire now became apparent. Our guns were only half manned, our sides terribly cut up, and our sails and rigging in tatters. The enemy was even worse off, and 2 broadsides more brought her mainmast by the board. Our men cheered and threw in another broadside. The enemy dropped astern. We rounded to rake her. She also attempted to round to, but could not unless she cleared away from her wreck and taken in her foresail and lowered her topsail. She then continued the action with as much spirit as ever. "He's a fine fellow, by God!" exclaimed Thompson. "I never saw a man fight a ship better, but we have him. Webster's down, poor fellow." "I'm sorry for it," replied I, "but I'm afraid there are many poor fellows who have lost a number of their mess. I think it useless throwing away the advantage which we now have. He can't escape, and he'll fight this way forever. We had better run ahead, repair the damages, and then he must surrender in his crippled state when we attack him again." "I agree with you," said Thompson. "The only point is that it will soon be dark." "I'll not lose sight of him, and he cannot get away. If he puts before the wind, then we'll be at him again." We gave him the loaded guns as we forged ahead, and when we were about half a mile from him, hove to repair damages. The reader may now ask, but where was the captain all this time? My answer is, that he was at the capstan, where he stood in silence, not once interfering during the whole action, which was fought by Thompson, the master, and myself. How he looked, or how he behaved in other points during this engagement, I cannot pretend to say, for I had no time to observe him. Even now I was busy knotting the rigging, rousing up the new sails to bend, and getting everything in order, and I should not have observed him had he not come up to me, for as soon as we had ceased firing, he appeared to recover himself. He did not, however, first address me. He commenced speaking to the men. "Come, be smart, my lads. Send a hand here to swab up the blood. Here, youngster, run down to the surgeon and let him know that I wish to report of the killed and wounded." By degrees he talked more, and at last he came up to me. "This has been rather smartish, Mr. Simple." "Very smart indeed, sir," replied I, and then turned away to give directions. "Maintop there, send down to the hauling line, on the starboard side." "Aye, aye, sir." "Now then, my lads, clap on, and run up on at once." "Maintop there," hailed the captain. "Be a little smarter, or by God I'll call you down for something." This did not come with a good grace from one who had done nothing to those who were working with all their energy. "Mr. Simple," said the captain, "I wish you would carry on duty with less noise." "At all events, he set us the example during the action," muttered the Joe Miller, and the other men laughed heartily at the implication. In 2 hours, during which we carefully watched the enemy, who still lay where we left him, we were again ready for action. "Shall I give the men their grog now, sir?" said I to the captain. "They must want it." "No, no," replied the captain. "No, no, Mr. Simple, I don't like what you call Dutch courage." "I don't think he much does, and this fellow has shown plenty of it," said the Joe Miller softly, and the men about him laughed heartily. "I think, sir," observed I, "that it is an injustice to the fine ship's company to hint at their requiring Dutch courage." Dutch courage is a term for courage screwed up by drinking freely. And I most respectfully beg leave to observe that the men have not had their afternoon's allowance, and after the fatigues they have undergone, really require it. "I command this ship, sir," replied he. "Certainly, sir, I am aware of it," rejoined I. "She is now all ready for action again, and I wait your orders. The enemy is 2 miles on the lee quarter." The surgeon here came up with his report. "Good heavens!" said the captain. 47 men killed and wounded. Mr. Webster dangerously. Why, the brig is crippled. We can do no more. Positively we can do no more." We can take that brig anyhow, cried one of the seamen from a dozen of the men who were to leeward, expecting orders to renew the attack. What man was that? Cried the captain. No one answered. By God, this ship is a state of mutiny, Mr. Simple. Will soon be, I think, said a voice from the crowd, which I knew very well, but the captain, having been but a short time with us, did not know it. Do you hear that, Mr. Simple? Cried the captain. I regret to say that I did hear it, sir. I little thought that ever such an expression would have been make use of on board of the Rattlesnake. Then, fearing that he would ask me the man's name, and to pretend not to have recognized it, I said, Who was that who made use of that expression? But no one answered, and it was so dark that it was impossible to distinguish the men. After such mutinous expressions, observed the captain, I certainly will not risk his Majesty's brig under my command, as I should have wished to have done, even in her crippled state, by again engaging the enemy. I can only regret that the officers appear as insolent as the men. Perhaps, Captain Hawkins, you will state in what, and when, I have proved myself insolent. I cannot accuse myself. I hope the expression was not applied to me, sir, said Thompson, the master, touching his hat. Silence, gentlemen, if you please. Mr. Simple, wear round the ship. Whether the captain intended to attack the enemy or not, we could not tell, but we were soon undeceived, for when we were round, we ordered to be kept away until the Dutch brig was on our lee quarter. Then, ordering the master to shape his course for Yarmouth, he went down into the cabin and sent up word that I might pipe to supper and serve out the spirits. The rage and indignation of the men could not be withheld. After they went down to supper, they gave 3 heavy groans in concert. Indeed, during the whole of the night, the officers who kept the watches had great difficulty in keeping the men from venting their feeling, in what might almost be termed justifiable mutiny. As for myself, I could hardly control my vexation. The brig was our certain prize, and this was proved, for the next day she hauled down her colours immediately to a much smaller man of war, which fell in with her, still lying in the same crippled state. The captain and first lieutenant killed, and nearly 2/3 of her ship's company either killed or wounded. Had we attacked her, she would have hauled down her colours immediately, for it was our last broadside which had killed the captain, who had shown so much courage. As first lieutenant, I should have received my promotion, which was now lost. I cried for vexation when I thought of it as I lay in bed. That his conduct was severely commented upon by the officers in the gun room, as well as by the whole ship's company, I hardly need say. Thompson was for bringing him to a court-martial, which I most gladly would have done, if it only were to get rid of him. But I had a long conversation with old Swinburne on the subject, and he proved to me that I had better not attempt it. For do you see, Mr. Simple, you have no proof. He did not run down below. He stood his ground on deck, although he did nothing. You can't prove cowardice then, although there can be no great doubt of it. Again, with regard to his not renewing the attack, why, is not a captain at liberty to decide what is best for his Majesty's service? And if he thought, in the crippled state of the brig, so close to the enemy's coast, that it wasn't advisable, why, it could only be brought as an error of judgment. Then there's another thing which must be remembered, Mr. Simple, which is, that no captain sitting on a court-martial will, if it be possible to extricate him, ever prove cowardice against a brother captain, because they feel that it is a disgrace to the whole cloth. Swinburne's advice was good, and I gave up all thoughts of proceeding. Still, it appeared to me that the captain was very much afraid that I would. He was so extremely amiable and polite during our run home. He said that he had watched how well I had behaved in action, and would not fail to notice it. This was something, but he did not keep his word, for his dispatch was published before we quitted the roadstead, and not the name of one officer mentioned, only generally saying that they conducted themselves to his satisfaction. He called the enemy a corvette, not specifying whether she was a brig or ship corvette, and the whole was written in such a bombastic style that anyone would have imagined that he had found a vessel of superior force. He stated at the end that as soon as he repaired damages, he wore round, but that the enemy declined further action. So she did, certainly, for the best of all possible reasons, that she was too disabled to come down to us. All this might have been contested, but the enormous list of killed and wounded proved that we had had a hard fight, and the capture of the brig afterwards that we had really overpowered her. So that, on the whole, Captain Hawkins gained a great deal of credit with some, although whispers were afloat which came to the ears of the Admiralty, and prevented him from being posted, the more so as he had the modesty not to apply for it. End of chapter 55.
Chapter 56 of Peter Simple. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by antonygirgis. Peter Simple by Frederick MARRYAT. Chapter 56. Consequences of the action. A ship without a fighting captain is like a thing without a head. So do the sailors think. A mutiny and the loss of our famous ship's company. During our stay at Yarmouth, we were not allowed to put our foot on shore, upon the plea that we must repair damages and proceed immediately to our station. But the real fact was that Captain Hawkins was very anxious that we should not be able to talk about the action. Finding no charges preferred against him, he recommended his system of annoyance. His apartments had windows which looked out upon the brig lay at anchor, and he constantly watched all our motions with his spyglass, noting down if I did not hoist up boats, etc., exactly at the hour prescribed in the book of orders, so as to gather a list of charges against me if he could. This we did not find out until afterwards. I mentioned before that when Swinburne joined us at Plymouth, we had recommended a figurehead being put on the brig. This had been done at O'Brien's expense, not in the cheap way recommended by Swinburne, but in a very handsome manner. It was a large snake, coiled up in folds, with its head darting out in a menacing attitude, and the tail, with its rattle, appeared below. The whole was gilded, and had a very good effect, but after the dockyard men had completed their repairs and the brig was painted, one night the head of the rattlesnake disappeared. It had been sawn off by some malicious and evil-disposed persons, and no traces of it were to be found. I was obliged to report this to the captain, who was very indignant, and offered £20 for the discovery of the offender, but had he offered 20,000, he never would have found out the delinquent. It was, however, never forgotten, for he understood that was implied by the manoeuvres. A new head was carved, but disappeared the night after it was fixed on. The rage of the captain was without bounds. He turned the heads up, and declared that if the offender were not given up, he would flog every hand on board. He gave the ship's company 10 minutes, and then prepared to execute the threat. "Mr. Paul, turn the hands up for punishment," said the captain in a rage, and descended to his cabin for the articles of war. When he was down below, the officers talked over the matter. To flog every man for the crime of one was the height of injustice, but it was not for us to oppose him. Still, the ship's company must have seen in our countenances that we shared their feelings. The men were talking with each other in groups until they appeared to have communicated their ideas on the subject. The carpenters had been slowly bringing aft the gratings, left off the job. The boatswain's mates, who had come aft, rolled the tails of the cats round their red handles, and every man walked down below. No one was left on the quarter-deck but the marines under arms and the officers. Perceiving this, I desired Mr. Paul, the boatswain, to send the men up the rig the gratings, and the quartermasters with their seizings. He came up, and said that he had called them, but they did not answer. Perceiving that the ship's company would break out into open mutiny if the captain persisted in his intention, I went down into the cabin and told the captain the state of things, and wished for his orders or presence on deck. The captain, whose wrath appeared to render him incapable of reflection, immediately proceeded on deck and ordered the marines to load with ball cartridge. This was done, but as I was afterwards told by Thompson, who was standing aft, the marines loaded with the powder and put the balls into their pockets. They wished to keep up the character of their corps for fidelity, and at the same time not fire upon men whom they loved as brothers, and with whom they coincided in opinion. Indeed, we afterwards discovered that it was a marine who had taken off the head of the snake a second time. The captain then ordered the boatswain to turn the hands up. The boatswain made his appearance with his right arm in a sling. "What's the matter with your arm, Mr. Paul?" said I as he passed by me. "Tumbled down the hatchway just now. Can't move my arm. I must go to the surgeon as soon as this is over." The hands were piped up again, but no one obeyed the order. Thus was the brig in a state of mutiny.
Mr. Simple, go forward to the main hatchway with the marines, and fire on the lower deck, cried the captain. Sir, said I, there are 2 frigates within the cable's length of us, and would it not be better to send for assistance without shedding blood? Besides, sir, you have not yet tried the effect of calling up the carpenter's and boatswain's mates by name. Will you allow me to go down first, and bring them to a sense to their duty? Yes, sir, I presume you know your power, but of this hereafter. I went down below, and called the men by name. Sir, said one of the boatswain's mate, the ship's company say that they will not submit to be flogged. I do not speak to the ship's company generally, Collins, replied I, but you are now ordered to rig the gratings and come on deck. It is an order that you cannot refuse. Go up directly and obey it. Quartermasters, go on deck with your seizings. When all is ready, you can then expostulate. The men obeyed my orders. They crawled on deck, rigged the gratings, and stood by. All is ready, sir, said I, touching my hat to the captain. Send the ship's company aft, Mr. Paul. Aft, then all of you for punishment, cried the boatswain. Yes, it is all of us for punishment, cried one voice. We've all to flog one another, and then pay off the jollies. Note, jollies is a slang word for marines. This time the men obeyed the order. They all appeared on the quarter-deck. The men are all aft, sir, reported the boatswain. And now, my lads, cried the captain, I'll teach you what mutiny is. You see these 2 frigates alongside us? You had forgotten them, I suppose, but I hadn't. Here, you scoundrel, Mr. Jones. This was the Joe Miller. Strip, sir. If ever there was mischief on the ship, you are at the head. Head, sir, said the man, assuming a vacant look. What head, sir? Do you mean the snake's head? I don't know anything about it, sir. Strip, sir, cried the captain in a rage. I'll soon bring you to your senses. If you please, your honour, what have I done to be tied up? Said the man. Strip, you scoundrel. Well, sir, if you please, it's hard to be flogged for nothing. The man pulled off his clothes and walked up to the grating. The quartermaster seized him up. Seized up, sir, reported the scoundrel of a sergeant of marines who acted as the captain's spy. The captain looked for the articles of war to read, as is necessary previous to punishing a man, and was a little puzzled to find one, where no positive offence had been committed. At last he pitched upon one which refers to combination and conspiracy, and creating discontent. We all took off our hats as he read it, and then he called Mr. Paul the boatswain, and ordered him to give the man a dozen. Please, sir, said the boatswain, pointing to his arm in a sling, I can't flog, I can't lift up my arm. Your arm was well enough when I came on board, sir, cried the captain. Yes, sir, but in hurrying the men, I slipped down the ladder, and I'm afraid I've put my shoulder out. The captain bit his lips. He fully believed it was a sham on the part of the boatswain, which indeed it was, to get off flogging the men. Well then, where's the chief boatswain's mate, Colin? Here, sir, said Collins, coming forward, a stout muscular man nearly 6 feet high, with a pigtail nearly 4 feet long, and his open breast covered with shaggy hair. Give that man a dozen, sir, said the captain. The man looked at the captain and the ship's company, and then the man seized up, but did not commence the punishment. Do you hear me? Roared the captain. If you please, your honour, I'd rather take my disrating. I don't wish to be chief boatswain's mate in this here business. Obey your orders immediately, sir, cried the captain, or by God I'll try you for mutiny. Well, sir, I beg your pardon, but what must be, must be. I mean no disrespect, Captain Hawkins, but I cannot flog that man. My conscience won't let me. Your conscience, sir. Beg your pardon, Captain Hawkins. I've always done my duty, foul weather or fair, and I've been 18 years in His Majesty's service without ever being brought to punishment. But if I am to be hung now, saving your pleasure, with all respect, I can't help it. I'll give you but 1 moment more, sir, cried the captain. Do your duty. The man looked at the captain, and then eyed the yardarm. Captain Hawkins, I will do my duty, although I must swing for it. So saying, he threw his cat down on the quarter-deck, and fell back among the ship's company. The captain was now confounded, and hardly knew how to act. To persevere appeared useless. To fall back was almost as impossible. A dead silence of a minute ensued. Everyone was breathless with impatience to know what would be done next. The silence was, however, first broken by Jones, the Joe Miller, who was seized up. Beg your honour's pardon, sir, said he, turning his head round, But if I'm to be flogged, would you please to let me have it over? I shall catch my death of cold naked here all day." This was decided mockery on the part of the man, and roused the captain. "Sergeant of Marines, put Jones and that man Collins both legs in irons for mutiny. My men, I perceive that there is a conspiracy in the ship, but I shall very soon put an end to it. I know the men, and by God they shall repent it. Mr. Paul, pipe down. Mr. Simple, man my gig, and recollect, it's my positive order that no boat goes on shore." The captain left the brig, looking daggers at me as he went over the side, but I had done my duty, and cared little for that. Indeed, I was now watching his conduct as carefully as he did mine. "The captain wishes to tell his own story first," said Thompson, coming up to me. "Now, if I were you, Simple, I would take care that the real facts should be known." "How's that to be done?" replied I. "He has ordered no communication with the shore." "Simply by sending an officer on board of each of the frigates to state that the brig is in a state of mutiny, and request that they will keep a lookout upon her. This is no more than your duty as commanding officer. You only send the message. Leave me to state the facts of my own accord. Recollect that the captains of these frigates will be summoned if there is a court of inquiry, which I expect will take place." I considered a little, and thought the advice was good. I dispatched Thompson first to one frigate, and then to the other. The next day the captain came on board. As soon as he stepped on the quarter deck, he inquired how I dared disobey his orders in sending the boats away. My reply was that his orders were not to communicate with the shore, but that as commanding officer I considered it my duty to make known to the other ships that the men were in a state of insubordination, that they might keep their eyes upon us. He kept his eyes upon me for some time, and then turned away without reply. As we expected, a court of inquiry was called upon his representations to the admiral. About 20 of the men were examined, but so much came out as to the reason why the head of the snake had been removed, for the sailors spoke boldly, that the admiral and officers who were appointed strongly recommended Captain Hawkins not to proceed further than to state that there were some disaffected characters in the ship, and move the admiral to have them exchanged into others. This was done. The captains in the frigates, who immediately gave their advice, divided all our best men between them. They spoke very freely to me, and asked me who were the best men, which I told them honestly, for I was glad to be able to get them out of the power of Captain Hawkins. These they marked as disaffected, and exchanged them for the worst they had on board. The few that were left ran away, and thus, from having one of the finest and best organized ship's company in the service, we were now one of the very worst. Jones was sent on board of the frigate and under surveillance. He soon proved that his character was as good as I stated it to be, and 2 years afterwards was promoted to the rank of boatswain. I must here remark that there is hardly any degree of severity which a captain may not exert towards his seamen, provided they are confident of, or he has proved to them his courage. But if there be a doubt or a confirmation to the contrary, all discipline is destroyed by contempt, and the ship's company mutiny, either directly or indirectly. There is an old saying that all tyrants are cowards, that tyranny is in itself a species of meanness. I acknowledge, but still the saying ought to be modified. If it is asserted that all mean tyrants are cowards, I agree, but I have known in the service of most special tyrants who were not cowards. Their tyranny was excessive, but there was no meanness in their dispositions. On the contrary, they were generous, open-hearted, and, occasionally, when not influenced by anger, proved that their hearts, if not quite right, were not very much out of their places. Yet they were tyrants. But although tyrants, the men forgave them, and one kind act, when they were not led away by the impetuosity of their feelings, obliterated 100 acts of tyranny. But such is not the case in our service with men who, in their tyranny, are mean. The seamen show no quarter to them, and will undergo all the risk which the severity of the articles of war render them liable to, rather than not express their opinions of men whom they despise. I do not like to mention names, but I could point out specimens of brave tyrants and of cowardly tyrants who have existed, and do even now exist in our service. The present regulations have limited tyranny to a certain degree, but it cannot check the mean tyrant, for it is not in points of consequence likely to be brought before the notice of his superiors that he effects his purpose. He resorts to paltry measures. He smiles that he may betray. he confines himself within the limit that may protect him, and he is never exposed unless by his courage being called in question, which but rarely occurs, and when it does occur, it is most difficult as well as most dangerous to attempt to prove it. It may be asked why I did not quit the ship after having been aware of the character of the captain and the enmity which he bore to me. In reply, I can only say that I did often think of it, talking over the subject with my messmates, but they persuaded me to remain, and as I was a first lieutenant and knew that any successful action would, in all probability, ensure my promotion, I determined to use a nautical expression to rough it out, and not throw away the only chance which I now had of obtaining my rank as commander. End of chapter 56.